activities here on the season opener for the SpeedTour Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. Championship season, round number 1, and we're going to kick things off today with IGT Endurance Race. Tom Pank joining me. Good to have you along, Tom. You ready to go?
Yeah, Ralph, I am. I'm looking forward to a beautiful, nice, clear, sunny Sebring morning in February. Good when you're from the north.
So the endurance race, much different than what we've seen already this weekend. Tell the folks who might not be familiar with it what we can expect here.
Okay, we're going to have a 30-minute endurance race, and some unique rules apply here. There's a mandatory 5-minute pit stop, and driver changes are allowed. Now, many of the amateur drivers or retired drivers have a pro that's either a friend or they're brought to the track to help them coach and learn things about the cars. And these pros can get in the car after the driver of record has started the race and driven the car for 30 minutes. After 30 minutes, the pro can pull in and they can do a driver change. Here's where the strategy plays in. Ideally, you want to do your driver change under caution. So if there's a caution in the first 30 minutes, the driver of record has to make a decision. Do I pit and change to my pro and get disqualified? Do I pit and ride it out completely? Or do I stay out and hope for a second caution where I can do my driver change? And hopefully we have no cautions and they can do it at 30 minutes. Some drivers are hoping that isn't the case, and there are some very, very fast pros in these cars. So as long as the driver record keeps it clean and puts down some respectable laps, quite often the pro can get in front, and then it becomes a battle of two pros. So that's it. It's usually an exciting race. Then it's a full 60 minutes, flag to flag.
As you think about it, and as you've had the experience with it, have you really seen an advantage one way or the other to doing it?
It really depends. It depends on the talent of the starting driver. The factor of luck of when a caution comes out is a huge element of these enduros, because then it can very often negate the opportunity for the pro to make a difference. But it has definitely played in quite often, and usually plays in the closing seconds of the closing minutes of the race.
When it comes to pit stop strategy, if you're going that route and you're going to make the driver change, you have to wait till you said 30 minutes in to do that, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay. At that 30-minute mark, are you doing it right then? Are you doing it a little bit later? What seems to...
That's again strategy, and I would if I was changing, I would go if depends on where I was in the position, and if a caution came out, let's say at the 20-minute or the 40-minute mark, you still would have 5 minutes to get in because you have to be out of the pits 15 minutes before the end of the race. So pit stop has to be completed in the first 45 minutes. Completed. Okay. That means the car back on track.
Right.
So there is some strategy because then you have a 15-minute window or 10-minute window, if you will, from the 30-minute mark to the 40-minute mark when you have to come in, where a caution could have come out. Because if you're sitting in the pits during caution, it takes 4 minutes to get around the track.
Right.
And if you're timed right, you can have it. I've had this happen to me where there's a caution and because of your pit stop was the caution and you got out on green.
Right. Okay. Now let's take the reverse of that. If I'm going all the way on my own, do I want to pit on lap 1, lap 10, wait for that 30-minute mark?
You want to pit as close to the 40-minute mark as you dare.
Again, waiting until the 40-minute mark.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Some of the things to think about here. Is there a particular driver in the field here today that seems to be exceptionally good at the endurance race compared to the sprint races we did earlier in the weekend?
Well, you have the amateurs typically aren't as good. You have some seasoned pros who are used to long stints. You know, there's guys that'll do 3-hour stints at Daytona, and here it's grueling. You know, you're bouncing here, and you get sore toward the end of even an hour stint. You know, we're sore at 30 minutes. But these guys are very good at staying in the car and concentrating and keeping it up. Like the Lambo that you saw win the second and third race overall, the pro is going to be in the second half. So we're looking to him. If he can start clean, you have Seth starting it, and then if he stays clean and the pro gets in, I'm going to say it's going to be hard because of the gap they had to maintain that. Yeah. Realize that if the Lambo is pitting under caution but hasn't caught the field yet, he essentially is pitting at green and then gets out with the same gap that he had, okay, if the caution ends within 5 minutes. If the field is all bunched up, that gap is neutralized, and that's where the pro advantage gets huge. So if you had a caution after the 30 minutes, you have a tight field, and the last 15 minutes are a tight field, essentially a restart of a full field under green, the pros are going to win it.
Yeah. So in other words, we know nothing. We just got to wait and see how it plays out.
Oh, it gets exciting. It's going to be a good race. You have a lot of fast cars. You have the young guns. You have the old guys, and again, multi-class racing. So some cars, like a Cayman, is very fast through the corners, where the Porsches are very fast down the straights. And it looks like we're getting ready to go to Ben here shortly. Oh, sorry. So we're getting teed up here, and give them a few minutes to get everything lined up, and we're going to be going green. One to go. One to go coming out of the pits. There's Chelsea, if you see her on the camera. Chelsea is the grid marshal, and she's a bundle of energy watching her bop around there all happy, and the drivers get a nice smile on their faces before they go out. The lights are on the safety car, and safety car is pulling out. So we're getting ready to go for our pace lap.
All right, our Janetta pace car is pulling out from the false grid, getting ready to go. It's Chelsea right there, in the pink hat.
Yeah, that's Chelsea.
Yep.
That's Chelsea in the pink hat. She's just talking to the Janetta safety car.
And pace car is pulling away, so the field will be tucking in behind it soon, and we'll be ready to go.
All right. Starting in P1 is Lucas Pank, followed by David Twatty, followed by Farhang, followed by George Merritt, Chris Lee, Seth Henry, Tillman Schmidt, John DeAngelis. Oh no, John is not here. Mark Calzaretta, Bill Oliver, Nicholas Groombridge, Nicholas Carangelin, Luca Mars, Bob Wisen, Mark Sandridge, Peter Cage, Stephen Thomas, Cliff Kayer, Mark Julian, Thomas Kirk, Mark Cook, Richard Walker, Spencer Proper, and Ari Strauss. And those drivers that will be having, about 4 or 5 will be having pros get in the car. You'll have Seth Henry being taken over by Foster, Wyatt Foster. You'll have Mark Sandridge will be taken over by Tom Long. You'll have Tillman Schmidt being taken over. I missed that guy's name. And in the Mike Merritt's car will be a driver named Evan Slater out of Portsmouth, New Hampshire, with Charles Wick Racing. In the 992 Matrix car, number 992 will be Bruno Carneiro out of Salt Lake City, Utah, originally Sao Paulo, Brazil. 7, going to the back.
So on board here with Twatty. That's Pank just to his left as they're continuing around on this pace lap.
Now they're trying to work their tires, get some heat. You can get it two ways. You can get it by acceleration and hard braking, which builds heat in the brakes and the wheels at the same time, or you can get it by scrubbing the tires, which gets heat in the rubber, and then it transmits to the wheel, but doesn't get it in the brakes. And a lot of heat is generated by these brakes and dissipated through the aluminum wheels, magnesium wheels, whatever you have. So you'll see a mix of the hard braking and the weaving, as you see in the picture now. There's Bob Wisen weaving. You see that? That's just getting some heat in the surface of your tires. Your brakes will get heat in them almost instantly, but your tires, it takes a while. That track's still cooler than it was the last few days, and this race is earlier than it has been the last few days. Now they're coming on to turn 16, onto the back straight. The lights are out in the safety car.
Settling in for our first race of the day here on this beautiful Sunday at Sebring International Raceway, making our way down the Ullman straightaway behind the safety car. Getting ready for a 1-hour endurance race here. International GT. Full field of Porsches and a Lamborghini all ready to go.
And now they're coming through 17 for the start.
Through the final corner, waiting for the green flag, keeping an eye on this flag stand. Watching and waiting. Who's going to get the jump?
And Lucas Pank.
Green flag, and we're racing. Headed down to turn number 1. Here comes the Lambo already starting to make moves up the inside. Seth Henry starting to make the moves, and he's already picked up 2, 3, maybe 4 positions. Pank should be leading him. Yes, he is, but Twatty's right there on the inside as they head to turn 3. The Lamborghini all the way up to 3rd, making a bid for 2nd inside of Twatty now. Everybody single file now behind Pank. Merritt sits back in 4th.
And Lucas is leading it off, headed for turn 7. A nice gap. The Lamborghini's taking Twatty on the outside, going into 7.
Here's the Lambo under braking at mission turn 7. Not going to get it done on the outside there. He's going to have to, a little bit of contact between the Porsche and the Lamborghini, and Merritt almost picked up 2 spots.
Lamborghini's coming into the next corner. And
here's a
Lucas
look at the 28, the tail end of the field back here. That's Luca Mars. Meanwhile, here's Pank at the very front in that number 40 Bay Saber machine. And Henry has now put the Lambo up solidly into 2nd place and is going hunting for Pank.
Now once you get down after 16, down that back straight, that Lambo has incredible horsepower and aero. Watch it, that Lambo should be able to walk Lucas as he's going down the straight.
Here we go, onto that Ullman straightaway. Pank moving to the inside.
Which forces the Lambo to take the long way around 17, not the preferred line.
Twatty holding off Merritt for now. That should be a good battle there for 3rd. Merritt closes up right through the center of that final corner at 17. Everybody takes basically the same entrance into turn 1 this lap.
Nice clean start to this race.
Oh, Merritt way off at the exit of turn 1, all 4 wheels off in the dirt. He keeps it into the gas and gets it back onto the track without losing a position.
When something like that happens to you, it causes you to pucker up and rethink things a little bit, take a breather, and it could easily be that Farhang takes Merritt into the next corner.
The Lambo closing up under braking going into Mission Foods turn 7. Oh, here's the Lambo making a move on Pank. Pank doing everything he can to defend, but you can see the Lambo just a little deeper into the corner. But Pank on the inside, brilliant move. That gives the inside at the next turn to the Lambo, and that's just too much as they sweep through the bend.
That's how it's done. Good, clean racing, and now they're...
Boy, Lucas isn't done, though. Look, he's right on him. The Porsche right up underneath that massive wing on the backside of the Huracan. And on the outside goes Twatty around Pank. Lucas has to find his rhythm again.
Looks like because of the Lambo, Twatty got a run on Lucas, and there's nothing Lucas could do. Now Lucas is going to be quite frustrated. He's going to be looking to play a move on Twatty to get his position back. So let's see how this plays out.
Yeah, first thing he's going to have to do is protect that third spot from Merritt. Michael Merritt looking pretty strong as well, and looks like he's found his rhythm again. After that off-course excursion, a lap or two to go. So the thing now for Henry is to stretch it out as far as he can.
If I was Henry, I'd get as far ahead as I can. Lucas just lost a piece off his rear of his car, the diffuser plate. I don't think it's any big deal. There it was. That's what the bumps of Sebring will do to a car. Seth Henry isn't stretching it out as far as we would think, but he's starting to walk the field.
Henry's best lap at 209.097 right now, compared to a 209.356 for Twatty, 211 for Pank, and a 210 for Michael Merritt. So they're all pretty close in time.
Yes.
Let's see how they do over the length of this first half hour of this.
At this point, the heat's in the tires now. They're settled in. They're running pretty good, and we have a nice clean race on our hands. Now let's see where the fights are in the middle of the field. Now, if I was Twatty, I wouldn't want Lucas in my mirror, and it's a long race. So let's see how this plays out. Now, the first 5-6 cars, and then we come into the middle of the field. Here we have, I can't get the number.
Let's go look at the 24 car. Is it the 124? That was Nicholas Coombridge.
Lap times are coming down. Twatty just turned a 2:08.11. Lucas Pank a 2:08.7.
Henry just
Michael
dipped
Merritt,
to a 2:08.1. Picked up about a full second each of them on that last lap. They've started to gap back over fifth, which is Russell Farhang. His GT4R category car, which is a Porsche GT3 cut machine. There's the 30. That's Spencer Proper, who's running with Eric Zitza today. Looks like they're going to be making a driver change later. They're sitting back in 17th in front of Lucas Mars and Ari Strauss.
Now with this Mission Foods Enduro under the way, let's go through some of these races we have. So in the 17 car, we have Mark Calzaretta out of a prior champion, Satellite Beach, Florida. And then we have Robert Wisen out of Mentor, Ohio, Total Machine. He has a total calibration company and a machine tool business that he has retired from. We have Luca Mars in the 28 car, which is a Cayman GT4 RS out of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, Student University, Kentucky. Spencer Proper, who is out of Satellite Beach, Florida, running with the Zotz Racing team. We have Lucas Pank in the number 40 car with Ultra Performance. We have Peter Craig in the 49 car out of Winter Garden, Florida. Mark Sandrich, who's been a long-time racer with IGT, past champion. He's in a 3.8 liter car because of an incident that was none of his fault. Been racing 35 years. He's out of Westfield Center, Ohio. He's the CEO of Sandrich Foods, Crafted Foods. We have Richard Walker out of Wellington, Florida. He's in the equipment rental business. We have David Twatty, president of TLM Motorsport, along with David Lader and Trish Shields. We have Nick Carangela out of Hobe Sound, Florida, out of the Naval Academy, retired submarine. We have Mark Julian out of Delray Beach, Florida, past FARA champion. Nick Groombridge, a patent lawyer out of Cold Spring, New York, another longtime IGT competitor. Tillman Schmidt, an engineer out of Winchester, Virginia, Monoflow Systems. Russell Farhang, this is an interesting one. He's a professional violinist, so he definitely has some good muscle memory. We have Mark Cook out of Dayton, Ohio, retired businessman. He will have a, he's also an attorney. We have, I'm sorry, no, that's Stephen Thomas, who's an attorney out of Mount Charleston, Nevada, driving a Cayman 3.8. We have Michael Merritt, 17 years racing experience, chairman, visionary, and his he has a co-driver for the Enduro. William Oliver, Charlotte, North Carolina, a wealth manager, and it's his first year with IGT. I believe I've run through the field. Cliff Kayer, out of Vass, North Carolina, retired military, and he's an IT guy. And we just saw Robert Wisen coming through, followed by the Matrix car of Cliff Kayer, who we just spoke about. There's Lucas still being chased by Michael Merritt. And that is the Cayman GT4 RS with Luca Mars.
So the lap time's all the way down to 206.150 now for Seth Henry in the Lamborghini. Twatty's also been down to the 206. Lucas down to a 207. Merritt a 208. And Farhang a 209.
And the key thing here now, as they're running like this, is to keep up the pace, keep pushing, don't over push, and your car is good, save the equipment, run it hard, but not too hard. That's a nice video. Who we on board with right there?
Looks like Twatty there, 87. No, 87 would be Twatty's
Mark
in
Julian.
68 Julian, yes.
Okay, we're on board with Mark Julian right now. And Mark will be putting a co-driver in, I believe. I need to check who that was. But that's some good footage. See, he's nice and smooth coming through these corners. Now the Cayman is that's a club sport with a PDK. So he's shifting it, but it's essentially a semi-automatic transmission, if you will. Now it's just run it through the gears, go down into 17. Now he's going to take it probably down to fourth or perhaps third. And, oh, he's all the way down to second. Now he's going to be full throttle. And he's going to run it up through the gears to set it up for the next corner. And down the end of the wall and turn.
Here we come to Mission Foods turn 7, and our leaders working through traffic now, back into the field. The gap holding at 1.6 between Foster and Twatty. I think Twatty's got to be pretty happy with that.
Yes.
He's been able to keep that gap down to inside of 2 seconds.
Yes, and realize that Wyatt will take over, and once Wyatt takes over, then it changes. John Dean is going to be the driver in the 710 car at the pit stop for Stephen Thomas. Just got over. Tillman Schmidt just turned his fastest lap at a 2:07.9, as well as William Oliver, a 2:09.3, Robert Wisen, a 2:10.3. So the lap times are steady coming down. This track is settling in, the cars are hot, and the drivers are in their groove. This is good racing.
And we're about halfway or a little more than halfway to the pit stops.
Yes, I don't have the time into the race, so I can't see that. All right, now we're on board with David Twatty, the second place overall, first in GT4R, coming around turn 1, headed for turn 2 with a Lambo in front. Lambo's just entering turn 2, and Twatty's right behind. This is Twatty's home track. Twatty also has Farah Racing, and they're here quite often every year at Sebring. Quite often in the summer when it's scorching.
This is the entrance to Mission Foods turn 7. You can see how it can really suck you in there, can it?
Yes, turn 7 is probably the second most critical corner to 17 to get in, and the outside of that turn, you'll see some drivers take the middle of the track because the outside is unusually slippery on that corner. It's been for a long time and a little bumpy, so the braking gets a little tricky. You can see the arrow of that Lambo, and look at the wing that Lambo carries compared to the wing of the Porsche. That's Robert Wisen in the Porsche there.
I've seen credenzas in offices not as big as that rear wing.
Yeah, that wing and the angle of that wing is incredible.
Which tells you a lot about the horsepower that is pulling out, that if they can angle that wing like that and still get the straightaway speed that thing has.
That car has about 650 horsepower.
It's moving a lot of air over that wing.
Yes. Compared to the Twatty car, which probably has about 510.
Yeah, and you can see the wing on the Porsche the Twatty's driving laid pretty much flat.
Yep. And look at the aerodynamics of that Huracan. Crazy good.
Yeah, everything about it is airflow, right?
Yes. Wedge and air. So now we have, let's see where Luca Mars is turning for lap times.
And in some of the categories of the Porsches with the 911s, you can actually mess around with the aerodynamics a little bit, correct?
Yes. Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Even in the Carrera Cup Series, those are within limits. You can adjust your camber of your wheels, your wing settings, your sway bar settings. And that's where the crew in those series becomes extremely critical, and the ability of the crew and the driver to work. We have a car spun
one around at the top, coming out of 16 onto the Ullman straightaway, sitting in the middle of the racetrack. Not sure who it was, just caught a glimpse of it. And if they can't get that car right, they'll definitely bring out a caution for that.
That would.
There he is.
Oh, he hit the wall pretty hard.
Sure did. I'm thinking we're going to get a caution here.
Yes, yes.
He hasn't moved. Is that the 124? I believe it is. Nicholas Groombridge.
Yeah, that does look like Groombridge.
That's Nicholas Groombridge.
So let's see what the race control decides on this caution.
And we are not quite at the halfway point yet. So that caution, you wouldn't be able to pit just yet.
Well, if you're changing a driver, you wouldn't be able to, but anybody else can.
Yeah.
So let's see what the decision is from race control.
This could definitely impact what everybody does strategy-wise.
Can we get the camera back on Groombridge?
And he's still sitting there.
He's not moving.
And we're hearing that, there it is, double yellow is out, double yellow is out. Safety car will be released, and we will see how this plays out on pit road.
Okay, now you're going to have cars coming into the pits. Double yellow, and we're not at the 30-minute mark, so racers have to make a decision. Stay out a lap under caution for them to clear this, or come in the pits. Let's see who comes in.
I think you have to take advantage of it, don't you?
We have the safety crew now attending to Groombridge.
I think you have to take advantage of this, don't you, Tom, if you're
Absolutely. The
strategy-wise?
Everybody who doesn't have a pro in just got a little bit of an advantage. You see the cars in the pits now. Hey.
Hi, guys.
Couple of cars already on pit road.
You can talk. And we have Ken Fengler here in the booth with us. And welcome in, Ken.
Thank you. I just figured I'd stop by while we had a quote-unquote lull in the action as we go double yellow. And this is where the strategy comes in, Tom. And I heard you guys talking about the pit stop strategy earlier on and the rules requirement. And this is where it plays out. Double yellow coming in. Anybody who doesn't have a co-driver and is single driving it has a slight advantage. Done for a reason, because many times the co-driver is a pro. As Tom mentioned, but anybody who doesn't have a co-driver is in under this double yellow, and will do their 5-minute stop under double yellow. Those that are planning to change to co-drivers, many of them pros getting in, have to wait to the 30-minute mark. So that's to, let's say, even the playing field, so to speak, from driver talents and ability. Sometimes there's not that much difference, but this one, no doubt, if you are not changing drivers, you are in the pits right now to do your mandatory 5-minute stop. Mandatory 5-minute stop has to be done, as Tom mentioned earlier, as in the 40-minute mark. You can stay for 5 minutes, or you can stay for 10 minutes if you want, but you have to be in at the 40-minute mark to get your 5-minute stop in and continue on with the balance of the 15 minutes of the race.
Now, anybody who had any issues with a car, their crew is looking at it. You can see the hood up on, I believe that might be the Sandwich car. I'm not certain. Oh, no, that car is getting fueled. See, the driver is out, and the driver is holding the fire bottle. So I do not believe that's the Sandwich car. And now this is a long 5 minutes for the drivers. The time is, your adrenaline is at full tilt, and you're sitting there, and you think the 5 minutes is up, and they tell you 3 more to go. It's just how it is. Your mind is 1,000 miles an hour at this point. As you see, the safety cars are cleaning it up. This will go green quite quickly. So let's see what happens. the Huracan is behind the safety car, so they're waiting for their pit stop, and they're going to wait the 8 minutes and maybe hope for a second caution, because a second caution would let them then pit under caution while the other guys are still green. So let's see. This can become a very interesting race from this.
Yeah, I saw the car 124, which had the altercation out on course and the wall drove in. Not sure if they're going to pit and do repairs and get back out, or he's going to go behind the wall. But good news in that it wasn't major and that he was able to drive it in. And as Tom mentioned, yeah, there's a possible chance that there could be another yellow after the 30-minute mark, and that will again tilt the playing field back towards the other way. So a little bit of luck, or I'll say a lot of bit of luck, is very welcome, and strategy plays very much into this race. Very different than the three sprint races we saw in the previous 2 days.
And right now we're 27 minutes, 26 minutes, or 24 minutes into this race, and so there's still another 6 minutes for them before the pros can go in, before the other driver changes occur. Now, the only cars that didn't change drivers or didn't come into the pits are probably those that want to change to a pro.
Yeah, or driver. Doesn't have to be a pro, Tom.
Correct.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be.
Correct.
Matter of fact, the question I bring up is I see George Michael Merritt out of the car and another driver in. Now, if they did a driver change, they're outside the rules here.
Yes.
George Michael needed to complete 30 minutes, but I think another driver got into that car, so that'll be something for the officials to take a look at, because the penalty will be assessed to the 898 car if they changed drivers on this particular night, because they were outside the time window that a driver change could be made.
Okay, Twatty's out. And now the cars that just left the pit can go out on track at full race speed and until they catch the field. And I would presume it goes green next time by, and the safety car is probably a good ways out there.
So there's Michael Merritt right there.
Yeah, I see Michael in pit lane, and so that's a co-driver who, let's see if I see on my sheet. I don't see a co-driver listed.
Okay, we have Lucas back out. We have Twatty back out.
So that'll be something to be
So
determined.
right now, P1, P2, counting the pit stop, post-pit stop, it's Twatty in the lead and Lucas in second. However, that is if the Lambo has to pit under green. And then Wyatt Foster will have his work cut out for him.
Sorry, Mark Julian pitted in the 87 and Robert Weisen pitted in the 27.
Now, I believe Mark Julian was going to do a driver change. I got to check on that. I may be wrong, though. Robert Weisen was not doing a driver change. This is the, I believe, the Matrix car. And they did a driver change, I believe. They were intended to.
That's Cliff Kayer.
Yes, and Cliff Kayer was doing a driver change, so that may be, if he did the driver change, that could be a problem.
Yeah, you know, we have them co-drivers listed, but many times they'll wait and see what the strategy is, you know, and find out, hey, the race went this way, and the co-driver doesn't get in.
Correct.
Because it's not to their, you know, it's not to their best opportunity to do so. They say, look, stay in, and you know, because there is that balancing fact of waiting 30 minutes before you can do that driver change. So they don't have to do the driver change.
So if you see now, we're on board with David Twatty. David Twatty has just caught the field going onto the back straight. So now Twatty and Lucas and all the others are all bunched up for the restart, which we see that the restart's about to occur. There's no yellow flag at start-finish. So what's going to happen is they were essentially green during their pit stop the whole time except for this section of the track. That's the disadvantage that Wyatt will have if he pits the Lambo at the end.
It's going to be interesting to see how this all plays out for sure.
Okay, looks like they're going to go green.
Looking for the green flag as we come off the final corner.
Green it is.
Pick up, green flag is out, and we're racing once again.
Okay, it's Lucas on the inside of Twatty. Let's see how this plays out.
Pank way down on the bottom, trying to get to the inside of Twatty. Can't get there by the time they get to 1. The Merritt car right on his rear bumper, swinging wide, might get around Pank. Yeah, looks like he's gonna as they head down to turn number 2. Door to door as they sweep through 2. That battle's still not over. Pank trying to fight back, but it looks like finally Merritt's gonna get just far enough in front. Yep, he cleared him. So it's Twatty, the Merritt car, and Pank settling their battle out that way. Tillman Schmidt at the front of the field in the 277. There's the 277 right there, that white and blue car. That's your overall race leader. Right behind him, William Oliver and Bruno Carniero sharing that number 992 machine. There's Henry in the Lamborghini.
And now we're in the full pit window of driver change because we're at the 31 to go, so within 1 minute.
And the Lamborghini is showing Foster behind the wheel, so they must have pitted and made a driver change.
No. Oh, yeah, could be.
Because it should have been Henry listed there, but it's showing Foster. Not sure about that.
There's Wisen who pitted. So now we have the 992 of Oliver, who is there with Twatty and Merritt car. And the
timing and scoring now showing the Henry
Bruno
Foster Lamborghini
Carneiro,
back
originally
in
from
10th.
Sao Paulo, Brazil, is in the Merritt cars. Okay. Twatty's coming down the back straight. No, front straight.
The 898. The Merritt car, the white with that bronze-colored striping, making some aggressive moves up the inside. Not able to complete a pass.
Now we have the on board with David Twatty with a car in front of him. He's working through the field.
And that's Tillman Schmidt up there.
Okay, coming into Bishop's Bend.
Here's the Lambo, which, depending on which timing and scoring you want to believe, now lists itself in 12th.
Good racing. Who's that in front of Twatty right now? Is that Tillman Schmidt?
In front of Twatty, it would be, according to timing and scoring, it's Zitza, but it looks like Tillman Schmidt.
Well, it probably is Tillman Schmidt, although Zitza could be in the lead. He's waiting for the pit stop. He hasn't pitted yet. Yeah, that is Tillman Schmidt.
And Twatty got around him on the inside entering turn 1. But that Merritt car has struggled through turn 1 today, hasn't it? Been off course already, all 4 wheels.
Yeah, Bruno's giving that car a workout. Let's look at some lap times now on the leaders. We have Twatty just turned a 206, Lucas a 208, and Merritt a 208. Well, now with Twatty ahead of Schmidt, There's some, he's building some gap. Seth Henry now is turning that is Wyatt Foster, a 2:03.8. So we have Wyatt Foster right now in the Lambo, and he's a good ways back.
Well, there will still be some pit stops left.
Some of these leaders
to
right now.
some of that around.
Yes, some of the leaders have not pitted yet.
So Foster, even though he's further back right now in that Lambo, running an incredibly quick pace, and everything cycles, he's going to still find himself in a good position for a final fight to the flag.
Yes. And it's possible that Schmidt hasn't pitted. I didn't see him in the pit.
I don't think he has.
And now they're showing Carniero in the lead overall, with Zitza, who hasn't pitted yet, and followed by Twatty. The real race leader right now is Twatty, followed by, well, I don't know. I'm sure that they're going to be looking at timing and scoring and these driver changes very carefully in this, as there is a bit of chaos going on as to who has changed, who hasn't changed, and the time of the change. We are now into the race with 25 minutes to go. Michael Merritt's co-driver is a gentleman named Evan Slater.
One of the interesting things to watch here, Tom, as we stay on this onboard for a bit, to the far right of the screen here, you see the G forces that the drivers
yes.
withstanding. Combined G's, lateral G's, and long G.
Yes, when it goes forward, up and down is braking. Right and left, that bubble are the G's. See, as he's making a left-hand turn, the G's are pushing him the other way. The braking, now acceleration, so it's in the lower half. Now he's turning, so it's in the right-hand side, maxed out. See that? He's pushing some good G's. That's a good handling car, good driver. And now through Bishop's Bend, you'll see that bubble go all the way to the right. And now all the way to the left through the next corner. Now he's under braking, all the way to the left. Very good driving. You can see the brake and the throttle positions. That green is full throttle. He was nice and smooth onto the throttle, really hard. I believe that's Farhang. There's Twatty, followed by the Merritt car.
Twatty in that bright neon orange with the purple striping. There's the Merritt car, the white with the bronze.
Here's the Lambo.
The Lambo with that cosmic purple paint scheme to it.
Lambo just turned a 2027.
I mean, I guess if you're going to look like a spaceship, you ought to have paint scheme like you're in outer space, right?
That's right. It is quite the paint scheme on that Lambo. I can't get over the aggressive wing on that car. He is running a ton of wing. There's Twatty. Look at how flat his wing is. And then when you see the Lambo next, you'll see it's a huge difference. But now we have 23 minutes to go. The Lambo's going about 4 seconds a lap faster than Twatty. So 20 times 4 is 45 seconds. And the lead Twatty has on the Lambo is about 34 seconds. So Twatty's got his work cut out for him.
And he sure does.
But Wyatt Foster has to keep that pace up too.
Yeah.
In traffic.
Through traffic. That's the key, right?
Yes, but realize also, in fairness, Twatty has traffic too.
Yeah.
So technically, it's the difference in the breaks in the traffic that you get because you're both going through the same traffic. And by break in traffic, I mean you get slowed down coming onto the back straight, for example. That kills you for a lot of seconds, or onto the front straight, or in the middle somewhere. Then it can be very difficult. Or you can get by somebody under braking and have zero impact on your lap. Here comes Twatty into 17.
Now we stay on this onboard.
Watch him
Something that always gets me here at Sebring is you come off the corner here, you come way out to the wall, and there's this little bit right there before the bridge that juts out. As you look at the shot from the long way down the front straight, it sure looks like the driver's going to go head on into the wall.
Well, even from the car, that comes in. But at that point where you're that close to the wall, you're really pushing it. And you're going to be pushing it. You've gone through that corner 100 times. So to be at this level, you know what it is. You're not intimidated by it. The first few times, it's like not a good moment.
Yeah.
Twatty's doing good. He's hanging in there. He's holding his lead. He just turned a 2:06.6.
He's got some nice clean air right now.
Yes.
And you can see Merritt in the rearview mirrors, the Merritt car.
Yes. That Merritt car turned a 2:06.3. So the Merritt car is a chunk faster than Twatty right now. And that's a 4-liter Cup car. So that car is flying for a 4-liter Cup car. Lucas is at a 2:08.9, and Russell Farhang is a 2:09.8. Russell's in 4th place overall. There's Mark Sandrich in his 3.8-liter backup car. And Mark is settled in. He's doing, his best time was a 2:12.2, which is a good time in a 3.8-liter Cup car. And that could be Tom Long in the car right now.
Oh, we got another one. Is that Twatty?
Twatty spun out, and here comes Lucas.
Oh, man, what a tough break for
Now we have a leader change.
And he's got the hazards on. I'm thinking he's headed to pit lane. So
oh, wow.
I wonder.
Oh, look at Twatty just banged his head. He's looking around in his car.
Could something have broken in the car?
At Sebring? Yes.
Yeah, because, I mean, he just seemed to, it's an odd spot to have an incident, although it's the second one we've seen there.
Twatty's going to bring it in. Twatty's bringing it in the pits. No, he's not.
Well, that's shocking. I thought for sure he would. So he did not.
And look at Lucas. Lucas is way out there now.
He didn't seem to get up to speed at all.
Okay.
Maybe it was just driver error.
Twatty turned a 2:24 that lap.
Here's a look at it. Oh, he went way outside, tipped a wheel.
Oh, he almost hit the wall.
How he kept it off. Oh man, he got lucky.
Yes, he did. Oh, now we're going to get the in-car from Twatty. Oh, no, this is live in-car. Let's see the in-car of him going on to 17 if we can. All right. Now, as these endurance races shake out, these things will happen. Again, it's a long race. And Twatty did no driver change, so he's probably getting a little tired.
I was thinking that very same thing, Tom. He's been in the car the whole time. As we talked about, very, very bumpy racetrack. Wears the driver down. It is warm today. It's going to be up almost to 80 degrees, 78, 80 degrees. So I'm sure it's pretty toasty inside the cockpit. Could be seeing a little driver fatigue, which leads to a mental error.
Yes, and this is where the young guys have it over us older guys. Twatty's not exactly a spring chicken.
And when you say us older guys, you mean you and Twatty, not you, me, and Twatty.
I'm 61 and Twatty's right there with me. So it's a big difference of Twatty was joking on the podium that the combined age of the two winners was not his age. I think that puts Twatty at 68. All right, so now the things are settled in real good. And
so, looking at the timing and scoring, one that I think is right, has the Merritt car in the lead, Lucas into second, Twatty only slipped back to third,
yes,
Farhang, and then the Lambo sitting in fifth.
yes. Lambo is 23 seconds from the lead, and looks like Twatty's only 4 seconds behind Lucas at this point.
And the Lambo is running 4 seconds quicker than our race leader.
We'll see if Twatty is puckered up or he's going to go get Lucas again.
I can't believe he kept it off the wall like that.
Oh, he got
that thing
lucky.
came back onto the racetrack, and he's very lucky he didn't get hit by somebody else.
Yes.
Merritt was not that far back, the Merritt car.
Yes. And what happens is that's one of these things in racing that is luck. Had that spin occurred on the first lap of the race, there would have been several cars involved because the other cars coming around there can't avoid that quick enough if they're bunched up. So we have a good race going. Russell Farhang just turned his fastest lap at a 2:08.2. Lucas came through there at a 2:08.8. Twatty at a 2:08 flat. And here's the Merritt car.
Look at the gap it's got over second place right now. Pank just coming onto the Ullman straight as the Merritt car tips into Sunset.
Yep.
And it comes past us here
We're
in the
now
broadcast booth.
almost at the window where all pit stops have to be completed. And the way the leaderboard is set up, I would say that everyone. Oh, the
Wow,
Lambo
did you
got
see
a
the
little
Lambo
loose
bounce
there.
through the final corner? It pitched that thing completely sideways.
Yes. But he hung on to it.
That was a very good catch.
Yes. So
Well
now
done,
the
Wyatt
Lambo's
Foster.
reeling in Twatty. He's just a couple seconds behind him. Now, did Foster change before the 30 minutes? I believe so.
I thought so.
Yeah,
unless
yeah.
They were
So
right
that
at
may
it.
be an issue for the Lambo to look at. Lucas and Twatty did not do driver changes. I do not believe Russell Farhang did a driver change. So without driver change issues, that's where it is. We have Mark Julian, who I believe did do a driver change, but timely. And Wisen, no driver change. I don't know on Kayer. And although it looks like Kayer could have done a driver change timely. And Sandridge, I believe, did put Tom Long in the car. And they're doing 2:11.5 right now. And they are in 10th place overall.
So the
Now the
Lambo's
Lambo's
got
right behind
Twatty.
Twatty.
He's right on him. This is a battle for third overall.
We'll see if Twatty relinquishes anything.
Looking inside, looking inside.
Twatty gave it up. Oh, no,
Nope,
he
not
did
yet.
not. This is going to get interesting going down through 17 now.
They come
Oh, Lambo
once
got
again.
it.
He's gotten around him.
Yes. Now watch the closing speed on this Lambo on this back straight.
So Lucas is who he's after now. You see Lucas in the green and purple Bay Saber machine. Here's Twatty watching the Lambo disappear.
That Lambo just walked the heck out of there. Coming through here, that Lambo is just planted.
Yeah,
Lucas
two
is still
long
up there a little bit.
straightaways and a corner that it's stuck to the ground in.
Lucas still has a 2-second lead on the Lambo, and Twatty's already 2 seconds behind the Lambo, and then we have Farhang 4 seconds back. This is good racing, guys. Nice, clean, one little incident. This is good racing. And shout out to our our electronics video production company for doing an excellent job. We have drone footage, we have cameras everywhere. They're working the in-car. This is how it's supposed to be done. And here we have the Lambo coming into the braking zone of 7, right behind Lucas. He's doing everything he can, but I don't think he can hold him off. Now we're at 12 minutes to go, so we probably have about a little over, probably 6 laps to go, I'd say. We're on lap 19, or we're on lap 20 right now.
And the Lambo's gotten around Lucas.
Yep.
That puts him in 2nd overall. And we'll see if he can reel in the Merit Porsche now.
All right, this is good racing, guys. There's a Cayman coming through 1, and there's that Lambo. Damn it, Carlos.
Cayman with Stephen Thomas in the 710, and he's listed in 11th right now.
Now we have the Lambo. Now we'll be able to get a gap.
Yeah.
The Merit car is still in the front. He just turned a 207.4. The Lambo turned a 205 in traffic. So let's see where this race settles out.
That's 412.
That was
That's
Russell
Farhang, and Russell right now is showing in 5th.
5th overall, a professional violinist. Quite a contrasting hobby, if you ask me.
Well, my guess is he's got a soft touch on the steering wheel.
Oh my gosh, he's probably smooth, yeah. And has crazy good muscle memory.
You see the Lambo just pitch it in going into Mission Foods turn 7. Full 4-wheel drift.
Here's Luca Mars in the Cayman GT4 RS. Last year's IMSA Pilot Champion. Here's the Merit car. Seth Henry just did a 203.5. We've got Robert Wisen in 7th place overall in a 3.8, chasing Mark Julian, and they are only a little bit apart. Cayman coming around that corner. Guess that's 13-14. And here comes the Merit car. I'll have a funny feeling that Lambo is trying everything he can to close those last 14 seconds of gap. There's a 14-second gap between the Merit car and the Lambo with 9 minutes to go. So a little over 4 laps, maybe 5 laps to go. Oh, he's twitchy.
Well, he's definitely pushing it pretty hard the way he went in turn 7.
The Merit car just turned a 207.6, and the Lambo turned a 204.5. So 3 seconds a lap. Lambo has it cut out for him with 12 seconds to go. We could be looking at a photo finish, guys.
Yeah, I just have to see how this plays out.
Traffic will play into it.
Traffic.
And now you got to realize these drivers have been in the cars for 50-some minutes. And as non-pro drivers, this fatigue is wearing on you. It's mental fatigue, it's physical fatigue, and the concentration, you have to fight to stay fully focused, because one little twitch wrong now and it'll have a major change in the outcome of your race.
You can see the gap as the Merit Porsche just went by. Here comes the Lambo sweeping around the outside in that bend to get through the traffic, keep the pressure on.
It looks like Twatty has fallen back a little bit. I don't know what's going on. Twatty has Lucas has a gap on Twatty of 21 seconds, according to my timing. Oh, Twatty's in the pits. Uh-oh.
Maybe when he went off course,
Yeah, he might have
onto
hit
that
something and
on-course straight,
overheated.
it might have done some damage to the lower front section of the car.
Yes. Oh, wow.
Yeah, it looks like they're pulling the splitter
The
off.
splitter's off. Well, Twatty's race is over now, unfortunately. That's really sad for Twatty. He was doing so good. One little bumble, and then it changes the result. Okay, Lucas is running P3, Seth Henry P2, and Michael Merritt's co-driver in P1. Russell Farhang P4, Mark Julian P5, David Twatty in 6, but that will fall back. Robert Wisen will be P6 overall. And there's the Lambo, just came through at a 2:04.6, and he's got 9 seconds to catch up to a 2:07. It is still possible that the Lambo takes the overall win.
Well, they're 2 out of 3 already this weekend, right?
Yes,
They
yes.
won both races
Overall,
yesterday.
the second and third race they won overall. Oh, we had a first race on Friday.
Right.
Yes, sorry. So now we have the, that looks like the Schmidt car back there.
Yeah, that's
That's
one
the-
right there, the 992.
Oh, 992 is Oliver.
Oh, yeah, Oliver, that's right.
That's Oliver. The Schmidt car is, it's an interesting story. Those two drivers are doing Carrera Cup or Michelin Challenge, and they are sharing the car for the season. They're out of TPC is the team that's running them, out of Jessup, Maryland. Longtime racer Mike Levitas and his son is here handling the car for them.
The 992 machine shown in 13th.
Okay. We got 5:42 to go, and that'll put us at probably 3 laps. Let's see when the Lambo comes through, what it will be, or Merritt comes through. He'll set the time at the end of the race. That is if our timing is correct, because I'm not sure we're linked to timing this morning officially. Here's the Lambo. Merritt car should be coming through start-finish right now.
You can see that nice wide entry into the corner there at Sunset that Lambo takes.
Here's the Merritt car.
And the Lambo's definitely made up ground. Let's see how big that gap is this time by.
So we have 5 minutes, so we will have 3 more laps.
It was at 6.5 seconds previous lap. Or that lap. So he's got 6.5 seconds to make up in, would you say, 2 laps?
Yeah, he'll do that. The Merritt car is about to get lapped.
But then we got to see what happens post-race if the driver change was within the window or not.
Yes, correct. So now the drivers are just wanting this race to get done with. They've pushed for 55 minutes, and they have their position. Some are still defending a position or trying to gain a position, like the Lambo's trying to close in on the Merritt car, and hope that checkered flag comes out at the right time for them. But they're all exhausted. Let me tell you, it's not just sitting there on your simulator. It's tight concentration. It's hot in that car. You're getting bounced around here at Sebring like no other track, and for a full hour in this shaking unit, and it's still fun as heck. This is some real nice onboard footage, and a shout out to Mission Foods and Juan Gonzalez for everything he's done for the sport.
Somebody dipped a
Juan
wheel
has
there. Might have been the Merritt car.
that
That looks
went
like
wide.
some pretty fresh dust.
Yeah, it might be that he picked it up from someone else. He's looking too balanced, and it doesn't look like the gap changed. Let's see. It could be the Henry car, because it's not that Merritt car. See, nah, I don't know. Let's
Well,
see
it
what the
wasn't
gap
the
is
Lambo,
now.
I know that. Let's see. We're going to go another lap here before we see the white.
3.6 second difference. It looks like that Lambo will be able to do it if all goes well. Now here comes Lucas coming into 17 for the second to last time under green. And then there's Bob Wisen with the Tillman car right behind him. That Tillman car is a 992 current model, and Bob Wisen's in a like a 2014 or 15 3.8 liter Cup car. So one generation and 2 iterations older.
Looks like there's some traffic in front of our race leader.
Yeah.
So give Foster a little bit of an edge to catch him. Boy, he slips it again. The entrance into Mission Foods turn 7.
Foster's on an all-out push. And
see how tight that gap has grown.
Okay. Now the gap between Lucas and Farhang is 5 seconds, and they're turning virtually identical laps. Boy, that Lambo is strong, and he's right there. And the Merit car has traffic in front of him, so this is going to get interesting. Now the traffic could play bad into the Lambo as well. Keep that in mind.
Yeah.
Because the Lambo has to get around that same traffic that is holding up the Merit car. Now here in this case, it didn't really hurt the Merit car, and it didn't hurt them because they're going to pass these 2 cars down the straight or into 17. So this could get interesting.
Well, the rear end of that Lamborghini is not sticking as well as it did earlier in the day, that's for sure.
So now the Cayman is playing into the Merit car.
Flashing the lights is Wyatt Foster, letting that Cayman know he's coming through strong.
And now we haven't run with these cars necessarily. So the Cayman, he's
he got blocked.
Gentleman driver. And oh no, that is Luca Mars in the Cayman. That's Luca Mars in the Cayman.
Foster definitely got hung
so
up
white
there.
Flag is out.
He's
1 lap to go, guys. It looks like his splitter. Oh, that might be the reflections. Looked like a splitter bouncing. So now we have one more Cayman, which is likely a lap car because Luca Mars is definitely leading the Caymans. So now that lap car could play into a serious problem for the Merit car and the Lambo in the ending of this race. Lucas is just past start finish with 1 to go with Farhang behind him.
Here comes Foster diving to the inside, going into 7, gets around the slower car. Now he is right glued to the back of the race leader as they work half a lap to go to get to the checkers.
Okay, here comes the Robert Wisen behind the Tillman car, and
here's
now
that battle
they're
for
bumper
the
to
lead.
bumper.
Here he comes, looking
Here it is.
inside. Oh boy, I thought there was going to be contact there for a second, Tom.
Yes, it looked close. Now they're coming up into Bishop's Bend, and now that Lambo is going to be aggressive. Okay.
There they are coming at us, headed towards the final turn 16 up onto the Ullman straightaway. The Lambo's got the inside line. That's going to be the edge. Now he should be able to pull away, and Foster has done it. He is caught and passed the race leader.
Wow.
After the Ullman straightaway through Sunset Bend and out of 17, he'll be seeing the checkered flag. But then the question is going to become, Tom, when and where did they make that driver change?
Yes, the driver change is going to become a very important thing, and I'm sure the race control and Ken Fengler are looking at this.
They did everything right on the racetrack. Checkered flag is coming out. Here's Wyatt Foster taking the overall win in the Lamborghini Huracan as they go 3 for 4 out of the weekend, winning 2 of the sprint races and the endurance race. What a weekend for Wyatt Foster and Seth Henry. Now we just got to see if they did everything right off the track and on pit lane.
And now we have the Lucas Pank coming across, start finish to close out the race for Mission Foods GT4R. And there it is. Lucas Pank followed by Russell Farhang. Followed by, that was a lap car. And then we will have Mark Julian and Robert Wisen.
Field closing up the rest of this event. Here's the 277 of Tillman Schmidt, who at one point in time led this race.
And there's the Lambo and the Merit car.
There goes Schmidt.
And now we're going to go on board with Lucas Pank. Lucas, good job. It looks like you got the GT4R win for certain, and depending on pit stop issues, you might have had the overall.
Oh, really? Well, that could be cool. But yeah, no, very happy with the R win. Man, I got lucky though. So while he didn't spin, I don't know if I'd be able to catch him.
Yeah, but remember, that's the youthful luck factor. You had a good push from Farhang right behind you. You only beat him by 5 seconds. I don't know if he had a co-drive.
Yeah, he was catching up, but I knew.
All right, good job, good weekend. Bring it home safe. There you have it, folks.
As the rest of the field makes its way back to the paddock area, and our top 3 podium finishers make their way over to the victory lane area.
And ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to sign out, go to the podium. Thank you all. Have a great week.
All right, Tom, thanks for coming by. Appreciate it. Congratulations on a great weekend for you and Lucas. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be back for more racing after this here at Sebring.
Yes. Hon, the WeatherTech's here.
WeatherTech is the ultimate protection for your vehicle. Laser measured floor liners, no drill mud flaps, cargo liner, bump step, seat protector, and cup phone.
What about my car?
WeatherTech.
Hawk Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product. Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and motorsports experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race-proven and street legal. Find the Hawk Performance brake dealer near you at hawkperformance.com.
The Mission Foods Road Atlanta Speed Tour returns to Michelin Raceway, Road Atlanta, March 21st through the 23rd, featuring the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli, the Sportscar Vintage Racing Association, International GT, PSSA, FRP, and the Janetta Challenge. Saturday, you can take part in the Haggerty Cars and Caffeine Car Show with Parade Lab. You do not want to miss the Road Atlanta Speed Tour, March 21st through the 23rd. For tickets, simply go to speedtour.net.
Architecture is about everything. We change the environment. We are changing how people live in the environment today. So we basically put our fingerprint on the future of what the United States looks like. My overall business philosophy is that I'm engaged with my company from top to bottom, and I think the racing world and helping out the next generation and younger drivers is a passion of mine, and is getting stronger and stronger every year. With that, that's why I want to be involved.
I'm Chris Dyson. I'm a 3-time Trans Am champion, and we're here to start the season. Well, this morning always starts like every morning with good breakfast. Woke up, sort of got my mind focused, remembered it's a race day. We're at the race weekend. It's the happy time, it's the happy place. We try to focus on what's ahead, which is a great day here. Our Mustang, our number 16 Jim Weed car is ready to go. The team is here. I came and checked in with my engineers, and we've talked about our plan for the day, and it's exciting. This is the best time of the year. This is New Year's celebration starting in February for us. Yeah, so I mean, we spent the winter training. You know, racing never shuts off. You're always on it mentally, and you want your body to follow. And I think always having the ability to be ready to go at a moment's notice is something that we all racing drivers want to do. We don't want to be left behind. We want to be first. We want to be the fastest. And a lot of our focus away from the track is on making sure that we're at our absolute best, and when we're not at our best, that we can still get back to our best. And I think that's a key thing for any athlete. One of the big things in the off season is focusing on stamina and focus, and having a couple months off is a great time for the mind to decompress, getting in the gym, putting in that little extra, pushing to try to build up and create those reserves you're going to need when it matters, whether it's in the race or whether it's over a course of a long season. That athletic preparation is a big part of the sport. You know, this is a high risk, fast, and dangerous game. And what you want to make sure of is that you're not letting down the team and that you're keeping yourself in one piece. So focus is everything.
For nearly 6 decades, Trans Am Racing has been a battleground where muscle meets finesse. where speed and precision come together to make legends. And today the roar returns to where it all began in Sebring, Florida, as the 2025 Trans Am season takes off. The asphalt is rough, the corners are brutal, and the Florida sun turns this track into a furnace. But for these teams, these drivers, and these elite machines, this is home. From the fire-breathing TA1 monsters to the ultra-precise TA2 class, every car on this grid is dialed to the razor's edge, tuned to perfection, and ready to put on a show. We honor the past with every green flag, but make no mistake, this is a new era of Trans Am, and it's faster, louder, and more competitive than ever. The engines are primed in the Sunshine State, and the chase for the Trans Am Series Championship starts now. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Sebring, Florida. Speed Sport 1 bringing you live coverage of the season opening round of the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. Ralph Shaheen, DJ Clark, Ben Sissel will be joining us in a little bit. DJ, we have an absolutely beautiful day for racing.
Yeah, we really do. A little bit warmer than yesterday. That Florida sun starting to bake a little bit more. Probably will make the first couple of laps of this Trans Am race a little bit more interesting. But for the fans here trackside, you can't ask for better racing conditions than this in the middle of February.
It all started on a Friday afternoon back in 1966, March 25th to be exact. It was the first ever Trans Am Sedan Championship, as it was known back then, and that took place right here on this very racetrack at Sebring International Raceway. It was called the 4-hour Governor's Cup race for sedans. 44 cars were entered. 9 of those 44 were the 2-liter or bigger category. There was 1 Dodge Dart, 3 Ford Mustangs, 3 Plymouth Barracudas, 2 Chevy Corvairs. There were 35 cars in the under 2-liter category, including Alfa Romeo GTA 1600s, Ford Cortinas, Minis, Fiat Abarths, BMWs, Saabs, Renault Gordinis, Opel Cadets, and how about this, a 600cc Honda.
You gotta love that lineup there. Everything from across the pond and over here. It really goes to show the long history and breadth that is Trans Am. We've kind of had a little bit of everything along the way. And now, as we turn on into a new era of Trans Am, getting ready to take to these tracks once again, it's history meets the modern day. It's exactly what you want.
And the drivers competing in that first ever Trans-American Sedan Championship event were pretty stout as well. They ran the longer 5.2-mile circuit, but look at this lineup. A.J. Foyt, Jochen Rindt, Bob Tullius, Tony Adamowicz, Hurst Quetch, Patty Hopkirk, John Finger, and Dick Thompson, just to name a few. I mean, it was stout. And it was Jochen Rindt, who had flipped earlier in the weekend in practice, who ended up winning the overall, and he also won the under 2-liter class. And it was Bob Tullius who won the overall 2-liter class. Tullius was in a Dodge Dart. Rindt ran in an Alfa Romeo GTA. Today, a little bit different. Fire-breathing muscle cars from America dominating the grid.
Yeah, I mean, this is American muscle at its finest, and some of the hardest cars to frankly drive and control in the world in this top TA class. We're talking no real ABS, no real traction control. This is a driver's car, massive amounts of horsepower, no amounts of driver aids. There's a reason why we get some of the greatest names in racing wanting to come over and race in this series. It's really kind of the last of its kind to be competing in the modern world of motorsport.
Yeah, we don't have necessarily A.J. Foyt or Jochen Rindt in today's event, but we do have some very impressive drivers. Paul Menard, Chris Dyson, Adam Andretti, Tommy Dreese, Amy Ruman, Paul Tracy, and Wally Dallenbach, just to name a few. It's champions throughout.
Well, and let's not forget the driver going to be starting off in 5th place. That's Brent Cruz as well, TA2 champion from a couple of years ago. Definitely a young gun with his name circled by quite a few teams on the American racing scene. Cruz deciding to go full-time in TA this year for a new challenge. He is going to be one that may not have had the best qualifying, but he showed multiple times he's got what it takes, and he could be a little bit of a dark horse here at Sebring.
And 3 of those drivers already inducted into the Trans Am Hall of Fame, which opened up for the first time this weekend. Going in were, let's see, Chris Dyson, Amy Ruman, and Wally Dallenbach, along with the greats like George Fulmer and Roger Penske, Willie T. Ribbs. Pretty spectacular weekend here in Sebring.
Yeah, if you haven't had the chance to be able to come out and experience a Speed Tour weekend like we have here at Sebring, I can't recommend it enough. We're going to be all over the country this year, all the way from out in Watkins Glen, for the first time going to Barber Motorsports Park later on in the year. So if you are nearby one of these events, come on out with us. You'll be able to see all of these ground-pounding, fire-breathing Trans Am cars, as well as the always competitive TA2 class. And also, we bring along SVRA that we are so happy to be partnered with, and it's really great. You get the modern, you get the vintage, you get kind of everything you want out of a race weekend. There's really no other racing experience than a Speed Tour weekend.
Well, we're just beginning our coverage live here on Speed Sport 1 from Sebring with the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. Stay with us. Cars are lined up on the false grid, ready to go. You see our Janetta safety car moving out to the front of the field. They'll be rolling out onto the racetrack shortly. We're going to take care of some business real quick now so you don't miss any of the racing coming your way live here on Speed Sport 1. Stay with us.
Is this? Look at this view from Losowski.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
Speed turn 140-mile-an-hour entry speeds.
The quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the VBox HD2 system.
There's Boris said.
One of the ways you overtake here at Sebring is really good in the braking zones, like this one right here.
Both go around. There's the green. We are back and at it. Watch this. Oh, look out, Miller, look out.
And we are back to Sebring. Glad to have you with us as we're getting closer to the start of our 2025 championship season. You know, there's multiple categories actually competing in our Trans Am race here today, DJ. You have the Trans Am cars, they're the biggest and the fastest. You have XGT, GT1, SGT, and GT cars all competing throughout the field, competing for the overall as well as class victories.
Yeah, it really gives it that kind of multi-class feel to everything. Pretty fantastic to see. You'll see a little bit of a class breakout. TA cars probably going to be the fastest, but there's always action all the way through the field in this one.
No doubt about it. Well, for a deeper look into the different categories competing in our Trans Am race, here's the new president of the Trans Am Series, presented by Pirelli, Andy Lally.
The Trans Am Series has been around since 1966. What it has evolved to in that time is right here, a 900 horsepower, 2,800 pound beast. This thing produces over 2,000 pounds of downforce and flies around the track on 18-inch Pirellis. They're 14 inches wide at the rear, 13 inches wide at the front. It's an 18-inch wheel. Hauling tail around here. They're one of the most vicious cars around here. No traction control, no ABS, just a fire-breathing V8 flying around at 200 miles an hour. We have a wide variety of examples to run in our XGT class. This is a Corvette. It's got 600 horsepower at the wheels, and it's running on the 18-inch Pirelli tires again. It's making a lot of downforce, and you're allowed a lot of variations in XGT. So we're going to see cars from all over the world competing. High horsepower, high speed. These cars do have ABS, but they are not allowed traction control. Fitting right between our GT class and our XGT class is SGT. This is a very versatile car right here. This is a Howe chassis TA2 that it started life at, but it's eligible for SGT. You add 100 pounds, it's still the same Chevy LS motor, same Pirelli tires, same everything, but it's eligible to go race against the Porsche, the Mustang, and the Corvette that were more popular cars in this class. The 3 GT classes that we have in the Trans Am series is GT, SGT, and XGT. This is an example of our XGT cars. We've got a lot of different makes in this class because we're catching cars from all around the world. This is a Mercedes. It's producing about 550 horsepower. It's going up against some cars that have over 600 horsepower. This car in particular makes a ton of downforce. We're on our 18-inch Pirelli tires, and we've got probably 1,500 pounds worth of downforce that we get on here. And now moving on to our GT class. Here we've got a Mustang, 475 horsepower, 6-speed paddle shift. It's big downforce with the wing. It's got a huge splitter up front here. Also on our Pirellis, like every other car in our Trans Am series here, this car is going to go up against a wide range of marques here. We've got an Aston Martin here. We've got Maserati here. We're racing against Porsches. We've got an Audi GT4 car here. Our GT classes encompass cars from around the planet, and the racing is amazing.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Sebring SpeedTour for the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. Round 1. Just like Trans Am did in 1966, we are starting right here at Sebring International Raceway. In P1 with a 1/10 of a second over Chris Dyson is Paul Menard, last year's champion in the series. He won here and then went on to win the championship. Chris Dyson, who has won the championship before that, as he's buckling in this Jim Weed car, the nice green. I see that he's buckling in, so I'm not going to be able to answer any questions. P2. And the top liner, Burton Racing car. Then we've got Tommy Dreesy, the Trent Shoring Camaro. This new Ave Riley car, 2023 TA2 champion Brent Cruz. Here running for a championship in TA. And Keith Grant. Then we've got Amy Ruman. But I want to point out, he's been with us in the series before, but not in this car. Unbelievable IRC. You'll see that he's an XGT. But I got to run back up to the front of the grid. We've got a bunch of legends here. I saw Willie T. Ribbs walking around. Wayne Estes with Sebring is out here. Some great cars. We've got TA, XGT, SGT, and great start the series. Jones, my new friend from the Make-A-Wish Foundation. Kevin is looking to have a career in motorsports. He's brought to you by 3 Architecture TA2 Series driver Bob Accardo. Bob, tell us a little about how did this happen?
So we get involved with the Make-A-Wish Foundation for a while, and it's just so rewarding to bring these kids out here to the races, and man, they're so brave, they're so resilient, and we're just giving them a once-in-a-life, second-to-none experience. It's absolutely firing. It's wonderful. Nice.
Take the mic and scream into the microphone for us. Driver!
Dude, that was epic. Good job.
Yeah, that was the best one.
I know, yeah.
Thank you, Kevin. The engines have come to life, and everything around Sebring is now vibrating because those big 900 horsepower V8s will really rumble things up pretty big.
Yeah, if you haven't had your coffee this morning, that'll certainly wake you up a little bit just hearing that nearly 900 horsepower come on through the racetrack here at Sebring.
Qualifying was a pretty exciting session as well yesterday. Let's take a look at that, DJ.
Yeah, we had Paul Menard leading the field out there, setting down the early times. Dyson and Andretti and Dreese trying to follow him in. Amy Ruman there coming on through. That's the 04 right there as they work their way on through. That's Wally Dallenbach, another one of the drivers that we talked about. Adam Andretti here had a nasty lick in TA2. Good to see him back on the track. Excuse me, that's Dallenbach.
Yeah, that was Wally.
That's Adam.
That's Adam Andretti right there. Exactly, he did. He had a really big hit. And here's Dreese and his teammate right here. Those trench shoring entries. Good looking race cars. And then here was Menard coming out late in the session, taking one more run at it. And it was a good move to make on his part as he went to the top of the board.
Yeah, he was able to do that. Amy Ruman able to come home in 7th place after. A little surprising that we saw Menard come in and out of pit lane, but he certainly did it. And then the rest of the field also powering their way on through. Paul Tracy in the second half of qualifying making a statement.
Cars have rolled out onto the racetrack. Here's a look at the track map of this legendary circuit. No elevation changes to think about or talk about here.
No, it's as flat as a board, but rest assured the bumps around this circuit will make things plenty challenging for these drivers, especially through Cube 3, 1, 2, and 3.
That's our Cube 3 turns 1, 2, and 3. Then you start working your way through 4 and 5. Big bend here at 6. And then it's down the straightaway to the Mission Foods turn 7. That is a very tricky, very important corner. Can really suck you in there. Get that wrong, and you're going to lose a ton of time. But there's runoff room, as you can see, to get back on the track by turns 8 and 9. Through 10, 11, 12, Bishop's Bend. Over here to Cube 3, Bennett Transport Logistics, turn 15. Bridge Hall at turn 16. And you're on to the Ullman straightaway.
Yeah, and turn 16 there, Bennett Bridge Hall, turn 16, one of the most crucial corners on this circuit. You can get a pass down into the sunset of turn 17, but it's a little difficult. But if you lose it on 16, get a little bit off speed, you're going to be blown by down that long Ullman straight.
Yeah, and then if you goof up, like you said, Sunset Bend and out of 17, then you've ruined the front straightaway and your entrance into turn 1, and it just starts to compound from there.
Yeah, really snowballs if you mess that up coming out of 16. But if you get it right, you're going to get yourself a good run through Sunset, down into Cube 3, turn 1, and that'll just set you up for a good, not smooth, but rhythmic lap here at Sebring.
Folks making their way around, scrambling to get to the place they want to be for the start and watch the opening laps here of our season opener for Trans Am. Let's go through the grid. Here you go with row 1, the reigning champion, Paul Menard, and another former champion in Chris Dyson making up row number 1. Adam Andretti on the inside of row 2, former champ Tommy Dreese on the outside in that number 8. Then Brent Cruz, a champion in his own right, coming up from TA2, sits inside there in row 3 in the 70 with Keith Grant. Alongside of him, that's Dreese's teammate. Amy Ruman, a former champion, sits here in 7th with the legendary Paul Tracy in 10th. And another champ, this one a 2-time champion, Wally Dallenbach, in the 4 car inside position number 9. And on the outside, Danny Lowry in the 42.
Yeah, moving back to that second half of the field, we get into the primary XGT, SGT, GT categories. That's going to be a close battle, I think, between Lowry and 11th place of Billy Griffin. Some other good battles to keep an eye on through the field. One driver that's going to be working her way forward, Kaylee Bryson, starts down in 23rd position following a multiple tire change. She's got the speed in the XGT class to move her way forward, so keep an eye on that yellow Chevrolet Corvette. She could really have some momentum.
All right, here we come down behind the Janetta safety car. Down the Ullman straightaway. The lights are off on the safety car. We should be looking at the green flag as we come up onto the front straightaway. Everybody just waiting to row through the gearbox and get these big 900 horsepower beasts completely unleashed here at Sebring. It started in 1966, but now the quest to be the 2025 Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli champion begins right now here at the legendary Sebring International Raceway as the field makes its way onto the front straightaway. And we're green and racing here at Sebring live on Speed Sport 1. Menard getting close to the door on Dyson as they come up the front stretch. All bumping and banging as they set up for turn 1. Menard will be the first one into the corner. Here's Tracy in that number 10 IRC car trying to push up alongside of Dallenbach. Dallenbach on the outside in that blue number 4.
Andretti on Dyson coming into turn 3 there. I think he was able to get that move. Good heads up. And Dyson really put off by that little bit of bumping and banging with Menard. He's going to have to regather here for the rest of this race.
Well, for Dyson, a much better start than it was in 2024 as he was off at turn number 1 and in the wall. And big brakes. Smoke pouring out underneath Adam Andretti's car.
We said it earlier, no ABS in these machines. You got to be very careful in that heavy braking zone down into Mission Foods turn 7.
Field still trying to settle itself out, find its positions, and start looking for that rhythm. Here we go, on board with Tommy Dreesy. Trent Shoring on board camera. Here comes the field. There's Menard out front. The Pittsburgh Paints back machine, car number 3. At Ford Mustang. And Andretti slipping and sliding as well.
Well, it is a little bit on the chilly side, about 74, 75 degrees ambient temperature. It'll probably take a lap or two for these Pirellis to warm up a little bit, but Andretti really hustling it here early on. Look how close he's been able to gain coming through Bennett Barrage Hall section of the track. He is on a charge.
You realize when you said a little chilly here at 75, everybody north of the Florida border line just laughed at you.
You're not wrong, but still.
Menard, look at that nose just planted as they scream down the Ullman straightaway in his Ford Mustang. Here's Amy Ruman in that bright red Chevy Corvette. She's got Wally Dallenbach looking for a way around behind in his Ford Mustang. Great drone shot as we come up the front straightaway. Dyson sitting back here in third. He's got a lot of company as well. I believe that's Cruz right behind him.
Believe it is as well, yep. And Brent Cruz going to try to pick his way through the field a little bit. That is P4 of Brent Cruz trying to put that pressure onto Dyson. I hope nothing's wrong with that car from Dyson based off that contact with Menard. It was a pretty minor
It was pretty light,
hit,
wasn't
so
it?
I don't think there is.
You wouldn't think so, no.
Yeah.
I'm more concerned about Adam Andretti's car, the way it was looking pretty loose. Here's a move up the inside. Cruz gets inside of Dyson going into Mission Foods, turn number 7. Strong move there, and there's Dreesy in number 8 coming up behind him, and I believe that's 5th position.
And this is not the view that Chris Dyson wants to see. Brent Cruz directly ahead of him and starting to gain a little bit on him as they come down into Cunningham Corner. Not really able to make that many overtakes through this section of the track. It's much more of a rhythm section, second, third gear corners. Dyson getting a little slippy slidey there coming through Collier.
These later corners here are so important to get through right because they set you up for 16, which dumps you out onto that very long Ullman straightaway all through here. Get any of this wrong and your entrance onto Ullman is completely out the window, and then you lose so much time.
Well, and it's particularly tricky as you come into turn 15, or Jean de Bienne as it's been called. You think you really need to slow down for that right-hander, but it's much more of a flick. You've got to chuck the car in there and really just hope it sticks. But look at this advantage Paul Menard is starting to pull, and look at this. Andretti getting caught by Brent Cruz. Brent Cruz on a charge in that number 70.
Menard right now doing exactly what he wants. He's setting the pace. You can see the sparks showering out from underneath the front of the car. Here's Cruz in his Chevy, the Camaro body machine, car number 70. Cruz dealing with Andretti, gets to the inside. Do we have a change for second? Yes, we do. Cruz is now in second. Andretti slipping back in his Camaro. As Adam Andretti now finds himself in third. Dyson right behind him in fourth. Dyson in a Mustang as well. and then it's Dreesy after that in his Camaro. Right there, that's Tommy Dreesy, the former champ.
Dreesy falling back here a little bit in that number 8 machine. Now, there is some strategy here that's involved, and he may be in a position that he's wanting to save those Pirelli tires to be able to attack a little bit later on in the race. There is that strategic thinking about it.
100%. I had a long conversation with Wally Dallenbach about that, and he said, you know what? He goes, qualifying is not my best here, which he qualified 8th. But he said, what I try to do is I try to save those tires for late in the race. I set my car up for late in the race, use those tires late in the race. He said, at that point in time, I can be as quick as anybody out there, and that's when he goes for the win.
Well, and that's exactly what he did last year. He was able to stand on the podium a year ago by employing that exact strategy. So keep an eye on Dallenbach. He may be back in about 7th position right now, but that surge definitely coming later in the race.
Yeah. Here comes Amy Ruman. You see the red Corvette coming up onto the straight. Dallenbach right behind her. Here's the onboard with Wally. 160 plus miles an hour, 170 miles an hour as he sets up. Almost 175 as he sets up for Sunset. And that's the point. You've got to get out onto that straightaway just right so you can get terminal velocity like that at the far end.
Exactly, and notice what he was doing down into the braking zone for Sunset. A little bit of a lift and coast phase, very light on the brakes comparatively, and then very smooth on throttle application. Now that is all what we just talked about. Keeping an eye on those tires. Didn't get fully on the throttle there into Cube 3 turn 1 until he had cleared around the apex, just making sure not to spin those rears.
Exactly. One thing Wally told me about driving one of these Trans Am cars was 900 horsepower, and that is a legit number. In fact, Wally told me there's probably a few cars throughout the field that are over 900. He said his car has been on the dyno, and it was 900 horsepower at the rear wheel, so it's a very legit number. But he said driving one of these cars at the edge is like dancing with the devil. He said you just pray you get one more lap out of it.
They're scary to drive. They are a little bit frightening. I mean, this is...
They're frightening to watch.
They are. I mean, this is relatively unrestricted engineering. Try to get the fastest car that you can out of this, as opposed to the TA2 cars that are very sort of cut and dry and adhere to a very specific principle. There's a lot more freedom in these cars, and as we mentioned, no real driver aids. They are beasts. But look at this. Brent Cruz closing that gap on Paul Menard.
What do you think Cruz did so well in TA2 that's going to make him a good TA driver?
Well, if you're able to work around those driver aids that you have, really and truly, you don't want to engage ABS. You don't want to engage traction control, even if you have them. It's going to stop you from spinning. It's going to stop those tires from locking up, but it's going to slow your lap time down. So if you're able to drive on the limit of that, it'll really teach you valuable lessons, and that's what he's doing here. The only difference being, instead of engaging those driver aids, he's just pushing it to the limit of not spinning the car out.
Caught a glimpse at Kaylee Bryson. Very quick, very fast young lady driver in that bright yellow Corvette back here. And then number 5, she's out of Broken Arrow, Oklahoma. A lot of good race car drivers, believe it or not, come out of Broken Arrow. Andy Hillenberg, the World of Outlaw sprint car racer, hailed from Broken Arrow, Oklahoma.
Well, Kaylee knows a few things about running sprint cars. She's got a wide breadth of experience. Really anything with 4 wheels, she's raced it.
If you started in Oklahoma, you started on the dirt.
Yeah,
there's no doubt about it. It's just whether or not you had a wing on above you. That's all it came. That's the only question. Yeah, Kaylee, a very talented racer, putting on a good run here this afternoon. Early stages, good hour left to go in what is scheduled to be a 100-mile race for our Trans Am Series. That was the magic number. That first race back in '66 was a 4-hour race, but eventually 100 miles became the mark going across the country and up into Canada, wherever the series toured. Kaylee sets up nicely for Mission Foods turn 7. And look at Cruz, boy, he is hounding the backside of Menard. And I'm guessing right now, Paul Menard's going, who's this guy?
I think he's thinking, who's this kid behind me?
Yeah, I mean, he knows who it is, but you know that you get the point.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody was talking about Brent coming into the season, fully expecting him to be competitive, but I don't think everybody was expecting this necessarily in the first race.
Well, let's remember, I mean, he started back in 5th position, and look at the litany of drivers he's had to pass to get up to this point. Treacy, Andretti, Dyson. This is an impressive run from Brent Cruz, and he's really proving what we all knew he had. What's particularly impressive to me about this run, he's losing a little bit of time through the first sector, but on that last sector, the technical part coming through Cunningham and Collier, Jean Debienne, those really tricky corners to get right, that's where he's gaining the time.
There's Paul Tracy in that IRC car, which in talking to those crew guys about that very car, they said basically it's a simplified Australian supercar. Australian V8 supercar is what it is. Designed to come race over here. It has competed that design over in Australia, New Zealand. They've brought it up here to the States, and they're hoping to attract quite a few new purchasers who buy that car and come out and go racing. It's a very cost-effective way to go racing. And here's a change for the lead. Cruz diving. Menard counters. They're door-to-door, sweeping through the bend. Cruz with the advantage right now, and Menard's going to let him have it. Boy, that was an aggressive move early.
That's not normally an area where you see a pass coming down into turn 10. Very, very aggressive from Brent Cruz, and I liked exactly what you said there, Ralph. And that was Paul Menard recognizing, give up the ghost, maybe go back to that Dallenbach strategy. Now that you're not in the lead, save some tires a little bit, see if you can fight later.
That's the only thing I'm wondering about at this point with Brent Cruz, is he's driven so hard to get to this point. Has he driven too hard? And we don't know until we get to the end.
Yeah, and let's be clear, these Pirelli tires are just about as perfect as tires can be. They're going to last this 100 miles. They're going to have good grip all the way throughout. But no matter how perfect a tire is, you're going to have a little bit of that wear rate. And so that's what you're going to have to manage over the course of this 100-mile run. And for Cruz, I think his strategy here is just push as hard as you can. As you can see, the gap already growing over Menard, and hope by the time that those tires start to fall off, your gap's big enough that you're not going to be
you can hang on. I've been told that 2 laps is what you need to really get those tires up to temp. We are on lap 4, working lap 5, I guess, right now. So here's a look at the replay of the pass. Diving inside, Menard gave him room, let him carry it all the way across, and then tucked back after him to the outside through the bend there. And then Paul figured, okay, let's let the kid have his day in the sun.
Yeah, it's a wily move from the veteran, getting that crossover down through Collier, and it's really hard to hold it around the outside of that corner. As is the majority of this circuit, it is very, very flat. So you're not going to be able to carry that momentum easily, and good idea to give up the ghost is now we're starting to encounter some of the lap traffic. That's going to be those storyline throughout the race.
This might be one of our better battles right here. Amy Ruman in the red Corvette, just in front of the Ford Mustang of Wally Dallenbach. And then here's Cruz catching up to the backside of some traffic. David Pintarek in his Ford Mustang gets passed by our race leader Cruz, and then Menard will be looking at him. Here's that Mercedes, the AMG that our new president was talking about. You caught a glimpse of that briefly. That was Danny Lowry out of Beach Island, South Carolina, and that Bennett Bridge Hall pit box's Mercedes AMG GT4. There's the Maserati, one of them, and the Aston Martin. The Aston Martin is the 89. That's a GT category car. Mike Fitzpatrick out of Ellicott City, Maryland. 89X Motorsports Aston Martin GT4. And here's Ruman and Dallenbach onto the Ullman straightaway.
And this is where it's going to be crucial for Dallenbach. Just tuck up behind, get as much of that slipstream as possible. Try to be able to close on in. But Ruman looks like she's got a little bit more horsepower, maybe a little bit more straight line speed to pull away there. And that's going to give her some breathing room coming down to the sunset.
Yeah, that C7 bodied Corvette of Amy Ruman's, boy, that thing will thunder by you. I was watching her screaming through the bends underneath the Corvette bridge the other day, and that thing is just, it flies. Obviously, they've moved on to the C8 Corvette and many other forms of racing. Amy's still running that C7, which I think is a gorgeous-looking body on a Corvette anyway. Mine was white with black and loved it. Hated to see that car go. Here's Dallenbach in the Ford Mustang.
This is a little bit surprising to me here, Ralph. He's lost a lot of time to Ruman, frankly, over the course of a half a lap.
Yeah, you know, it has gone from, okay, Wally's just saving the car to, I'm not sure Wally doesn't have a problem.
Well, if we just saw on the screen there as he was up to full speed, kind of throwing his hand into the air. Also, if we watch that throttle trace, he lifted off the throttle and pushed it back down again. I don't want to have idle speculation, but I think there may be something a little bit problematic in that blue machine.
That would be a shame for the former two-time champion and now Hall of Famer. Wally getting into the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli Hall of Fame on, was that Friday night we did the induction here? And a shout out to Paul Dallenbach, Wally's younger brother, going into the Pikes Peak Hall of Fame later this year. Well done. Following in the footsteps of their legendary father, who's in just about probably every Hall of Fame, as he should be, Wally Sr. There's Adam Andretti in that 17 top-liner machine. Little slick coming out of there, coming out of 17 with Chris Dyson right on his tail. Andretti in the Camaro, Dyson in the Ford Mustang.
Well, and that's kind of what we've seen Andretti be driving like this whole race. Very, very aggressive, right on the limit of that adhesion. Winner, obviously, last year at Road Atlanta, able to take advantage of some misfortune of others. But this is, frankly, how Adam drives. He likes to drive on the limit, let that car hang out over the edge a little bit. It's just how he likes the car to be. That's how he thinks he can get the most out of it.
Chris Dyson in that Jim Weed-sponsored machine, former champion in his own right. And boy, as we said last year here, if you saw the race at the start, started on the front row on the pole, going down into turn one, got way down to the inside, went through that big bump down there, got the rear end of the car loose, and it was a mess from there.
Yeah, it really was. Heavy impact into the wall for Ernie Francis Jr. at that point. Thankfully, everybody able to walk away okay, but it really set up for what was an unpredictable season until midway through when Paul Menard started to dominate. I mean, the next couple of rounds as we went to NOLA Motorsports Park and Road Atlanta, we saw multiple winners.
Yeah, but Dyson was really just digging out of that hole ever since that moment all the way to the end of the year. End of the year this season will take place at Circuit of the Americas in November, so we got a long way to go. Hope you'll be with us throughout the season. We're going to visit basically every legendary road circuit around the country. Road Atlanta is coming up next in March, and then it's on from there. We're going to go to Barber for the first time this year in Alabama. We'll be at Road America, Mid-Ohio. We're going to Laguna Seca, WeatherTech Raceway, Sonoma Raceway. It's going to be a stunning season. Canadian Motorsports Park, Mosport up outside of Toronto. It's going to be great.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very good to see. As this battle continues on. Very excited to see these cars at Barber Motorsports Park. Hadn't been there before last year. Becoming one of my favorite venues to see a race in North America.
We're hearing the 7 car has retired. That was Keith Grant from Germantown, Tennessee, the trench shoring Motul-backed Chevy Camaro, teammate to Tommy Dreese, and that's suspension problems for him. And then also hearing that Wally Dallenbach has retired in the 4 car, transmission issues. That's why he was raising the hand.
And that would explain it. That's why he's got a little bit of going on and forward right now as they go. So very, very unfortunate for Dallenbach to have that problem. You hate to see it there, but that would explain lifting off the throttle a little bit, trying to get that transmission to engage, kind of confirming our suspicions from earlier on in the race.
Yep. Watching from our drone, you saw Dyson sweeping through, and Chris has lost some ground now to Adam Andretti.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if this is Andretti starting to pull away a little bit or if Dyson maybe has a little bit of an issue. Again, kind of similar to what we saw with Ruman and Dallenbach, that gap growing more than I would expect from one errant mistake.
Move up the inside here is Andretti, getting past some of the slower traffic as he works his way down the Ullman straightaway. Now looks like he's got one of the Maseratis in front of him. He should go whistling past that car before he gets to Sunset. He does, moves back over to set that lineup to get into Sunset. Here comes Dyson as well in his Ford Mustang. And Andretti's Camaro is still looking pretty strong, although he's been working those rear tires pretty hard.
He's been working them very, very hard. That slipping and sliding puts a lot of lateral load into the tires, which is going to heat them up a little bit more. But the one good thing for Andretti is he, frankly, was able to pin Chris Dyson down in a position that he really wanted to be. Dyson got caught behind that Maserati coming into Sunset, and it's a difficult corner to overtake in. We talked about this yesterday during the TA2 race, that you think you want to go all the way to the inside, but there's really only one line through there that minimizes the bumps. And so Dyson had to hold behind, probably lost about a half a second.
This is going to be fun to watch as they were coming onto the Ullman straightaway. You got Paul Tracy just in front of Adam Andretti.
Tracy versus Andretti, that's
here they are. And Andretti gets him to the inside. Oh no, that's Masoud. The cards look identical. That's Masoud, Hamad Masoud, with a great strong move in his Trans Am car inside of Tracy.
Proving me wrong there, making the pass into turn 17, making a liar out of me.
Well, no, you're correct. It is a very difficult and not a normal place to make that pass, but Paul gave him the room, and Masoud was able to take advantage of it.
Well, and I think in that position, we've got to remember those are two different classes competing against each other. So Masoud has a little bit more straight line speed, able to carry that into the corner a little bit more.
Taking a look at the number 36 machine. That's the SGT category car of Princeton, Iowa's Joshua Carlson, the Enseva Dirix Limited TC Fab Ford Mustang. Here he is, headed over into turn number 1. Let's see where he's running right now. Shown in 14th overall. There's the Viper. That Viper is that Land Search LLC Dodge Viper of Lee Saunders from nearby Lakeland, Florida. Car number 2 running in SGT. Car 84, I should say. And right now, Lee is behind Carlson in 15th. And that is not normally the car that he would be in. Normally it's that black car, but he ran that at an SCCA event and crashed it.
Yeah, always good to see a Viper here in these kind of series. But yeah, was running a couple of weeks ago in SCCA, crashed that black Viper, had this other one to fall back on, so decided to use it here and bring it out at Sebring. Hopefully we're able to see that black Viper repaired, because that is always a car that I love to see. As we take a look here at the 31 machine, Brandon Jones, the Advantage originator.
Chris Dyson, the machine. Here banging down through the gearbox in the Mission, turn number 7. Now he's going to roll right back up through him. The acceleration of 900 horsepower, all going right down to their pavement here, and Sebring just trying to rotate the earth with that thing.
Yeah, and just a little bit off the ways here of Adam Andretti. I wonder if Dyson maybe made the conscious decision to back off a little bit, save the tires, and not run as close behind Adam. And that could be for twofold reasons. One, wanting to do that. Two, if you are running a little bit closer to that car in front of you, now this isn't like an open wheel category where we've got massive amounts of downforce, but there is still some significant aerodynamic effect on these cars. And if you run too close behind in that aero wake that we like to call, you're going to be slipping and sliding a lot more and use up those tires. So I wonder if Dyson's just holding back a little bit, calming the car down, and he's going to make a charge here in about 10 laps time.
Chris is a very smart race car driver. He's got a lot of laps and a lot of different forms of machinery. He's real good on race strategy, so I would bet as well that that's probably what Chris is doing. He's still running decent times with a 1:59.42 as his best. Our race leader, Brent Cruz's best time, just a second quicker. So Chris hasn't lost a ton of speed at all. He's just saving those rears a little bit.
Well, and that's the thing as a driver. If you're able to be quick-ish, quick enough to compete with the drivers in front of you and be saving tires, oh, that's a golden ticket to success right there.
The gap back to Menard from Cruz, 5.643. Andretti another 2 seconds back behind that. Here's Menard. There's Andretti in his top liner number 17. And there goes Dyson. Again, that last lap, just a second difference between Dyson and cars in front of him. So he's right there. Another one of the Mercedes AMG machines, an SGT. Andretti's Camaro.
And Andretti looks like he's starting to close in a little bit here on Paul Menard. This could be a battle for P2. They're only about 2 seconds away from each other. So while Cruz sets the pace at the front of this field up by about 5.5 seconds. Oh, but we've got a yellow, double wave yellows.
Yes, we do. That's going to shake things up a little bit, isn't it? That almost 6-second gap that Cruz had over Menard and the rest is about to evaporate in a hurry.
Yeah, this is going to be a real challenge here for Brent Cruz. This is really going to test his mettle a little bit and see if he's able to build that gap over yesterday. Very reminiscent in this situation of what we saw from the TA2 race with Tyler Gonzalez having to manage all of those restarts. My other big question is going to be that battle for P2 with Adam Andretti. Is he going to be able to push a little way forward? Oh, it's Dyson into the wall.
Oh, well, it took a little bit longer than it did last year, but the same result as last year. A little bit of a fire in front of the windshield there as the hood has come completely ajar. But Chris Dyson sees the opening round just go completely away and a good points day go up in smoke.
Quite literally with that fire. And the good news is as you can see there, Dyson out of the car. The excellent rescue crews here and the safety workers from Sebring International Raceway getting to the car, putting that flame retardant on it to make sure that that fire is put out. So the good news out of that is Chris is out of the car.
Oh, there he is. Nosed into the wall.
That's a
that's a pretty big hit.
impact.
Look at the damage to the right front of that car.
And is that coming through 11 and 12 on the back half of the circuit? That's kind of what it looks like. Oh, man, that car is torn up.
Boy, as much damage as that sustained, I'm glad to see Chris was able to get out and walk away because that was a heavy, heavy impact.
Yeah. Oh my goodness! Right front of that car.
Look at the K-wall behind the tires is actually ajarred.
And that is solid concrete behind that, folks. That is a very hefty impact.
Wow, that was a massive impact. Well, while they clean up the mess here, Chris Dyson's incident, we will take a quick break here on Speed Sport 1, and we'll be back with more live coverage from Sebring after this.
Is this? Look at this view from Losowski.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
Speed turn 140 mile an hour entry speeds.
The quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the VBox HD2 system.
I've been waiting for
Kind of proposes things, and he rockets by Sima. There's Boris said.
One of the ways you overtake here at Sebring is really good in the braking zones, like this one right here.
Both go around. There's the green. We are back and at it. Watch this. Oh, look out, Miller, look out.
And we are back live here on Speed Sport 1 at Sebring International Raceway, where in 1966 the Trans-American Sedan Championship was born on a Friday afternoon in March, the Friday before that year's running of the Sebring 12 Hours, by the way, DJ.
Yeah, I mean, lots of it there, but oh man, I keep looking at that car from Dyson. My
now that they pulled it back out of the tire barrier there, you can really see the damage to the right front, especially on that car, right down on the ground. Let's learn more about what happened to Chris as we go down trackside. Here's Ben Sissel.
All right, I'm here with Stevie Dix with Jim Weed, and unfortunately, Stevie, this is 2 years in a row for just bad luck for Dyson here at the start of the season. What happened?
Yeah, the Jim Weed Ford Mustang. We were going really fast all the way to this point this weekend. Chris was out there. Everything was going to plan, and then we had a mechanical failure. Chris had to pull out and get out of the car real quick there.
But driver's okay.
Driver's fine. Driver's fine.
That's good news. Stevie Dix, legendary mechanic here in the Trans Am Series with the Jim Weed team. But then right down here, Paul Menard, last year's champion. Let's see if we can get some comments from the 3GT team. Looks like they're looking at the cars as David Pinteric comes by. I'm going to try to talk to Tony. Tony, sorry to interrupt with 3GT, but what is your driver Paul Menard saying?
He said it's hot and fast out there. It's going to be a long race, so far so good.
He won here last year at our season opener. Is he gonna? What's his strategy? To let the race come to him? It's a long race. It's rough on these cars.
Very long race. Our intent is to save the tires, be there at the end.
All right, be there at the end. Gentlemen, back up to you in the booth.
All right, Ben, so glad to hear that Chris is definitely okay. Man, look at that hit. There's still a lot of fluids down over there, too. Off track, of course, but the biggest thing is making sure that that tire barrier is back in position and the wall as well.
And the Sebring safety crews there, you can see not even having to kind of hassle with a rollback here, literally just picking that up on a forklift. That car is all kinds of torn up, but as you said, the best news we've heard all day is Dyson is okay. But very interesting what we heard there out of Paul Menard's crew, kind of reiterating what we had been talking about earlier, saving the tires, letting that race come to them a little bit. Definitely some things to think about for Brent Cruz.
That's pretty good driving right there by our forklift driver. I wasn't so sure that was going to get through there, was he?
I think the angle was a little bit deceptive as they had that lifted above the tires, but still, I mean, to balance it like that, credit where credit's due. That's impressive.
That was some stout wheeling of the heavy machinery there for sure. Well, the crew's going to have a lot of work to do on that before they get to Road Atlanta in March.
Yeah, a little bit of time to be able to work on it, but that's going to cost a little bit, and that's going to take a little bit as well.
And only 3 cars out before, or 2 cars out prior to that. So again, a terrible points day for Chris to begin the year.
Yeah, I mean, coming into this year, I spoke to him a little bit, and he really just wanted a points finish here this weekend. He kind of joked to me about it a little bit, but really and truly, you don't want to be starting the season digging yourself out of a hole. You want to just start with points as they are.
Yeah, you want a little momentum, right?
Yeah.
Just a little momentum. Let's go back down to Ben for another story.
Time Trans Am champion of Amy Ruman, who was inducted into the Hall of Fame just Friday night. Dave, what is she saying on the radio to you?
Well, the car's a little loose. The track is, really tough on all the equipment, and there's lots of sand that blows onto the track, so cars are really loose in the back end. But she's soldiering on, and she's actually running in 4th place now, and we're we're hoping it'll continue that way. So just keep creeping forward.
Nice, I love it. Well, stay with me real quick, because right down here is Nitro Motorsports with Brent Cruz, and I see Jimmy live on the scene. So we're going to come to Jimmy live on the scene. Jimmy live, we're on the scene, we're live. What's Brent Cruz saying in the radio?
Brent Cruz is saying nothing because his mic's not working, but he doesn't have to. He can hear us, so it's all good. We're just trying to keep up the Nitro Motorsports tradition here. Dominated TA2 race yesterday with Tyler Gonzalez, and Thomas Nunziata won, and Brent, he's just cruising.
I love it. Brent just cruising. Gentlemen, back to you.
And I missed you.
All right, there's the rollback that'll take Dyson's car all the way back to the paddock area. As we continue to clear up this mess and get ready to get back to racing. Again, scheduled for 100 miles. We've completed 4 laps, it looks like, at speed. Still a lot of racing yet to go.
Yeah, it looks like they've actually moved that second forklift back there, and I wouldn't be surprised, as you pointed out, Ralph, that they probably needed that to reposition those concrete barriers behind. The biggest thing, once you make sure that the driver is safe and that there's not any immediate danger from the car, the other thing you've got to do here for these safety crews is make sure that the barriers around the track haven't been deformed, so if, God forbid, there is another incident at the same place, there is not a weak link in that safety equipment around the track.
See the double yellow still displayed around the racetrack. Ginetta's safety car out in front of the field. Well, you've heard us mention it a few times. On Friday evening, they had the inaugural induction class for the new Trans Am Hall of Fame. Some of our Hall of Famers competing with us here today, including Wally Dollenbach and Amy Ruman and Amy Ruman and
Dyson, yes.
Chris Dyson went in. There you go. Here's a look back at it. Roger Penske went in, George Fulmer went in, Dan Gurney went in, absolutely Greg Pickett, absolutely spectacular. Willie T. Ribbs, of course, Justin Bell was the MC. There's a look at everybody. John Claggett went in, Tommy Kendall, there's Paul Gentilozzi, the great George Fulmer, Willie T. and Chris Dyson, Tony Pirella, Amy Ruman, and Ernie Francis went in as well.
Yeah, Francis obviously able to take a couple of those victories. Also, Lynn St. James inducted in as well. She served as our Grand Marshal yesterday. A really wonderful ceremony to be a part of. It's one of those events that you just kind of walked in the door and you recognize the history and the legends that were in that room.
I want to make sure we mention Parnelli Jones, too. I don't know if we got Parnelli's name mentioned there. PJ went in as well. All right, back to Ben.
I'm with my good friend Xavier Willis here, a jack of all trades. He's like crewman extraordinaire for those 2 Maseratis, Chris Coffey, Colin Cohen. But he's got a great battle out there with Fitzpatrick in that Aston Martin. What's he saying on the radio, Xavier?
Absolutely. But overall, he's being pretty calm overall, not really panicking, just, keeping his cool and running, trying to stay ahead of the game.
Now, last year's GT champion, does he like having this stiff competition like he has today?
Absolutely. He thrives on it, For the most part, that's what he's looking for, stiff competition.
All right, well, gentlemen, back up to you.
All right, Ben. You see the black and the white of Paul Tracy's machine. Got to congratulate him and his new wife, Lisa. They got married this past week. Had a brief honeymoon and finishing up that honeymoon here at Sebring.
That sounds like a pretty good honeymoon to me to end things with a little bit of racing. But very, very happy nuptials to Paul. It's wonderful to see him getting married, and we wish him and his new wife all the best.
Absolutely. Good look at the Viper. Backside of that car, that green machine of Lee Saunders from Lakeland, Florida. Well, they're continuing to clean things up from the Dyson incident, so we will take the opportunity to take care of some more business. And we will return to Sebring International Raceway for more of our live coverage of the season opener for Trans Am here on Speed Sport 1.
You've got a business to run, big and heavy products to ship, and customers who need them now. When you've got the right driver and the right equipment, you can bet on a spectacular result. Bennett understands complex logistics and puts the best team, the most time, and the latest technology into every customer relationship, so you can sit back, relax, and enjoy the race. Let us handle the rest.
Together, we can move anything.
Welcome back live on Speed Sport 1 here from the legendary Sebring International Raceway. Trans Am presented by Pirelli. Kicking off the 2025 championship season. Field making their way down into Sunset. Looks like our emergency response vehicles are making their way back to their position. Looks like maybe one more lap and hopefully we'll be green.
And there wow. That is a hit.
Yeah,
folks.
and you can see, based on the amount of damage, the ferociousness of the impact, right? But you also see how the safety designed into the car worked. As pieces came off, dissipating energy, but the crush zones were there. It might have crushed and knocked stuff off, but it stopped at the firewall and didn't get to the driver.
Exactly, and that's one of the things that we always say. Oh,
we have another one.
That's the number 57 machine. That's David Pentarek.
Didn't hear about that.
No. It's a little bit unfortunate there for David, obviously.
We're hearing that Tommy Dreese is going to go to the back of the field due to a penalty on this restart. Looks like Tommy has slotted in there. And we're going to touch base with Ben one more time.
Thank you very much. We just saw David Pentarek, the number 57 car, one of my favorite drivers in the series. And wasn't with us last season, so not a great start to this season, but I heard rear suspension damage, maybe a trailing arm broke on that one. But I've got the mad scientist of the Trans Am series here with me, Claudio Burton with the Adam Andretti car. Adam had kind of a shunt yesterday, so we weren't sure about today, but he looks great. What's he saying, Claudio?
He's not saying a whole lot right now. He's a little beat up from yesterday. Took a 78G hit on the computer, so a little hospital trip, but he checked out good and he felt good and he wanted to race. So he's a driver and a racer, and he's going after him.
Now, you have a different approach to a TA car. You've been working on this a long time. I know you're a scientist by trade, a mad scientist, mind you. And last year...
They're so mad on that one.
No, I know. You're mad. You know that. And then you've been working on this and developing it. Is this your year for a championship?
Well, we hope so. You know, we didn't really have a lot of budget to test the car, so we've been testing it every race, basically. And here again, we were trying a little different diff in the practice session. It wasn't good. We switched back to what we knew. The car woke up, and yeah, it's the design of the car is the intent to be best at the end of the race, so that it doesn't lose balance like a traditional TA car.
Nice, I love it. The top liner, spray-on bed liner, Claudio Burton. Gentlemen, back up to you in the booth.
Thank you, Ben. Boy, 78 Gs.
That is a very, very large hit for Andretti, and very, very happy that he is okay. And it's really a testament to that racing spirit that he has, that he's back in the car here today. I'm not sure if I would be able to do that.
No, that would be that'd be a beating on the body for sure. Field making its way out onto the Ullman Straight. Tracy tagging the back. And looks like we're coming to green. Lights are off on the Ginetta safety car. Field is lining up behind Brent Cruz. Paul Menard right behind him. Last year's winner of this race, last year's champion. Paul Tracy heating up the hides back there. Trying to put a little heat in those tires, those Pirellis. See how good Cruz is on the restart here. See if he can get himself a little ground.
Didn't have the best initial start. This could be back around to it. We'll have to see how he does.
Waiting and waiting on that green. It comes out a little late just before they get to the start-finish line. And we are racing, and look at this. Menard swinging to the outside. Cruz trying to fend him off at the line to the inside, coming down into turn number one. Tracy comes over just in front of Kaylee Bryson as she pulls the Corvette up to the inside, gets around the Maserati. That was a strong move by Kaylee.
That was a very strong move by Kaylee. She tries to get it to go. Menard trying to fight his way through right now. Looks like Cruz was able to fend him off, and now Bryson moving her way forward onto the back of the next car. Oh, that's a little bit wide there from the 31 of Brandon Jones.
She is giving Paul Tracy everything he can handle right now, and Cruz cannot shake Menard yet as we get to Mission Foods turn number 7. And Andretti right there and Ruman right there. So Amy got through some of the slower. Oh, contact between Bryson and Tracy.
Just a little bit of a side bonk there between the two of them. Looks like Bryson's going to lose that opportunity, but Tracy knows she's there now and that she is on the attack. She wants this top position in XGT.
Here comes Menard filling up the mirrors of Cruz's Camaro. That Pittsburgh paints back Ford Mustang. Paul Menard and Adam Andretti, Amy Ruman. So we have Chevy, Ford, Chevy, and Chevy up front here. A couple of Camaros, a Mustang, and a Corvette. Sounds like Trans Am, doesn't it?
It certainly does. Watch Adam Andretti here on the back straightaway. He may be one to keep an eye for, as Paul Tracy's gotten back around Kaylee Bryson there.
And if you're just tuning in here live on Speed Sport 1, trying to figure out exactly what that car is that Paul Tracy is driving, the International Race Cars IRC entry. From the front, it looks like a Camaro. From the side, it looks like a Ford Mustang. So no surprise if you weren't able to figure out exactly what PT is driving here today. This current generation of that car, they've done some continuous evolution to the design of that machine, and all based off of an Australian V8 supercar.
Love to see that kind of crossover among racing series. Obviously, we've seen a lot of that in recent years, notably Shane Van Gisbergen and Scott McLaughlin making the jump over. Oh, car spun around. That's the number 49 of Patrick Utz.
That's the TA2 car.
Yep.
That has been changed to meet the specs and run in SGT. Looks like we're going to stay green. Kaylee's under attack here. Coming up the inside, that Ford Mustang number 31. That car belonging to Brandon Jones out of Atlanta, Georgia.
And that's not a battle for position. Jones running in the TA class, Kaylee running in the XGT category, but she's going to want to try to hold on to the back of him, maybe get a little bit of that draft, try to get up behind Paul Tracy as much as possible.
Well, and Jones, he's a great story here today. Let's see, where do they have him listed right now? They have Brandon battling with Kaylee over 7th position. But Jones, of course, is also running in the NASCAR Xfinity Series. He was busy yesterday over at Atlanta Motor Speedway. Finished up his racing there where he crossed the finish line in 13th. Flew down here immediately. He started from the back of the field, of course, because of being late and missing qualifying and all that sort of stuff. But he is having a great run here so far this afternoon. We're expecting more out of him before the day is done.
Well, and I love seeing that out of Cup drivers as well as Xfinity and Truck Series drivers coming over to the TA2 and the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli to really get more of that road racing experience, get a little bit of the feel of what it's like to be racing on some of America's great road racing circuits. We're seeing more and more, obviously Connor Zillage kind of being the poster child of all of that.
Yeah, and it's that younger generation that grew up sim racing and karting and that sort of thing, as opposed to a couple of generations back where guys like Jimmy Spencer or Rick Mast, people like that, just did not grow up road racing. They grew up driving Novels. Menard.
Oh, there's a problem for
strong,
Cruz.
and we have definitely got a problem for Cruz as he slows way down at the entrance to Mission Foods Turn 7, and he is off course. Wonder if he overdid it. Maybe the car just has given up the ghost.
Oh, but once again, it's the Nitro Motorsports curse here at this point. We saw this yesterday from Tyler Gonzalez. Cruz has parked the car. Something wrong there for that number 70.
That Chevy Camaro was so strong, and now the Ford Mustang finds itself back at the front with another Camaro breathing down its neck. That Camaro belonging to Adam Andretti.
All right, game on for now the lead of the race. We heard Paul Menard, we heard Adam Andretti, both their crew chiefs, both of them talking about how these cars were really set up and designed looking towards the end of the race, particularly with Andretti. The whole concept of the car was to keep it as good as possible late on in the race. Well,
22
did it best.
22 minutes left in this one. Andretti sure doesn't seem to be losing any time either, does he?
No,
they scream across the start-finish line here. The gap is just 0.4 of a second between the two. Menard running a 1:59.2, and Adam Andretti a 1:59.7.
It's a pretty close pace. We'll have to see just if Adam's going to be able to close this on in. He's pushing, kicking up some dirt there on the exit of turn 4.
See that. Well, you're not going to have to encourage Adam much to get the speed up a little bit. He's always got a little more in the tank if he has to.
Not sure if there was a little bit of dirt on the track there, or maybe just the merest hint of a lockup, but there was definitely a little bit puff of something coming off of Paul Menard down into Mission Foods Turn 7.
Here's our Viper. Again, a backup Viper, not the normal one for the league. Normally being black. It's a new paint scheme, a new look for Paul Menard. Takes a bit of a second to get used to seeing it, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. He obviously ran in that pretty iconic now 31 livery, the Menards Master Force, but Pittsburgh Paint, the new primary sponsor, that of course being the Menards in-house brand of paint. So he's able to bring that sponsorship on board, and yeah, it's a little bit different to take a look at, but it is a very pretty car. Kind of camouflaged a little bit in the way that those colors are arranged. Very striking, and looks better and better the closer you get to it.
You know where it looks good? Out front.
That it does.
And it's doing a good job of that today. I'm sure Paul thinks it's a beautiful car right now, as he should. And if it keeps running like it is today, it's going to quickly become a very iconic color scheme.
Yes, it is. And Menard here, credit where he's doing, that they are, he is growing that gap. It was about 0.4 of a second a lap ago. It's grown up to 0.8 of a second. I don't know if he's pushing full out, but we'll see.
Here's a pretty good fight developing back here. We have Paul Tracy. PT's got Brandon Jones right on his tail. Brandon, having started at the tail end of the field after finishing 13th yesterday, the NASCAR Xfinity Series race up in Atlanta, has now found himself in 7th and pushing Tracy for 6th. That's an impressive run.
It's a very, very impressive run for him.
And here's Tracy. Tracy, remember, got shuffled all the way to the back due to a penalty. And Tommy now, where they showed Tommy. Tommy's up to 5th.
Wow. I think Tommy Dreesy's got a little bit of speed, got a little bit of something to prove underneath that black machine.
Former champion of the series, Tommy Dreesy, and if you've ever been to the movie theaters, you see those giant cutouts around the theater promoting movies. That's Tommy Dreesy's business. That's what he does. I got to see if he's got one of those for the new Led Zeppelin movie.
Oh,
that would be the one I would want. He can keep the one for Mission Impossible or whatever else is coming out this summer. I want the one from the new Led Zeppelin movie.
I could make my fiance very happy and get her the Wicked one, maybe. That'd make her over the moon.
There you go. Tommy Dreesy having fun. He'll be back out in historic Trans Am coming up a little later in the Chaparral Camaro, legendary car. There's Tommy on the backside of Masood. As they're on to the Ullman straightaway, and then you see that battle between PT and Jones back there right behind him. Dreesy to the inside, entering Sunset, clears him, and Tommy Dreesy gets around Masood. That puts him 4th.
That's a good run and a good pass there by Tommy Dreesy. Just knew he had the overspeed, able to carry it down into Sunset and make it play. They'll cross the line here with 4 laps left to go.
We haven't talked much about Amy Ruman outside when we've seen her on camera, but she is up to 3rd. She got a break with Dyson getting knocked out, and then we see the problems with Cruz. But credit to her for being in position to take advantage of those opportunities. Put that Corvette 3rd. She could be on the podium today.
It's very similar to what we saw her do last year at this exact race. Just drive consistent, fast laps. We didn't see a lot of necessarily battling with her this race as we see her on screen there, but that's half the art of driving in a competitive environment, just making sure you're in position to take advantage.
Well, and look, that Corvette, older generation, might not have the outright speed that Paul Menard's machine has or Brent Cruz's machine has, but she's got the racecraft to get herself good points days throughout the course of the season. And that's how you win the championship at the end, as she has done in the past.
Well, it's like we talked about yesterday during the TA2 race. It's not about, well, it is partially about who can win the most races to take a championship, but the real key is maximizing your worst days. If your worst day is a podium performance here for Amy Ruman, I'll tell you what, that means it's a good shot for a championship again.
So Tracy and Jones are reeling in the backside of Masood right now. Masood in that Ford Mustang, the Allgram backed entry, number 21. There's one of the Maseratis you caught a glimpse of. And this is a fight for 5th. 3 cars going for 5th. Can you imagine if Jones comes here, starts tail end of the field after finishing 13th yesterday in the Xfinity race in Atlanta and gets a top 5? Wow.
I'd say that's a pretty darn good weekend
I'd
for
say
Brandon
we'll see you
Jones.
at Road Atlanta is what I'd say, right?
I would too.
Yes, you can come back and play again. That would be pretty strong. So it's Menard, Andretti, Ruman, Dreesy, Masood, Jones, Tracy, Kaylee Bryson up to 8th. She's in the top 10. Billy Griffin has his Mercedes AMG running in 9th, with Danny Lowry in his Mercedes AMG right behind him in 10th. Then it's Carlson, DeGainer in a Ford Mustang, Lee Saunders in the Viper in 13th, Patrick Utt in his Chevy Camaro in 14th, and 15th is Chris Coffey. Then Fitzpatrick, Cohen, I believe they're still running. Cruz, Dyson, Pinteric, Dallenbach, Bakur, Grant, and Lindstrom all out of the event.
Yeah, a little bit, I wouldn't say surprising, but unfortunate to have this many drivers out of this race, especially early on. But let's remember the old adage that is said about Sebring International Raceway. It's harder to race 12 hours at Sebring than it is to race 24 at Daytona. This track is old school. This track is bumpy. It is brutal. It is a physical test on the car and on the driver. And so completing a race here is definitely something to hang your hat on, as our leader is coming up on a little bit of lap traffic.
Oh yeah, 100%. You're right about that. Menard working Utt. In that former Trans TA2 car. And Andretti will clear him as well as they come across the start-finish line. So we've got just a couple of laps remaining here. Where does Andretti have the best shot, do you think, of getting and catching and then getting around Menard?
Well, I think here for him, he may have just started to build his best opportunity. That caught a little bit of Paul Menard a little bit off coming around up there into Sunset Bend. It put him back in the order a little bit, back into the clutches of Adam Andretti. We could see a run here. I would be keeping my eye out going into Bennett Bridge Hall turn 15 and 16. That's been the sneak attack area. If Adam is able to get a good run coming through this back half of the circuit, we may see something there.
Caught a glimpse of Fitzpatrick, Mike Fitzpatrick in the Aston Martin GT4. That's the 89X Motorsports entry. Looks like he is running second in GT, 16th overall. Clear racetrack in front of these two for now. Let's see if it stays that way all the way to the finish as they come out. They're over on the backside of the racetrack here. There's our Viper. And a lime green. Out onto the Ullman Straight.
Not quite close enough here to take advantage for Adam Andretti. If he's going to do this, he's going to have to do it on outright pace.
About a half a second gap between the two. See if we get the white flag this time by or not. Menard's Ford Mustang skipping through the final corner. And there's the white flag. 1 to go here at Sebring.
All right, game on, race on for this lead. The gap as they cross over the line, 7.5 tenths of a second. Can Adam Andretti close it in?
Now, as we wind this one down, don't touch the dial on Speed Sport 1 as soon as this is over. We're going to have historic Trans Am coming up live from here as well, which was a thrilling finish yesterday. All right, what can Adam Andretti do here as they make their way towards Mission Foods turn number 7? Tracy has caught Amy Ruman. That's going to be a good battle to the line. Here we go, Mission Foods turn number 7, hard on the brakes. Menard first one there. Easy through. Andretti slips the rear a little bit, fighting for traction.
I think what Paul Menard has to do here to close this race down is just keep a good line. There's Kaylee Bryson working her way through a little bit of traffic.
Kaylee having a good run. She's in the top 10. She's got a pair of Mercedes AMGs pushing her. Here come our race leaders. heading over towards the Ullman straightaway. Menard still out in front. Doesn't look like the gap has changed too much just yet. Couple more corners. The long straightaway down into Sunset. Maserati and the Aston, they're going to have one more tour around the Sebring circuit to go. Here's Menard. Andretti fighting to catch him. Wants one shot coming off of 17. Not sure car 17 has it. They ran a 2:04.5 to a 2:04.6 on that last lap, just a tenth of a second between the two, but about a half a second gap as they enter Sunset Bend. Last year, Paul Menard won this race and went on to win the 2024 Trans Am Series by Pirelli Championship. In 2025, he checks the first box as he comes to line to win here today at the season opener at Sebring. Adam Andretti with a tremendous performance. Battles through to finish second here this afternoon. Here comes the rest of the field. Amy Ruman looking for a top three. Tommy Dreese pushing. This is a fight for the final podium position. There's Utt in the 49. He's lapped down to Amy. There's Ruman, that red Corvette. She's going to be up on the podium here this afternoon at Sebring as well. Congrats to her as she gets Utt right at the line. Dreese, who had been penalized to the tail of the field. What an impressive run for Tommy. Almost gets third, ends up fourth.
Yeah, it looked like there that I think he may have made a mistake on that last lap, maybe forcing him back a little bit from Ruman, but an impressive drive nonetheless.
And PT, Paul Tracy, fights off Jones all the way to the finish, and they will finish with Tracy, I believe, in 6th. Jones in 7th after finishing again. We'll tell you the story. He was 13th yesterday in the NASCAR Xfinity race at Atlanta Motor Speedway. Hustles down here to Sebring, starts tail of the field, and a great run just outside the top 5.
Yeah, good stuff there for them. Love that from Paul Menard. Glove off already, giving a big wave to the fans gathered around the circuit.
Rest of the field crossing the line, closing out the day. It looks like in GT, Paul Tracy, of course, will get the class win. That's XGT. Tracy gets the class win. Kaylee Bryson will be second. Billy Griffin will be third. Danny Lowry would be fourth. GT1 goes to John DeGainer. SGT goes to Josh Carlson with Lee Saunders and Patrick Utt rounding out the podium there. GT is going to be Chris Coffey, Mike Fitzpatrick, and Colin Cohen. Maserati, Aston, Maserati. And that should take care of the top 3 in each of our divisions here, as well with Trans Am, which is Menard, Andretti, and Ruman.
Good racing across the board. Great to see this GT1 category coming on in, a new catch-all category for GT cars.
Okay, you got the Ullman straightaway to tell me what you take away from this as we set up for Road Atlanta.
Well, I think the biggest thing that we've got to keep in mind here is that we're going to see a similar setup to what we saw last year. Menard's got the advantage. Everybody's going to be chasing him. But I think the likes of Dyson and Cruz are going to be the real challengers this year. They've got to be careful. Dare I say Dyson overdrove the car a little bit in Road Atlanta last year, put him further on the back step. Menard is in the position he wants to be.
Don't count out Tommy Dreese.
No.
It's very early. He's got a brand new car, brand new sponsors, teammate ready to go. That car to go from the tail end of the field to finish 4th, 1 spot off the podium, that's a stout race car, and we know he's a championship-winning driver.
I think you and I had this conversation before we went on the air. I think there's legitimately 5, maybe 6 drivers that can win this championship. Menard, Andretti, Cruz, Dyson, Dreese.
Now, Tracy is not scheduled to run the whole season right now in that IRC car, but they said, you know what, if we're in the thick of things coming out of Road Atlanta, you never just know. Well, they're looking pretty good here today with a class win. And just outside the top 5 overall.
I'm particularly excited to see what can happen if Kaylee Bryson didn't have that qualifying penalty where she changed tires. If she was able to start up with Paul Tracy, I think we would have saw a scrap for the ages.
She is definitely got some speed in her in that Corvette. That's going to be a fun one to watch all season long as well. All right, we're going to be making our way over to the Jim Weed Winner's Circle, where we're going to have Ben Sissel waiting. Looks like our drone is flying over there now. As the last few cars make their way to the Jim Weed Winner's Circle.
Yeah, first place, I think. Hey, Paul, give us a good celebration.
Behind you, Trippy.
They're going to come once we got
Just doesn't get that high to do the good one.
No, that's all right. What are they showing right now?
Now we just need to go to JR.
Whenever you're ready.
Oh. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're here at Winner's Circle. Hold on. Let's get all the Menards together because that was quite a cool moment there. Paul Menard won here last year and then won the championship. And now wins here again. Different livery, the Pittsburgh Paints and Stains. And I believe that's exclusive to Menards.
That's right. Yeah, really proud to have Pittsburgh Paints and Stains on the car this year. They've been a supporter of mine throughout the years, off and on, and to have them back, feels like home. So, battle out there. That was a dogfight. Brent definitely had the pace on us. Definitely had some mechanical gremlin show practice and things, and something happened. I saw a puff of smoke, then he pulled off. So, class act. We ran side by side a little bit and gave each other room. And Adam was really fast on the long run. I could take off, but kind of same story as last year. We lose the rear really bad throughout the race. So we get to work a little bit and figure that out. But all in all, really fast car, really fast Mustang, and I got a little work to do, but we'll go to Atlanta and do it again.
How about that, ladies and gentlemen? The mark of a true champion. He's like, well, tomorrow.
We'll debrief tonight and go through some good notes, and really proud of my guys. They worked their butts off this weekend. Had 2 cars this weekend with Brandon Jones, and I think he kept it clean and learned a lot for his NASCAR career. So good weekend.
Nice. Now, Bo, Rennie, happy. I know your dad never showed how happy he really is, but are you guys happy?
Not really surprised.
But I'm not really surprised. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have a great crowd here. You guys are welcome in here. Unbelievable. Come on in. But we're talking about pro racers like Paul Menard, and we've got what I say, elite pro racers like Paul Tracy. Paul Tracy, let's get by this car. I was talking to you yesterday. Welcome back to Trans Am, by the way, but I'm used to seeing you in TA2 with Doug Peterson. This IRC car came to VIR to go through tech, and it became the talk of the paddock. But Paul, what what in the world is this thing?
Well, this is basically a hybrid of an Australian supercar. So the Australian supercars are very similar now to the Cup cars, but insanely expensive to run that series. It's like running Cup in Australia. So a group of guys built this car based around that, but made it a lot cheaper to run. It's got a production LS3 motor in it. You can buy from the dealership, a good sequential gearbox, and it's just a low maintenance, really fast car for a beginner guy to learn how to race with.
Nice. So first place, Extreme GT, first time in Extreme GT for Paul Tracy. How does it feel?
Feels great. I mean, it's there's some great gentleman drivers here with really nice GT3 cars, Mercedes AMGs, and those cars they're super high dollar, and this car's in the $200,000 range. So we came out here to show what this car could do, and it performs phenomenal.
Unbelievable. So in the $200,000 range, and you're out there outperforming everybody. That's great.
Yeah, no, we're really proud of what the team's been able to do, and we found a good home with these guys here in Trans Am to come out and run. Hopefully we can do some more. We're going to go to Road Atlanta, and hopefully we can do some more after that.
Nice. Well, we need Paul Tracy in the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. So let's get some help to this IRC car so we can see Paul Tracy some more. Let me go try to find some more drivers here. Carlson, come here, man. Joshua Carlson here with Super GT. Josh, where did you finish?
I won.
Nice. Super GT wins for Josh Carlson. How was it out there, Josh?
It was good. The car handled good. We were at Sebring last year, so we were able to get a good baseline in for this race, and we just kind of grew off of it and ran pretty good and won.
Nice. I love it. Well, then, my friend John DeGainer, he raced with us in Trans Am last year in this Ron Fellows car. We developed a new class. First time with GT1 in Trans Am. You finished the race at Sebring, which is a win in itself. How does it feel, John?
It feels great. I'm a little bit sore, but it feels great. It was really proud to bring the car out here and represent the new class and do a good job with the Trans Am team.
Nice. I love it. John, congratulations. Then from 89X Motorsports, first time in Trans Am, that beautiful black Aston Martin. Mike Fitzpatrick, how does it feel?
Feels awesome. It was a fantastic day. Weather held out, Sebring. Competition, that restart was hairy, but my hat goes off to all the TA drivers. It was crazy going back into 3, but there was no contact, so I appreciate that. I really like everybody here at the series. We'll definitely be back. The 89X Aston Martin ran flawlessly all weekend long, and the competition was great. So really, my hat's off to Trans Am. We look forward to coming back, and it was fantastic.
Nice. Now, we were speaking earlier, but 89X has 4 or 5 more cars that could compete in the Trans Am Series. Is that correct?
That is absolutely correct. What we're hoping to do is grow with Trans Am. We'd love to put 2 cars in SGT and 2 cars in GT. We've got lots of opportunities for customers out there. It's a great series. It's really aggressive, but it's really safe and really fun too. So definitely want to invite anybody who wants to come in, get into an Aston Martin full factory race car, come talk to us and get involved with Trans Am.
Nice. I love it. I love it. Lucas, come follow me here because I see the new president of the
The next event coming your way in March at Road Atlanta. It's going to be a great one. We hope to see you there as we close out our season opener here in Sebring. It will be March 20th and the 23rd at Mission Foods Road Atlanta SpeedTour event there at Michelin Road Atlanta Raceway. Want to thank our friends at Live Race Media for providing all of our coverage here today that you've seen on Speed Sport 1. For DJ Clark and Ben Sissel, I'm Ralph Shaheen. Congratulations to our winner in Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli and our new points leader, the 2024 champion, as we make our way to Road Atlanta, Paul Menard. Well, DJ, final thought.
I think this is going to be another season for Paul Menard and to watch out for. I hope Paul Tracy's able to make more than just one race, but as I said earlier, maybe a 5-car battle here up for the top of this category in the TA class. Menard looked really good. Andretti looked really good. Obviously, the likes of Dyson and Cruz and Dreesy are going to be up there as well. This is going to be one where I think you're going to have to tune into every single race, because I think every one of them is going to be a nail-biter. Every one of them is going to be as close as we saw this weekend. And I don't think we're going to know the victor of this series until we go to Circuit of the Americas.
I think you're right. That'll be in November. But for now, it's Paul Menard standing atop the points and the top step of the podium as we wrap up the weekend here for the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli, the legendary Sebring International Raceway. Fans all watching the activities over there in the Jim Weed Winner's Circle. And with that, we will say good afternoon, everybody. I'm Ralph Shaheen. So long. Thanks for watching on Speed Sport 1.
It's cool to have you on the podium, sir. Quite an honor. Nice job. And then in first place, last year's GT champion, starting on the top step. Come on, Sebring, get loud. Chris Coffey. Now, hold on, Andy. You're going to like this. Chris Coffey has a little tradition. Give us a little nature boy here. Woo! Nice. How about that? A little Ric Flair. All right, Colin Cohen, all the way from Dallas. What a great time out there. We have some fancy cars. The GT classes are starting to grow. I absolutely love it. How was your race?
It was a great race to the extent I saw anybody. But to that, I'd like to say to the Trans Am guys, the TA guys, thank you. Thank you very much for your consideration and help. I've made a great event for me. Thank you.
Nice. I love it. How about that? Colin Cohen. Then we're going to come over here. Mike Fitzpatrick, 89X. How was your race out there?
Again, fantastic. Again, it was great to be here with Trans Am. Competition was certainly great. My hat goes off to Chris and all the fans out here, so we appreciate the support. Looking forward to doing a whole bunch more.
Nice. How about that? And your shop is right here, is that correct?
We've got a brand new facility 1 mile from the track here, so anybody needs anything, but we look forward to being here all the time, so thank you.
Nice. All right, Chris Coffey, take the mic and tell us about your race out there.
Well, that race was pretty awesome. This guy right here kept me honest from start to finish. I mean, we were basically nose to tail the whole way. It was absolutely incredible, and I can't thank my crew enough, Alex and Xavier. We worked all night last night. We tried to set up change and ended up damaging the car in the process, and we didn't really know what we had to start the race, and thankfully we got it right back to where it was. So I got to thank my wife Morgan, my son Sam, Colin here. He makes all this possible for me, so I can't thank him enough, and this is absolutely incredible, and I'm glad to start the year off right.
Nice. There we go. Come on now, get loud, Sebring. GT class, a little Ric Flair there. Hold those trophies up. Colin Cohen, Mike Fitzpatrick, and Chris Coffey starting the season off well. Mike Fitzpatrick, we hope to see you back in the Trans Am Series. Great driving, beautiful car. Are you guys having fun? Now, immediately following this, you hear those historic Trans Am cars warming up. They're going to be in pit lane for a fan walk, and those are cars that actually raced in the series. But let's talk about modern Trans Am right here with Colin Cohen, Mike Fitzpatrick, and Chris Coffey. Hold that trophy up, Colin. And then you guys got to get loud if you want some hats. Come on now. Again, a huge shout out to Sebring International Raceway for providing this fantastic weather. Oh, look at Colin. Colin wants to drink it. Very nice, very nice. Hey, gentlemen, congratulations. That was some great racing out there. Beautiful cars. Super GT. This is a great category. So, third place in his TA2 car. First time in Super GT. Let's hear it. My good friend Patrick Utt with that safe quip. Beautiful car with TRB Autosport. And then, second place. I haven't seen him in this car. He is a many-time Super GT champion. Let's hear it from the state of Florida, Lee Saunders. And then, there was a tough fight for the championship last year in Super GT. He decided to change the livery on the car, and now he's on the top step. Let's hear it for Joshua Carlson. All the way from the heart of the Midwest, ladies and gentlemen. Patrick Utt, so excited to talk to you, man. On the podium here at the Trans Am Series, I know you've loved this series for a long time. This has got to feel good. Tell us about your race.
Well, they told me to go to the podium, and I said, how do I get there? So it's a new experience for me. Love the Trans Am Series. Happy to be here. I spun early on in the race and was at the back end of the field just trying to catch up, and there was a caution, so I caught up. I caught Lee. I did get by him. It was kind of a gutsy thing. I was probably overdriving a bit, trying to stay ahead of him, and I ended up spinning again at one. So, but I was able to hang on for third.
Nice. How about that? How about the honesty there with the race quip car of Patrick Utt? Nice job, Patrick. Proud of you, man. Nice job. TRB Autosport. Lee Saunders, you and Josh, and Kaylee had a great battles last year, and it looks like it's still going to stay the same. I'm not used to seeing you in that car, but how was your race out there?
Hey, thank you. First of all, I want to thank my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ for this wonderful day, this beautiful country we live in, and the ability, the absolute just blessing that we get to come out here and have this kind of fun. It definitely a continuation of last year. Josh's car is flying. Hats off to him. It's really, really fast. And we had a little accident with our car, so we're trying to figure this one out for a race or two. But KSR, the guys from KSR, CJ and Eddie, they worked their butt off for about a week and a half to get this thing ready. And hopefully we'll get it figured out a little bit. And maybe we can give Josh a little bit more of a challenge. But just had a great time with everybody out here in the class, and so much fun. Thank you so much.
Nice. How about that? Lee Saunders, ladies and gentlemen. And Josh, I have to ask, is blue faster?
You can take the mic. I would say, yeah. I mean, we took away the neon and then we started winning. So I would say, I think that, added a couple horsepower to the car and a little more aerodynamic. So I was very happy to be able to win this race and dominate through most of the weekend. We had a good baseline going this week, and we built off of it and was able to secure the win. Thanks to Insiva for coming back on board this year, and JCR Holdings, Altest Inc., TC Fab, Dirks LTD. I wouldn't be able to race without their support, my family for being super supportive. Shout out to my barber, Alex, the Alley Cat. He's watching the stream. Hopefully we can develop his car a little bit more. I hope I can, start racing a little bit closer with him later in the season. And congrats on Patrick Utt for the first Trans Am podium. That's pretty exciting. And yeah.
Perfect. Come on now, get loud. Joshua Carlson on the top step. Then we have Lee Saunders, Patrick Utt. Hold those trophies up. Nice. I like that. I like this crowd. Keep it up, Sebring. Even the 3GT crowd is clapping for us. I like that. All right, Sebring SpeedTour. Woo-hoo! Look out, Chris. Get loud. Patrick Utt, Lee Saunders, Joshua Carlson. here at Sebring International Raceway, where there is a ton of Trans Am history. And, all right. Apple for Carlson.
Hang on. Yeah.
Carlson, how old are you? 20. Oh, we know whose eyes are getting sprayed now. Go for it, gentlemen. Let's hear it, Sebring. Ooh, Patrick Hutt. I like that. Ooh, right into the eyes of the competitors. Come on, let's hear it one more time for Super GT. Where is Kevin? All right, I need a big round of applause. Kevin from the Make-A-Wish Foundation loves motorsports. Kevin obviously is a fighter, and he wants to be a race car driver. Hold on, come. You guys are excused. Sorry about that. You are going to be our trophy presenter with the legend Andy Lally for Extreme GT. How does that feel, Kevin?
Feels great. Feels great to be up here.
Have you ever met a winner of the 24 Hours of Daytona?
No.
Well, you have now. This is the legend Andy Lally. How about that? Ladies and gentlemen, Kevin from Make-A-Wish Foundation. All right, you're going to help hand out the trophies, Kevin. In third place, sorry, I held up 2. It's been a long day. Third place in Extreme GT in that beautiful Mercedes. Where is Billy Griffin? Let's get loud for Billy Griffin. Billy Griffin, I believe, a 2-time GT champion, now in Extreme GT. This lady I've been so impressed with the last couple of seasons. She won the SGT championship, so now she decided to move to the Extreme GT championship. Let's hear it for Kaylee Bryson. How about that? Now, the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli, we have a ton of pro drivers. We've got some great drivers here, but this driver, I would say, is a pro elite driver. Also, one of my favorite commentators, driving this IRC Liquid Molly car all the way from Australia. Let's hear it for Paul Tracy. PT, the legend. Now, the car is from Australia. PT is from Canada. Kevin, you just met what I consider an Indy 500 winner in Paul Tracy. How does that feel?
It feels amazing.
Nice. Am I allowed to say that? I know you like that. All right, Billy Griffin, third place, Extreme GT. How's it feel out there?
It felt good. I just wish it stayed green. I thought maybe I might have something if he got a little loose at the end, but Kaylee had a brilliant restart. I'd like to thank Danny Bridgehall Bennett for making this opportunity possible. Danny has one rule: don't hit my car with the other car. I did it twice. So
did you really?
I did, yep. So
where is Danny?
I don't know. He's probably at the trailer getting ready to beat me up or something. So, but I'd like to thank everybody here. I love this place. I love Trans Am. This is definitely my home. So thank you, everybody at Trans Am. Thank you for having this opportunity.
Did you enjoy your last race with Danny Lowry's car?
Yeah, well, actually, I own it now, so he can't take it away from me anymore. So it's mine. So, but I do have to fix it a little bit. Maybe fix his. We'll be at my body shop next week, I guess.
Nice.
Thank you.
How about that, ladies and gentlemen? Billy Griffin, multiple champion in GT class. Kaylee Bryson, you just keep breaking that glass ceiling. How was it out there?
Yeah, that was a lot. We had to start 23rd, so I had my work cut out for me, and I was like, thank goodness we had a caution. That really saved our race. But we had a really good restart and kind of got up to second and really had a good battle with these guys. And that was a lot of fun. And running XGT, this car is probably 8 seconds faster than what I'm used to. So I had my hands full just trying to learn that and learn the car. This car's so quick, so I'm trying to keep up with it. But huge thanks to LSI for the opportunity to come and run this car, and the crew for working their tails off making this car fast. It's been a really fun weekend. I'm looking forward to a really fun year.
Nice. Kaylee Bryson, ladies and gentlemen. And it is my honor as a longtime fan to hand the mic to Paul Tracy. Paul, tell us about your race.
It was great. All thanks to the guys from IRC for inviting me out here to come test this car for them. We're really just trying to get it up to speed and get used to it and see how it performs at these Trans Am events. But you know, what a great event Tony Pirelli has put on. He's built this series up, and you see the amount of cars here and the enthusiasts and the people racing everything from the big TA cars all the way down to the sportsman stuff. It's just great to see, and we're looking forward to next week. And had a great race. You're aggressive. I like that. But I've had a great week. Got married a week ago to my wife, Lisa, and she said, where are we going on our honeymoon? I said, Sebring. She said, where? I said, Sebring. She goes, where's that? I said, it's in the middle of Florida. She goes, oh, okay. So congrats to everybody.
Nice. Nice. And I'll ask you after Atlanta if you still like her aggressive racing. How about that? Ladies and gentlemen, newly married Paul Tracy, Kaylee Bryson, Billy Griffin. Let's have a big round of applause. Some legends here today. All right, come on now. There's some great music happening over there. We need to get loud. Let's hear it. Billy Griffin, Kaylee Bryson, Paul Tracy. Paul Tracy on the top step in the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. That's just cool for me to be able to say. I love that. Uh-oh. Kaylee, how old are you? 23. There we go. You're legal. How about that round of applause? Nobody's spraying each other. That looks like a brand new suit for Paul Tracy, so he didn't want to get that dirty. All right, come on now. You guys welcome off. Nice job. Paul, lovely having you in the series, man. Seriously. Kaylee, nice job. GT1, a brand new class in the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli. Unfortunately, only one car, but man, hard-fought battle. He's been here the last couple times with us. He's racing in Group 6, 6GT. He's a winner in Group 6 this weekend. Let's hear it. John DeGainer racing the legend Ron Fellows car, the Hall of Famer Ron Fellows car. Come on now, get loud. John DeGainer. Oh, John. Careful. All right. Man, I'm so proud of you. Nice job. Sebring is so rough. Take the mic. Tell us about your race.
Well, first I want to thank my father and the team for all the support. 2 races right back to back with the Devon and then this. Really a pleasure to be here, Andy, with the new class, and hopefully we can get a lot more cars here. But a great weekend. I didn't have anything for the new cars or even some of the XGT cars, but hopefully we put on a good show for the crowd and made Ron Fellows proud.
Made Ron Fellows proud. Hold that up, John DeGainer. Made your dad proud as well. I see him over there filming. All right, look at Chris here. John, that was awesome. I love seeing that. And Sebring is a rough track, and you're putting some miles in this weekend. Come on now, Sebring, get loud. A vintage racer, a professional Trans Am racer, John DeGainer. Hey, come here now, red shirt. There you go. I like that. There you go, John. Nice job. Congratulations. Because this gentleman has to go, we're talking about all. Oh, hold your trophy up real quick. Talk about all the stars that are here, but I promise you, you're going to want to get this guy's autograph because he is going to be a huge star in NASCAR. Our 2023 Cube 3 Architecture TA2 champion is running for the Trans Am TA Championship. Let's hear for Brent Cruz, the MCO Gears lap leader, number 70. Brent, you were the class of the field out there, and I know you struggled with some mechanical gremlins yesterday. What happened?
Yeah, they're still trying to figure it out. I think it was something with the transmission, but can't thank my guys enough in Nitro Motorsports. Want to thank the good Lord above for keeping me safe when something can really go wrong. So just want to give a huge thank you to Bill Riley, a part of this Nitro Motorsports group every day back at Toyota. I can't thank for letting me be here, Mobile One, for keeping me going. But thank you all you great fans for being here, and I hope you guys have a great rest of your day. Stay cold. Yep.
Nice. All right, hold on. Stay here. We got to get a photo of you. Brent Cruz, ladies and gentlemen, remember that name. Running for a Trans Am championship this year, and it's been so much fun to work with him. Unbelievable driver and great person, and that is what we love in the Trans Am family. Speaking of the Trans Am family, Friday night we had a Hall of Fame induction for Trans Am, the likes of Roger Penske, Dan Gurney, Paul Gentilozzi, Wally Dallenbach Jr., all the legends of Trans Am. And in the inaugural class, two-time champion Amy Ruman, today coming in third place. So let's hear it. Trans Am Hall of Famer Amy Ruman, McNichols Chevrolet Valley Automotive Group. Amy, I'm so happy. Nice job. Great job. He had a bad shunt yesterday in the Cube 3 Architecture TA2 Series. I spoke to Andy last night at dinner, and we weren't sure he was going to make it, but Andy said once he heard that this team was maybe looking at a different driver, he jumped out of the hospital, came in here, got second place with Burton Racing. Let's hear it in that top liner Chevrolet Camaro, Adam Andretti. Are you guys paying attention? We have Andy Lally here. We've had Paul Tracy here. We have an Andretti here. Unbelievable. And now, talking about big names, first place. He won here last year, and then he won our championship last year, and it's starting good for this Pittsburgh Paints and Stains premier car of Paul Menard, 2024 TA champion. There we go. There comes the crowd. Nice job. Man, the legends are all over the place here. Amy Ruman, Trans Am Hall of Famer. How was your race out there?
Well, we weren't the fastest car today, but we were persistent. We got ourselves up here on the podium, and obviously this weekend is super special for us. Being inducted in the Hall of Fame, I couldn't be more proud of my team and my parents. I couldn't have done it without them, and I want to personally thank Tony Pirelli for putting everything together. I mean, what a show we had on Friday night. And, you know, I got to thank McNichols and Valley Automotive. Brian O'Donnell's here with us today, so I'm super proud to be up here. We persevered and got us a good third place.
Nice. How about that? How about that? Amy Ruman. Awesome. Adam Andretti, I was worried about you last night. I texted you. You're like, yeah, I think I'm okay. Not sure. Then you come out here with that beautiful top liner Chevy Camaro. You got to feel good now. How was the race?
Yeah, adrenaline is a wonderful blessing from our Lord above, isn't it? And and a huge thank you again to everyone and their concerns from yesterday. It was a heck of a shunt, one of my biggest ones in my career for sure. And but the first responders, everyone in the medical staff that treated me was awesome yesterday. We got back out here to qualify and ran the race and tried to run this guy down. And honestly, physically, I just wasn't there. Like, my hands were going numb and some things were happening, I believe, from yesterday's accident. But no excuses. We brought that top liner Chevrolet Camaro home in third for Burton Racing. Those guys deserve every ounce of that. And looking forward to having a heck of a championship with this guy. And you know, he ran away from us too much last year, and we were able to keep him in sights today. And so we feel like we're gaining ground like we need to. And so I'm really excited about what 2025 season is going to offer us. We definitely didn't start Sebring out like this last year, so feeling really good and positive, and got to give a big shout out to the Lord above. You know, he keeps us all safe and good here, gives us this beautiful weather, and these fans. I mean, we've had 2 awesome grid walks in 2 days. What an amazing group of people. Thanks for coming out. You know, what a weekend with the Hall of Fame ceremony you mentioned. To be on the podium with these two is just such a blessing. And then Kyle over there for Make-A-Wish Foundation, buddy, we're behind you. Oh, Kevin, I'm sorry, Kevin. We're behind you, and we love that you were here sharing with us today, Kevin. So thank you for being here.
Nice. Adam Andretti, ladies and gentlemen. Well, champ, 2024 champ, take the mic. Great start. How was your race?
It was eventful. Had a fast car all weekend. You know, finally put it all together for qualifying, and had the track position to start up front, lead some laps, and you know, just Brent Cruz was just really quick on after 5-10 laps, and ran us down. Had a little battle, and he got by me clean, and then Adam started running me down. We got that caution, kind of saved me from him. We just have short run speed. We got to work on a little long run speed, but we know what we got to do. We got to get to work a little bit, and really proud of the guys. We had two cars this weekend. The guys busted their tails all weekend long, and bouncing back and forth between with Brandon Jones and myself, and keeping us running strong. So great to be back at Sebring. Hell of a way to start the year. Kevin, honored to meet you, buddy. You're a fighter. Really cool to see you here. On to Atlanta.
Nice. How about that? Now, before we do this, Kevin, come up here for a picture. Kevin with the Make-A-Wish Foundation. I know that we're fighting for championships, and this is great. I believe Make-A-Wish Foundation and helping out any way we can is even more important than winning championships. So Kevin, get in here on a picture. How about one more round of applause for Kevin and the Make-A-Wish Foundation, a true fighter. How about that? Hold those up. There you go. You want to hold that? Hold that up, Kevin. Nice. I love it. I love it. Nice job. All right, but you can't keep that. You got to give that back. Come on over here, man. Kevin, you're my hero. Seriously, nice job, man. All right, hold those. Wait. We got to hold those up like this. We got to do it official. Sorry, Chris. I know I'm flipping the script on you. Good. Oh, you did it already? Sorry, Michelle. But thanks for hitting me really hard with that hat. Whipping me into shape. Come on now, ladies and gentlemen. Get loud. We're celebrating here. Who wants Adam's hat? Amy Ruman, Adam Andretti, and Paul Menard. What an honor it is just to be able to say those legendary names, hold those trophies up high. What a beautiful day at the Sebring Speed Tour. Again, Sebring, we love coming here. We love the fans. We love the staff. The track's a little rough, but that's Sebring, right? But we absolutely love it. All right, let's see who we do here. Good start to the championship. Amy Ruman, Paul Menard in a brand new race suit. The top liner car, Burton Racing. Great start to the season. And now next, we go to Burton Racing's home track for the Mission Foods Road Atlanta Speed Tour. Guys, great race, great start. Did you guys enjoy today's race? Nice. All right. Well, that does it for the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli here at Sebring. Ooh, Amy. Oh, Jim Weed Winter Circle. We've got a bunch of Jim Weed out here for you guys. If you want some Jim Weed, we're going to have quite a championship here. Next round, Mission Foods. Thank you. Road Atlanta Speed Tour, and we will be back here next year, same time, for the Sebring Speed Tour. Thank you guys so much for coming out, and I'm going to send it to you in the booth because we're going HTA on pit lane.
Hey, can I score one of them hats?
Ooh, you have to ask somebody higher up than me.
Oh, yeah,
see this lady right here, but she's scared.
You've got a business to run, big and heavy products to ship, and customers who need them now. When you've got the right driver and the right equipment, you can bet on a spectacular result. Bennett understands complex logistics and puts the best team, the most time, and the latest technology into every customer relationship, so you can sit back, relax, and enjoy the race. Let us handle the rest.
Together, we can move anything.
The Mission Foods Road Atlanta Speed Tour returns to Michelin Raceway, Road Atlanta, March 21st through the 23rd, featuring the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli, the Sportscar Vintage Racing Association, International GT, PSSA, FRP, and the Janetta Challenge. Saturday, you can take part in the Haggerty Cars and Caffeine Car Show with Parade Lab. You do not want to miss the Road Atlanta Speed Tour, March 21st to the 23rd. For tickets, simply go to speedtour.net.
Architecture is about everything. We change the environment. We are changing how people live in the environment today. So we basically put our fingerprint on the future of what the United States looks like. My overall business philosophy is that I'm engaged with my company from top to bottom, and I think the racing world and helping out the next generation and younger drivers is a passion of mine, and it's getting stronger and stronger every year. With that, that's why I want to be involved.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, a lot of people ask us what are the different classes in SVRA, because we technically have 12 classes and then a few special classes. This is a great representation of a Group 1 car, a 1300cc small, nimble, light car. So it's got 1300 cc's. This one's in the rear, but MGs, midgets, Bridgets, all kinds of things like that. But also Group 1 cars had to be built in a factory. So that is a small bore production car is a Group 1 car. SVRA Group 3, one of my favorites because I always love the small bore British production cars. Triumph Spitfire, a great representation. These Triumph Spitfires, very good Group 3 cars, always out there competing against the air-cooled Porsche 356s, the 912s, but I prefer the Spitfires. So Group 4, I can't think of a better representation than the beautiful Lotus 11. Back in the day in the 50s, Group 4 cars were like the top of the class, the elite cars, like a C-type Jaguar, D-type Jaguar, and then the beautiful Lotus 11s. That is Group 4, a little bit more rare than some of the production cars, technically production cars, but a lot more rare limited run. Group 5A, the sports racers, one of the most competitive classes we have in SVRA, a driver's class. These cars are easy to maintain, relatively inexpensive. They have 2-liter Ford Pinto engines that you could easily source back in the day from junkyards, and then the bodies are just little pieces of fiberglass. Really fun as 5A sports racers. SVRA 5B, a really fun group to watch, especially The really quick ones at 5B tend to be these Lotus 23s, the 23Bs, 1600cc engine. But something that Travis, the driver, just pointed out, you got 4 lug nuts up front, 6 lug nuts in the back, and that became quite a fiasco in the FIA back in the day. So SVRA Group 6, always a favorite of the crowds, the production American factory-built muscle cars with some race provenance, especially when you bring something like a Shelby GT350, an actual Shelby, and you will see these quite a bit at an SVRA weekend. Group 7, some of our sports racers, but this is a 2-liter, a little bit more beefed up, a little bit more downforce, a little bit more aggressive. They call it kind of the mini Can-Am. These are some crazy cars with crazy ideas as Group 7, and a lot of fun to watch. So when I think of Group 8, I think of these air-cooled Porsche 911s, just always been absolutely dominant in Group 8, but also representing Group 8 would be like the Datsun 510s, the B sedans, or the Alpha, the BMW 2002s. But I think anybody would say that the Porsche 911 air-cooled would be the best representation of Group 8. You need some help, Bill? So Group 10, kind of a catch-all to tube frame cars. So ex-Trans Am cars, some ex-IMSA cars, but then a really big growing group in SVRA is this Group 10 stock car. So you've got stock cars that would have run late model, NASCAR, Xfinity. Then we've got the Craftsman Truck Series over here. But Group 10 tube frame, custom built race cars from Trans Am, NASCAR, and IMSA. SVRA Group 11, and when you talk about Group 11, that's kind of like the prototypes, the LMP cars, but we might as well highlight the most famous Group 11 car, this Audi that just kind of changed everything in motorsports, but also this very car, Audi itself claims as the most winning Audi ever made, great thanks to Travis Engen, the pilot of this beautiful Audi R8. Group 12A, modern production muscle cars. So these are big, like 5-liter, basically our modern version of Group 6 cars, but a Ford factory production car that is a vintage car because it's kind of been obsoleted from recent racing, and we have a place for it here in Group 12 in SVRA. So a standalone group, maybe the most strict, historic Trans Am, easily a crowd favorite in vintage racing and SVRA. These cars here, it's just crazy being around them. These are actually the cars, just as they were, that actually raced in the Trans Am series back in the day. They have to be set up the way they were. And they are so strict, come with me here, that if they don't have pictures proving that this car had this Bell sticker on it, or Castrol, or any of these stickers, they can't run it. It has to look exactly like it did back when Pirelli Jones ran this car in Trans Am. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Sebring SpeedTour. How about this crowd? Come on now, get loud. There we go. We've had Trans Am on track, SVRA on track, but the show of the field is historic Trans Am. The cars that actually raced in the historic Trans Am series. These are not tribute cars. These are not clones. These are the cars that raced in the Trans Am series from 1966 to 1972. So much history here. Wayne, don't go too far away. It's Sebring because we started here in 1966. I'm going to bring my first guest in here, Wayne Estes, the president of Sebring. How about a round of applause for our friend, Wayne Estes. Wayne, I saw you taking pictures on the wall. I know that you love these cars here. We had the Hall of Fame. Thank you so much for bringing us back. What does this mean to Sebring?
Oh, it's been an outstanding week. Everything about the Hall of Fame. As soon as I saw the Hall of Fame and it was going to be here, I was excited about that. But, you know, Sebring is just such an important part of the history of Trans Am and the cars that are out here, bringing these back. It's just spectacular. The people have come out here, and it's been a terrific week.
I love it. Wayne, we always feel so welcome here. Thank you so much. But ladies and gentlemen, it's not about me. It's about these cars. Go talk to these cars and drivers. Well, you might look crazy if you're talking to cars, but that's okay. They're taking away my mic. All right, here we go. I'm going to start right here with this beautiful Penske Sunoco Javelin, the number 6. I believe Roger Penske said this was his favorite car, but I'm looking for the owner, Bill Ockerland. Where is Bill? Bill isn't around. We're looking for him, but that's okay because we come back here. So, Lucas, I'm going to want you to get some shots of this beautiful car here, this number 6 Camaro with these pinstripes, painstaking, and I'm going to then go talk to the owner, Tom McIntyre. Actually, what I would call the custodian, because he has worked so hard to preserve the history of these cars. Every little thing is exactly as it raced, and that's not easy to do, is it, Tom?
No, it's never easy to restore a car, but when they built so few of these, you know, there was only one of these cars that was built this way, so to have it exactly as it was is a real feat.
Nice. Well, Tom, thank you so much for coming out here. You came out here for our 50th. You came out here about 6 years ago. Thank you so much. It is such an honor to have you guys here. The best show in motorsports right here is historic Trans Am. Here's Bill Ockerland. So look at this, American Motors. There was a little bit of gamesmanship when Roger Penske and American Motors went together because you had to have parts legally to race in the Trans Am series that were off the shelf, and somehow American Motors was able to get 917 Porsche Girling brakes worked into their catalog. Is that correct?
Yeah, it had an AMC part number, and obviously Roger was familiar with Porsche and 917, so they became a American Motors part. So this car does run the 917 brakes. And
it's amazing. You were talking about how well balanced the car is.
Yeah, it's extremely well balanced, and the suspension is very, very good. And this track is rough, and I also drive the CUDA, and the CUDA bounces around quite a bit. This hardly moves. So it's really a smooth, well-handling, well-balanced car, and it has power brakes on front and manual on rear, which is a balance thing that's kind of tricky, but no, it's a very, very good car.
I remember you told me you had dinner with Roger Penske a few years ago, and that was quite an honor for you, but he said he thinks this is his favorite car that he had in the Trans Am series. Is that right?
Well, I was talking to him, and first time I ever met him, and I said I own the 69 Penske Camaro, with the only one that still exists, and he goes, oh, that's neat, and I said, and I own the 71 Javelin, and he just, oh, you own the Javelin? So obviously that one was kind of a high point, I think, in his mind.
Nice. I love it. How about a round of applause for Bill Ockerland, ladies and gentlemen. Jim Haig is in the Peter Gregg car. George Fulmer, look at this thing. Beautiful. They call it the school bus yellow car. Bud Moore, George Fulmer was here just the other night, inducted into the Hall of Fame. But I want to try to make it back to my friend Jeff O'Neill as we go by Ike Keeler's beautiful Mercury Cougar. And look, I love the hand-painted, everything as it was when it ran in the Trans Am series. And speaking of great vintage racing events, the founder, and come over here, Jeff, sorry, we're running out of range. The founder and the guy the Velocity International. This year they're at Sonoma. It's a fantastic race to watch. I always watch the live streams, but you're out here in Parnelli Jones' car at Sebring. How does that feel?
Well, it's totally outrageous. I mean, it's just, I pinch myself every time I get in that car. It's just the history, Parnelli Jones history. It's just, and preserving it is really what we're doing, HTA is doing, and then that's what Velocity Invitational is all about.
Velocity Invitational, for those that don't know, is just a top-class American celebration of these types of cars, of motorsports. How can we find you and find more information?
VelocityInvitational.com, June 6, 7, 8, coming up. We'll have all kinds of entertainment. You can come, you can off-road, you can on-road, you can watch a Ferrari GTO, you can watch HTA, you can watch just about everything under the sun, and drive a McLaren if you're inclined.
Nice, I love it. No, I see my friend Tommy Dreesy, who just got out of his 900 horsepower Trans Am car, tread shorts. Tommy Dreesy, you're ignoring me. That's not like you, man. He just got out of this Camaro in Trans Am. Tommy, but you're running the Chaparral Jim Hall car, and this is going to be a blast, isn't it?
I just want to thank the folks, Ackerlin and Jimmy and all the folks to invite me here. It's a pleasure. This is way more fun than what I just did. Too stressful. This is nice.
This is nice, and you're about to hear some beautiful music. I'm going to send it back up to the booth, and then we're going to come back here for some pomp and circumstance, and then we're going to hear these guys hit the loud pedals coming down the main straight. Let's have a round of applause for historic Trans Am.
All right, thank you, Ben Sissel. Some beautiful machinery getting ready to go with historic Trans Am here on our Mission Foods Speed Tour weekend as we roll on here at Sebring. Historic Trans Am getting ready to be our next activity on the racetrack. Ford POS 302 Mustangs, Penske Javelins, Chevy Camaros. You saw the Mercury Cougar, the Great Ghost. The Pontiac Tempest GTO is here. Z28 Shelby Mustangs. What a field. And they're going to be roaring around Sebring just like they did in 1970 here shortly. Now's the time to find your favorite spot along the fence if you haven't had a chance to do so. Make that last run to the refrigerator if you're watching with us at home. And get ready. Historic Trans Am is coming up right after these messages. So stay with us. We're going to be racing here shortly on a beautiful and warm Sunday afternoon at Sebring International Raceway.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
You've got a business to run, big and heavy products to ship, and customers who need them now. When you've got the right driver and the right equipment, you can bet on a spectacular result. Bennett understands complex logistics and puts the best team, the most time, and the latest technology into every customer relationship, so you can sit back, relax, and enjoy the race. Let us handle the rest.
Together, we can move anything.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one. Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Haggerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Haggerty, let's drive together.
Beautiful sunny afternoon. Temperatures approaching 80 degrees here at the legendary Sebring International Raceway. Welcome and thanks for tuning in to our live coverage here on Speed Sport 1 as we get ready for historic Trans Am here on this famed airport circuit. Let's head now down trackside. Here's Ben Sissel with our opening ceremonies.
Well, thank you very much, Ralph. Such an honor. But I want to step out. I'm going to still talk to you, but it's not about me. About these cars here at the Sebring SpeedTour. Look at this, ladies and gentlemen. This is art to me. Unbelievable. We are so honored to be here with historic Trans Am, the cars that raced between 1966 and 1972 in Trans Am. But I'm going to give it over to my friend right here, Bill Knox, to lead us off in an invocation, making sure all these drivers behave out there and are safe. Bill, take it away.
If you'll join me in prayer. Heavenly Father, as we come to you today, we give you all the praise for this glorious day that you've provided and our ability to be at this historic track. Father, we ask that you ask the facility in your almighty hands. You keep the drivers safe. You keep them all thinking. And Father, we ask that you protect the first responders and our military and our police, that you bring them all home safely to their families. In your Son's most precious name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you very much, Bill. We have a special treat for the national anthem. If you will remove your hats, Rebecca Wills, take it away.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Oh, come on, Sebring. You can get louder than that. Let's hear it for Rebecca Wills. Absolutely beautiful. Will you come on tour with us? Will you do this at every stop? Thank you so much for doing that. But let's bring in an absolute legend here in the Sebring Hall of Fame Motorsports. Lynn, absolute legend. She was at the Hall of Fame Friday night accepting for her team owner when she ran in Trans Am, Jack Roush, to deliver the most famous words in motorsports. Take both the mics. It's my honor to introduce Lynn St. James for the most famous words in motorsports.
Drivers, start your engines!
All right, here comes the thunder. Nicely done, Lynn. Historic Trans Am ready to go. Their second race of the weekend. Their first race yesterday was a thriller all the way to the line. And we're expecting more of the same here today. Yesterday, the Ford Javelin going after that Boss 302 Ford Mustang. And we could have a repeat of that here this afternoon. Taking a look over the field, the Camaros, the Z28s. There's that Penske Camaro of Mark Donahue, Peter Craig, George Fulmer, Bud Moore Fords, Penske Javelin, all ready to go. Love listening to that rumble right now as we wait for them to get the nod to roll off. Let's give you the rundown. Jim Haig is in the pole position in car 16. That's that Ford Boss 302. Bud Moore car. Bill Aukerlin alongside in his Penske Javelin. Car number 6. The 16 is Chris Liebenberg, another Ford Mustang. Thomas McIntyre on the outside of row 2. Car number 6, a Chevy Camaro. That's the Penske car. Ike Keeler will be on the inside of row 3 in that Mercury Cougar, car 14. John Romano in car 37 alongside of him, another Chevy Camaro. Back another row to Jeff O'Neill in car 15 in 7th position, Ford Boss 302 Mustang with James Glass in another car 15, a Chevy Camaro. John Hildebrand. J.R. Hildebrand's dad has the famed Pontiac Tempest GTO known as the Gray Ghost, car 49 in 9th. Robert Canepa in the 81, another Ford Boss 302. Tommy Dreesy has the Chaparral Chevy Camaro, car number 1 in 11th. Bill Godwin near him in car 23. That's another Z28 Camaro. And it's Kevin Sidner, car 83 of Ford Boss 302. Peter Clute from Canada is here with his Ford Shelby Mustang, car 63. Ross Myers in car number 2, that's a Ford Mustang. Ken Epsman in the other AMC Javelin, that's the Roy Woods car, car number 2. Rick Jeffrey in the 96, a Chevy Camaro Z28. Steve Edemeyow in a Ford Mustang Boss 302, car 78. Dennis Singleton, car 13, Chevy Camaro. Steve Link, car 72, Chevy Camaro Z28. And rounding out the field in a Ford Boss 302, Ken Adams, car number 11. 21 cars set to go racing here in our second historic Trans Am event around the 3.7 mile Sebring International Raceway. It all started here on a Friday afternoon back in March of 1966. And they ran the first Trans-American Sedan Championship event. And the Trans Am Series has been thrilling race fans across North America ever since. Yoke and Rent won the overall and the under 2-liter class that afternoon in an Alfa Romeo. Bob Tullius in a Dodge Dart took the over category victory. And here we are with some of the most iconic cars in the history of this series, racing today once again here at Sebring. There you see the Gray Ghost. What a story that car is. A grocery getter. Turned into a race car. Turned into one of the most legendary race cars in the history of Trans Am. Well, Ben, if you like American muscle cars, we got you. If you like big V8s, we got that. If you like belching flames, we got that too.
And then add on top of that all of this history. Like these cars, really, Roger Penske wouldn't be Roger Penske without these cars out there. The Bud Moore, the Parnelli Jones, the George Fulmer, Revson, Peter Revson, Vic Elford, you know, just a lot. I'm a little out of breath, Ralph, from running up the stairs, looking for my grid sheet, but so excited. I wouldn't miss this for the world. You guys are about to hear some of the most beautiful music known to man when they come and take the green flag here at Sebring, just like they did in 1966 when they all get onto the loud pedal at the same time.
There's Tommy Dreese back there in that white with the blue stripes, the Chaparral Chevy Camaro. Jim Hall Racing entry back in the day.
And, you know, I want to point out how difficult it is for these drivers to keep these cars in the condition that they raced. Because even though these are older cars from 66 to 72, parts have evolved and they've gone through. So to try to keep all the parts original, the brakes that they would have run, the tires that they would have run, all of the stickers have to match with the livery that they ran back in the day. Look at that Tempest, unbelievable. Hildebrandt, thank you so much for bringing that out, John Hildebrandt. That car is currently for sale. The Grey Ghost, one of the most famous cars in Trans Am history, is for sale. So reach out to John Hildebrandt and see if you want to get that car.
And I'm 5 numbers in a Powerball short.
It's actually pretty reasonable because these are investments. You know, these cars keep increasing in value, and the more and more you race them. But what I think it is it's basically a ticket into any vintage racing event you'll ever need. If you have a historic
nowhere in the world you
car,
can't take that
yeah,
car.
there isn't. Like Goodwood would accept you. Obviously, the Velocity Invitational will accept you. The Monterey Historics, anything out there will accept you, as all of the great SVRA and Speed Tour events.
All right, we are getting closer to the green, making our way down the Ullman straightaway behind the Janetta safety car. It'll be off into Sunset Bend and off the final corner at 17. Staring at, hopefully, a waving green flag.
Now, Ralph, I know you're a car enthusiast as well, and I was talking about the musical note, and I love that you do this, but we're going to stay silent, right, when these cars take that green flag into one, because I want to hear it just as much as you do.
That's right. We want to hear these engines roar. The cacophony of sound that comes from historic Trans Am. Here we go, coming off at turn 17. The Janetta safety car is off course. Watching the flag stand. Under the bridge, and there's the green, and we're off and racing with historic Trans Am at Sebring. Off the throttle, onto the brakes, back into the throttle, and Ben, it looks like Jim Haig and that Bud Moore Mustang took the lead over Bill Ockerland right there in the Javelin.
Jim Haig, unbelievable driver in historic Trans Am. I've been following these drivers for about 12 or 15 years. Unbelievable group, just great guys to hang out with. But yeah, here comes Jim Haig, Bill Ockerland, and Chris Liebenberg from Three Dog Garage into Mission Foods turn 7, followed by Ike Keeler. And then John Romano, Jeff O'Neill, Hildebrandt, Jim Glass. Cars are looking good, aren't they, Ralph?
Yeah, they sure are. There's the Roy Woods Javelin coming through. I saw Peter Kluk go through there. Tommy Dreese starting to work his way through, and you got to be a little bit careful. You can't knife your way through the way you did in the main Trans Am race if you're Tommy. You got to make sure you got plenty of room to clear everybody here.
Yeah, I hope that his mechanics hit the reset button that's on the back of Tommy Dreese's head and set him to vintage racing.
Yeah.
There's Bill Ockerland, though. Watch out, because Bill Ockerland and Jim Haig, I think they traded positions 4 or 5 times a lap sometimes in the last race yesterday. It was unbelievable to watch.
It was the width of the chrome bumper on the front of the car yesterday was the difference between first and second.
These cars have terrible brakes, way too much power, way too much weight, so difficult to drive, and these drivers are driving these priceless cars within inches of each other.
We talk about wheeling a race car. That's exactly what these drivers are doing here today. You're going to have to work pretty hard inside with those big steering wheels. Here comes the Javelin. New leader here at Sebring.
Mark Donahue takes the lead over Peter Gregg, followed by George Fulmer there.
And here's Peter Clute up the inside in his Mustang. He's going to slot right in behind that Parnelli Jones number 15, which is a stunning car in person.
It really is. They didn't run that livery with Bud Moore too long. They went to that school bus yellow.
Yeah.
But both of them are absolutely gorgeous. There isn't a stinker in this bunch, ladies and gentlemen. Look at that. That's Jeff O'Neill with Velocity Invitational in that beautiful Bud Moore Parnelli Jones history-making historic Trans Am car.
And PJ Jones was here earlier in the weekend to accept the historic, or the induction into the Hall of Fame for Trans Am for his father on Friday.
It was great too, because Racer Magazine had developed these great videos. So as PJ gets up on the stage, he talked about his dad's career in off-road racing and how that translated to Parnelli Jones off-roading the cars in Trans Am. And right when he said that, you saw a picture, video images of Parnelli Jones making a pass through the grass as he said that. And he didn't even know that was happening, but we couldn't have timed it any better. There's Peter Clute right behind Jeff O'Neill, Hildebrandt, and Romano going at it, as is Jim Glass.
Well, one advantage to that Pontiac Tempest GTO, it's a pretty big car, so you're going to need a lot of room to get around it. He doesn't have to try to block you. It's just difficult.
Yeah, and it's so crazy, the history of that car and how Pontiac didn't want to enter Trans Am, and then he built this car from basically his family's car, and then Pontiac ends up naming a car after the series. And that actually became the biggest line item in the budget for the SCCA, was the royalties they got from the Pontiac Trans Am, like the Smokey and the Bandit car.
Yeah, the Screaming Chicken on the hood.
But look at this. I'm like a 12-year-old kid up here right now watching this. This is so much fun. And this is what I love about vintage racing, historic Trans Am races. You know, there's a group of 5 or 6 up front. There's a group of 5 or 6 in the middle. There's like the mid to back pack, 5 or 6, and then there's cars in the back, and they're all having a blast. But here comes another pass.
Well, you're wondering how much horsepower is under the hood of that Mustang? Plenty. Look at him power past the Javelin as they come to sunset.
All of the manufacturers involved had to have in this class a 305 or less. So obviously the 302 for the Fords. And I can't remember what AMC had to do, but they had to like almost de-stroke it to bring it down to a 305. But man, Chris Liebenberg there in third in that George Fulmer car, coming up behind Bill Ockerland in that Penske Mark Donahue AMC Javelin.
These guys run hard too. They're stunning cars, but they don't just, they're no trailer queens here.
I did a video years ago when they came to Watkins Glen and put a camera in that car of Ken Epsman looking over his shoulder. And he is so smooth, it looks like he's just driving to the grocery store, where all the other drivers are just sawing at the wheel. I don't know how he has that thing set up, but very, very smooth. There's the 83. I believe that's my friend Ken Adams. I was wrong. The 83 of Kevin Sittner. Sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen, but we try to get it right. But look at that Tempest. And I believe it was Bob Tullius that won here in the first race in 1966 in a Pontiac Tempest. There's the car from me, though.
Tullius wanted a Dodge Dart.
Dodge Dart, you're right. Thank you for that. I hate to be wrong.
It was that 66 race.
But that Camaro there, unbelievable.
Look at that Z28 69, just stunning.
Steve Lincoln, that Camaro. They're keeping it on the track, and I don't think you appreciate how difficult that is, ladies and gentlemen. But look at that up front group of cars as they come in through the tower turn. Such a historic circuit with such historic cars, great drivers, and just fantastic camaraderie here in historic Trans Am. There's the 83 of Sydney. Ford Boss 302. Here are the leaders. We've got Bill Ockerland racing the Donahue Javelin.
Here comes Clute again. Boy, Peter is pretty racy here this afternoon in his Ford Mustang, isn't he?
Yeah, Peter, even though you own a body shop, it doesn't mean these other drivers do.
One of the best in North America.
Yeah.
Canadian company. A couple of Mustangs back here.
Peter Clute.
Love that grabber blue, huh?
Oh, yeah, that grabber blue there, unbelievable. That's Robert Canepa in that grabber blue Ford Boss 302. There's Tommy Dreese in that Vic Elford winning at Watkins Glen Chaparral Jim Hall Camaro. We have a special guest in the booth with us, though. Our new CEO, Lee Giannone, vintage racer. I'm going to put him on the headset. He's going to give us his take on watching historic Trans Am at Sebring. Lee, welcome to your first weekend with us, and what a sight to see. How about that?
It's fantastic. I love these cars. I think this is one of the most exciting series that we see in vintage racing. I'm a fan of the cars since they were on track for the first time when they ran years and years ago, and the fact that we have all these fantastic cars that are maintained and raced hard, and there's nothing truer than collect art and new racing. This is the epitome of that. These are some of my favorite cars on the racetrack, and these guys they're hauling the mail on these things.
They are, and that's a lot of hard work. Lee, thank you so much for joining us up here, but we're going to get back to this race route because it is getting good.
It has been a tremendous battle at the front of the field. As we've talked about, these are in so many ways priceless machinery, but these drivers are really wheeling them there this afternoon. Battle in the top 5 is outstanding.
That's Ross Myers in that Ford Mustang blue. Trying to go through all of these as they come through. Great drone shots here as they come into 10. Now this is a high-speed right-hander. You've got to set it up right to get the left-handers. That is Ken Epsman and Tommy Dreese. Yeah. Ken Epsman in that Roy Woods Javelin, Tommy Dreese in that Jim Hall Chaparral Vic Elford Camaro. This was the phrase, win on Sunday, sell on Monday, and the manufacturers really went for the championship in 1970. They didn't actually have a manufacturer's championship until 1972 in Trans Am. But they learned pretty early on that if Parnelli Jones or George Fulmer won in a Mustang, they sold a lot of Mustangs. And if Mark Donahue won in a Camaro, they sold a lot of Camaros. And so all the manufacturers were vying to have some cars racing in the Trans Am series. But how about that number 13 of Dennis
I'll tell you what,
Singleton?
Peter Clute's trying to help them sell some Mustangs this coming week because he's really pushing it.
He is on the loud pedal.
He's sitting in 3rd in car 63 right now.
Now, speaking to Gary Moore, I didn't know this. I thought the Cougars and the Mustangs were the same cars, just different bodies, but there is a wheelbase difference.
Yeah.
And I heard that the
Cougar's
Cougar,
longer, right?
Yeah, the Cougar actually has maybe a little bit better balance, is the opinion of Gary Moore, who races a Shelby GT350 and a Mercury Cougar with us.
Well, the Cougar was supposed to be a little bit more luxurious.
Yes. Yeah,
of a performance car.
The luxury A sedan car.
Yeah.
So here they come into Mission Foods turn 7.
There's Dreese.
Look at that Chevrolet bow tie with Steve Link behind him in that Camaro.
And I'll say it as I do every time I see one. How come Chevrolet only made the 69 body style for 1 year?
I'll never understand that either.
The biggest question in the history of automobile manufacturing. They could bring that car back now in that body style, and it would sell out.
Unbelievable. I think you're absolutely right. 2 Mustangs going at it. We were talking about, you prefer the fastback, and then you've got kind of the notchback, the coupe there.
I'm definitely a fastback guy when it comes to the Mustang, and definitely a 69 like that red 72 when you're talking about Chevys.
Yeah. Oh no! I don't think that was a nudge. I think Tommy just got loose there, but it looked pretty close.
You don't think he hit him?
I don't think he hit him.
It was awful close.
But knowing Ken Epsman, he can put that car anywhere he wants. Ken Epsman, a ton of talent. I think I saw maybe a little bit of smoke out of either Hager
Liebenberg there, and then this should
I thought
be
it was
Romano.
Liebenberg. He had his hand out the window too.
That's Bill Godwin in that Chevrolet Camaro Z28, blue and white. But let's see what happens here. Up front, we're getting about, looks like maybe 2-3 laps remaining, but look at that, ladies and gentlemen. To me, that's the car.
Take a look at this, Ben. Let's see if there's some contact here or not going into Mission Foods turn number 7. Right up the inside. Oh yeah, he clipped him. Just the very back there.
And ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry for that. We usually do not show any metal-to-metal contact in vintage racing, especially historic Trans Am, so my apologies for that. But the racing is getting so good up front. We've got Jeff O'Neill out there in that beautiful car. We've got Robert Canova coming up from the back, or from the middle in that Ford Boss 302. But here is the race for the lead. And what happened to Jim Hague? Is he in front of, because we've got Peter Kloot. And that's Liebenberg. Where did Jim Hague go? Is he up? Can't tell. No, Bill Ockerland is up front.
Yeah,
and then Peter Kloot, Liebenberg, and Ike Keeler. So where is Jim Hague in that Peter Gregg car?
Well, he hasn't checked out on the field, that's for sure.
Look at that thing. The sound, ladies and gentlemen, that these cars are making so difficult to drive. But it does look like the 83 is having some mechanical problems there with Kevin Sittner. We're going to go with our leaders now and follow these leaders around as we've got Bill Ockerland, Peter Kloot, Chris Liebenberg, and Ike Keeler. And there is Tom McIntyre in that winning 10 of 13 Trans Am races in 1968 to be the champion, and he missed the first 2 rounds. So basically winning 10 out of 11 races that they entered, which is absolutely unbelievable. Such a historic car. So many books written about that car and this team of Mark Donohue and Roger Penske. The Unfair Advantage, a huge, basically folklore in all of motorsports. My toes are tapping over here. I'm getting a little nervous to the end of this thing. We are going to do a podium celebration, but with HTA, we want to celebrate the cars, so we're bringing all the drivers in and having one big photo op, the HTA family. That is the 23. You hear him squealing the tires there, Bill Godwin.
Bill Godwin, yeah.
You see the clag, as David Hobbs would say, coming off. But here we go, coming into 17. Looks like Bill Ockerland is the class of the field right now, but Liebenberg coming up behind.
Yeah, Liebenberg's been an interesting story here today. That, not sure if the car's been 100% all afternoon, but he's fast here at the end.
Look,
tight pack here coming down towards turn number 1 with the Penske Camaro out front.
That's a sight you saw quite a few times in 1968, that Camaro out front.
Oh, yeah.
As the big 3 battled it out in Trans Am plus AMC.
In the Sunoco colors.
We've got the white flag out, ladies
Gold
and gentlemen.
pinstriping, just stunning. White flag, final lap, here we go.
So there's Jim Hague.
Yeah, he is falling back.
Hildebrandt. Jeff O'Neill behind the Gray Ghost. Beautiful car. I got to watch Parnelli Jones sit back in that car at Indy when Bill Ockerland brought it, and Parnelli ran in the pace lap for us. Parnelli got in the seat and he said, like a glove, it's just like the old times. And he's like, it was like taking a time machine back to you know, the late 60s, early 70s for him. And he had the biggest grin on his face, and it was quite an honor for me to see that.
Singleton getting around McIntyre. The older generation Camaro moves around the younger.
We're on the last lap, and I hope we can catch up to the leaders and you can bring us home, Ralph. But you can see his hands moving in the Gray Ghost. That thing just has to be really difficult to rotate as they go side by side at the 7.
Arguably the most unique Pontiac in the history of motorsports.
Yeah, maybe. So what year was the split bumper Camaro?
Is that 70?
not sure, but I also like that Camaro's body style as well. All right, here come the leaders moving through the traffic.
Looks like our Penske Camaro has some issues there, and
yeah, possibly
getting out of the way of everybody.
Being a gentleman racer, I appreciate that, Tom McIntyre. But Ralph, we're coming up to the bitter end of this. I don't want it to end. I'm kind of sad, but bring us home, Ralph.
I know, it makes it a little tough over the next couple of weeks till we get to Michelin Road in Atlanta. Peter Clute in the 63, thinking about making a move here, reel in Liebenberg down the Ullman straightaway for the final time. Åkerlund out front, Liebenberg holds second, Klute's back there in third. And the Javelin came up a little short yesterday, but not today. Off of turn 17, up the front straightaway, checkered flag waves. And it's the Penske Javelin of Bill Åkerlund, car number 6, that takes the win here in that stunning red, white, and blue color scheme. Liebenberg holds on for second in the Budmore Mustang. Keeler shows in third in the Cougar. Then Clute in fourth. Hildebrand gets the Grey Ghost across the line in fifth. There she is. And O'Neill and Glass, both in the 15s, come across the line behind the Grey Ghost. Last few cars across the line to finish out the day, including Ken Epsman. In his Javelin. That's the Roy Woods car. Drivers saluting the fans and our turn marshals here today. Historic Trans Am has put on some of the best racing all weekend long here at Sebring. So if you have an opportunity to come out to a speed tour event, I highly recommend it. Come check out these historic Trans Am cars in person. Here's a look at those results. Åkerlund, Liebenberg, Keeler, Clute, Hildebrand, your top 5. Canepa, O'Neill, Glass, Haig fell all the way back to 9th after leading quite a few laps. And John Romano rounds out the top 10 in his Chevy Camaro. Tommy Dracy from the back of the field up to 11th in the Chaparral Camaro. And soon these guys will have made their way around one final time around the 3.7 mile Sebring layout. And they'll head to Victory Lane, and Ben Sissel, who left the booth moments ago, will be there awaiting their arrival. Some of these drivers will be back in action throughout the course of the afternoon here as the SVRA activity picks up, the Sportscar Vintage Racing Association. Some of these drivers bring multiple vehicles with them on a speed tour weekend so they can participate in as many races as possible. Again, it all started on a Friday afternoon with a 4-hour race in March of 1966. On a Friday afternoon, the first Trans-American Sedan Championship event. And then the manufacturers started taking note of this series and the opportunities it could provide. And we were blessed with these incredible machines into the early 70s. And now Trans Am has evolved to the spectacular 900 horsepower beasts that we saw racing earlier this morning. Fortunately, we've got plenty of people out there that are passionate about keeping this era of Trans Am alive and well and thrilling the fans just like it did the late 60s and early 70s. And as Ben pointed out, all the cars will make the turn to the right and head towards victory lane. Steps to the podium.
Hey, yeah, bring this one in.
Right there will show you the age of the race car when you can actually open the door. There's that stunning Penske Hilton Racing Camaro. The Sunoco livery. Pinstriping on the hood is always an impressive part of this car. No wraps back then. Hand painted. That's the 7, the hotel on property here down
what
by
we'll
Mission
do,
Foods Turn 7.
Just get shots of the car.
SVRA getting ready with their next race of the afternoon. This will be PSSA rolling out. SpeedTour Series will move on to Michelin Road in Atlanta in March 21st through the 23rd. Barber Motorsports Park for the first time in October this year, and we'll close it out October 30th through November 2nd at Circuit of the Americas. Those are all Speed Tour events, so you'll see the Trans Am cars presented by Pirelli. You'll see the Cube 3 TA2 Championship. You'll see all the SVRA categories, including historic Trans Am. So make your plans. Visit gotransam.com and come on out and join us at the races. All right, let's head down now to the Victory Circle area. Let's go join Ben Sissel and meet the drivers who put on a great show in historic Trans Am here this afternoon. Ben, take it away.
Oh man, Ralph, I'm like a 12-year-old kid down here with these cars and drivers as they're eating some of their Mission chips. Come on up here, guys, I love it. They're chowing down on some Mission chips, you know. Juan Gonzalez, one of our racing friends, they like that. Too fast, too tasty. Everybody, come on up here, man. Yeah, come on, that was so much fun. No, so we'll put... I don't even know who 1, 2, and 3 were, but we'll put you guys up here, and then we're going to do a big family photo. It looks like you guys had some fun out there. It was awesome.
Baby, hold me up.
It was awesome. You can't ask for anything better than a car that can't stop and it can't turn. It's just wonderful.
Had a great time. I was all by myself, though. But I won't tell you what I was doing, no. Just kidding.
I love it. And that's what this is all about. This is supposed to be fun. I've got my friend Ike Keeler here. Wait, stay up here, guys. We're doing a big family photo. We need all historic Trans Am drivers up here because it's all about the cars. It's all about the history in historic Trans Am. But we want record of this. We're not sure this is ever going to be able to happen at Sebring. Ike Keeler in that Mercury Cougar up here in 3rd place. How's that feel?
Great, man. Awesome. Love it.
Now, the Keeler family has a lot of history with Ford and Mercury and Lincoln. Tell us about that history.
Yes, they do. We're one of their biggest automotive component parts suppliers for Ford, GM, and Chrysler.
What was the quote, I think, from Lee Iacocca about you grab a door handle?
I don't know about that one.
There's something about you grab a door handle of a Ford, you're shaking the hand of...
Henry, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, you're shaking the hand of your dad. That you told me about this quote years ago.
Make something up.
Yeah, make something up, Liebenberg says. 3 Dog Garage, man, I know it was so much effort to put this together. Great show, great race. You're here on the steps of Sebring. How's it feel?
It's wonderful. I mean, first of all, for Ross Myers and all the guys at 3 Dog Garage, I got to thank them because otherwise I wouldn't be here. And just running with the rest of what we call the family is a wonderful thing anytime, no matter where you finish.
I love it. We were talking about that just an hour ago in the Trans Am podium, how it's a Trans Am family. An historic Trans Am, it's even a family.
Yeah, absolutely. We know everybody, it's really more social than it is the cars anymore.
It's all about the party. Bill Ockerland, take the mic. Tell us about your race in that beautiful Penske Javelin.
Yeah, it was a fun race, and everybody did really well and enjoyed it. Lost my wingman, Jimmy Haig, partway through. I don't know what happened to him, but we had a fun time, and the car ran great, and thank everyone for coming. It was a lot of fun.
Nice. How about that? All right, historic Trans Am drivers, come on up here. Come on up here, buddy. Let's line up. Let's line up. We are going to do a family photo. We were talking about the family of Trans Am. I'm going to come down here off of the stage so we can talk about this. But ladies and gentlemen, I feel like a 12-year-old. I'm so excited. That was such a great show. Some of the coolest cars. And the reason we're doing this is because we might not see this again at Sebring. So how about a round of applause for the historic Trans Am drivers for bringing these things out, having such a great race. We love bringing historic Trans Am to our SVRA events. I don't see Jeff O'Neill up there, but I believe Historic Trans Am is coming to the Velocity Invitational. Historic Trans Am drivers, listen. On behalf of SVRA and SpeedTour and the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli, thank you so much. Your crews, thank you so much. The mechanics, all the effort that you guys have to put in to keep these things original, to keep the history alive. All of these deserve to be in a museum, but all of you have the attitude that would be doing these cars a disservice. That is what Historic Trans Am is about. We got to see something that you never get to see. How about one more time for Historic Trans Am? Thank you guys so much. And now, stay cool. Tom McIntyre, you are my hero, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you guys so much. Historic Trans Am. I absolutely love it. Andy Lally, come over here real quick. The new president of Trans Am, and you, Mr. I know you love the Trans Am history. What do you think about these guys?
I love the fact that these guys aren't just here polishing these cars up and making them look pretty, that they're out here at one of the most treacherous tracks in North America and bouncing around over the bumps and flat out and driving the heck out of them. So it's a pleasure to have you guys out here. It's awesome to see these cars in motion, and thanks for coming out.
When you won the 24 Hours of Daytona, did you have your sponsors hand painted on the car?
I had this slot. Had this Matchbox car. I mean, this is such an iconic livery. I've had 8 or 10 of these Matchbox cars back here. This is just such a thing. This is one of the beginnings of what helped me fall in love with Trans Am racing, and to be literally standing next to this car is probably something I never thought I'd actually get a chance to do.
Have you looked inside the door cards exactly as it was? Unbelievable.
That's scary because that, like, nowadays where there's nothing that was as braver or crazier, one or the other. I'm not sure which it was, as to how these guys drove these cars back then. I know they probably didn't know any better. These guys are kind of crazy for getting in these nowadays, knowing like what can happen. But the speed that these cars go around, and to see what these guys did back in the day, it's mesmerizing. It's really, really cool.
Nice, awesome. The new president of Trans Am, Andy Lally, unbelievable. Gentlemen, thank you guys so much. Tom McIntyre, you, sir, are my hero. I'm going to send it back up to you in the booth, Ralph. Here you go. Nice. Thanks for doing that.
Thank you, gentlemen. My pleasure.
How cool was that?
All right, Ben, thank you for wrapping everything up there at the podium, Victory Lane. They're getting ready for the PSSA race, and looks like one of the cars has had a mechanical issue on the pace lap behind the safety car. It would be the 99 machine. We don't have a 99 on the, let's see here. Car 99 is Coble Newsom. Sebeco NPO1 Evo. I'm not sure what happened to him. Still working to get that thing up on the rollback. There's that Audi R8. Just a stunning race car. Such a dominant force when it competed in IMSA competition. American Le Mans Series, as it was known back in the day. Well, while we wait for them to clear this race car off the track and we're able to get to some racing, let's take you back and introduce you to a young man who did a tremendous job as our race starter earlier today.
So a lot of people go out of their way for me to have fun, and so, you know, getting involved with the Make-A-Wish Foundation is something that I've dreamt about for a very, very long time. And the gratification that gets reflected back to us from that is just outstanding. And we meet the nicest people, and they're so resilient and brave in everything that they deal with. It's inspiring, and it's, you know, it makes you count your blessings and keeps you grounded. So it's, to me, this aspect of it is just as important as the racing, if not more.
I got to meet some of the drivers, got a bunch of autographs, got to see some of the cars, and even got into some of the race cars. I got into like a Lamborghini, a prototype car. It was really cool. I got to see him race, which was nice. Very chaotic races.
Yeah, it was rough. Yeah, we started farther back than I would have liked. This is my first time at this track, so there was a pretty steep learning curve. It's a lot of fun though, and yeah, so we walked through the paddock, you know, got some cool swag, and met a bunch of really nice people, sat in race cars.
It helps Lake, Kids Lake. learn about what they want to do in life and like really give them like a hands-on experience of something they might want to achieve. Like a dream of mine is to become a race car driver, so it gives me like a hands-on like experience seeing like how a race car driver like lives day to day and see what they do to prepare for races, how they race and post-race and stuff.
So this is our second year working with Make-A-Wish. So we rolled out something at the end of the season last year. We're trying to obtain enough funding. So Race Marketing USA is a 501c3 nonprofit, and so we're using that to obtain funding to make all these events possible. And if we can do it at every race, we'd love to. There's 12 races on the series, and you know it's nationally touring deal, so it's not cheap, but it's a lot of fun, and it makes it all worth it.
Great job by Bob Accardo and welcoming Kevin here to our Speed Tour event at Sebring, season opening weekend. Looks like Kevin has the passion and the desire to make motorsports a career, and wish him all the best as he chases that dream as well. Still waiting to get our PSSA race off and running. Open enough to show you a few laps on the green here on Speed Sport 1. Travis Enkin at the front of the field in that stunning Audi R8 LMP.
This is actually SVRA Group 5, 7, 11 and the Prototype Sprint Series Association presented by Hankook. So some mixed classes in this. So there's a PSSA race inside of an SVRA race in this class. But Ralph, if you want to run us through the names here as we come to take the green flag.
Well, we already talked about Travis Enkin in car number 2. Wayne Williams on the outside of row 1 in 57A. And you have Ralph Lamacchia in car number 7, Mazda Elon DPO2. Joe Colley in car 39, a Dallara EXP. Jacek Muka, I didn't see Jacek out there, did you? I don't think he made the call in his Cadillac DPI Dallara, which is a shame. Beautiful car. Henry Payne is here, car number 13 in the Lola T90, followed by John Thompson in the 14, a Lola 90. Henry Payne in another Lola 90, car 90, and Samuel Payne in a Lola Sport 2000, car 16. Gary Gray, number 379, is a Radical SR8. Jeff Williams in the 427, another Radical. Keith Taylor, car 20, another Radical. The Sabeco of Seth Henry, car 59. Rob Sherwood in a Peyton Lola S2000, number 34. The 57 is Sean Monet, another Radical. Kurt Leviton in a Carver CS2 S2000, car 28. James Dennison, number 44, in a Revolution 427. Thomas Lacosta in the 53. Gobel Newsom, we talked about his problems with the Sabeco. Andrea Robertson in the Ford GT. And Rafe Baskin in another Radical, car number 10.
Unbelievable field of cars and some history here. Andrea Robertson and her husband won the 24-hour Le Mans in that Ford GT, but they're coming to take the green, Ralph.
Yep, after a bit of a delay, finally ready to get this one underway. Green flag waves, and we're underway here at Sebring. Group 5A, 7, 11, and PSSA. Now, yesterday, the Audi was the first one to turn 1 and checked out on the field, as you would imagine, but right now he's settling into second.
Wayne Williams gets the jump there. Travis Engen with that car, he's got to wait for the tires to come up to temperature, and he also doesn't want to do anything to risk that car, so he'll give it to Wayne Williams, and then he's going to find a way probably around him when he gets the chance. That's Ralph Lamacchia in that Mazda Elan DPO2 and Joe Colley in that Dallara EXP.
Mission Foods turn number 7 here. There's the Payne family. They're multicolored machines.
Rob Sherwood in that Canon number 34 S2000. S2000s was a fantastic class in the SCCA. It was a formula, basically. It was a racer's class, Ford Pinto 2-liter engines, Lots of different manufacturers, but really good battles out there as we see Wayne Williams in that 2023 Radical SR10 in the PSSA series, followed by Travis Engen in that 2005 Audi R8.
Do you remember when they took the
That is Jacek Muka in that Cadillac behind Travis.
Do you remember when they took the Sports 2000 cars and came up with the American City Racing League?
I don't know.
Yeah, the concept was no different than Major League Baseball, the NBA, or the NFL, where a city is actually the main sponsor of the team. And they put some cities together and had a league there for a very short period of time. I remember it because Phil and Steve Mayer, the Olympic skiing stars for Team USA, both competed in it.
So now
they were on Team Reno.
Travis Engen out front with Jacek Muka in that Cadillac right behind. So that's our 2 Group 11 cars here. Actually, sorry, we have 4 Group 11 cars, but that's the 2 Group 11 cars up front. And this is starting to look like the 12 Hours of Sebring. I like these Elan DPOs right there. That's the DPO2 of Ralph Lamacchia. With the lights on coming down into turn 7. That's such a Sebring sight, isn't it?
Yeah, it's still bright, sunny afternoon here in Sebring. Temperatures in the 80s.
There's that Dallara EXP being piloted by Joe Cawley, another Group 11 car. Jacek Muka harder on the brakes, later on the brakes than Travis Engen. This could be a battle here. Jacek Muka is in a 2019 Cadillac. I'm sorry, hold on, I gotta find this. He's in a 2019 Cadillac DPI. There it is. The drone shots, you can really see who's later on the brakes, where the gaps are. It's a neat perspective.
Yes. You can also see how flat this racetrack is.
Yeah. So have you had fun at your first Speed Tour event, Ralph?
Yeah, I've been to Speed Tour events before as a fan. First time I've had an opportunity to come and call the action, and it's been fantastic, whether it's 900 horsepower Trans Am machines presented by Pirelli or historic Trans Am, some of these exciting SVRA categories. There's been something to look at everywhere around this racetrack in the paddock all weekend long. And here comes a challenge for the lead. And guess what? He got the pass completed. Lamacchia. Now Lamacchia making the pass.
Jacek Muka.
Jacek Muka, I'm sorry. Muka makes the pass and takes over the lead from Engen.
But look at this great battle in S2000. But don't ever count Travis Engen out. Even though there's about 14-year difference in these cars, that Audi is quite unstoppable. Jacek Muka is a very good race car driver. He's got all kinds of different cars. Last season he was with us in that Cadillac, I believe it's that Cadillac, but it was the black carbon fiber. This year he's wrapped it in that really cool, almost a Gulf livery to that, isn't there?
Yeah, it does have that look to it, doesn't it?
But Ralph, I've really had a great time being up here in the booth. I love starting our season at the Sebring Speed Tour. You've already taught me so much, and I can't wait to be in the booth with you and see what I learn. And you know, we're just trying to get better up here. So if you know anything about these cars, or if you have any information for us, or if we get something wrong, feel free to leave us a comment. If we get something wrong, you can do it in all caps on Speed Tour TV on YouTube, and let us know who you're rooting for, where you're watching from, and if you have any information on these cars, please let us know. Boy from New York is back with us.
If you're watching on Speed Sport 1, our broadcast window there is closing here momentarily. If you're watching on YouTube on either the SVRA or Speed Tour YouTube pages, Stay right there. You won't miss a lap of the coverage all the way to the checkered flag. But we're quickly approaching the end of our broadcast window on Speed Sport 1. So if you want to see the finish of this race, be prepared to move over to YouTube in either SVRA or SpeedTour pages.
You can really see the bumps going into turn 1, our Cube 3 architecture turn 1.
Well, Ben, for now, here on Speed Sport 1, thank you very much for joining me in the booth. Ralph Shaheen, we hope you've enjoyed our afternoon's worth of coverage from here at Sebring International Raceway with Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli and Historic Trans Am. For Ben Sissel, I'm Ralph Shaheen. So long from now. We'll see you soon from Road Atlanta.
Well, if you've stayed with us on YouTube, we are back. There's that DP02 fighting that Dallara. Those DP02s are just unstoppable cars. Somebody kind of described them to me as almost like an Indy Lights car with not with a skin of a closed-wheeled car. You know, it's almost like an open-wheel car with the skin of a closed-wheel car, but they are just unstoppable cars. So Jacek Muka going through 17.
Gap between our top two is just inside of a second and a half. 4:17.7 for Muka.
Look at the bumps there at turn 1 as these are very rigid cars. You can really see the bumps. And then there is Ralph Lamacchia in that 2008 Mazda Elan DP02, followed closely by Joe Cawley.
Engen was actually 0.3 of a second quicker on that last lap than Muka. See, we might have a fight for the lead here as we come to the conclusion of this, showing 3 laps remaining.
I love coming here at the 12 hour with these cars. You can see their brakes glowing into turn 7. That's Rafe Baskin in that 2022 Radical SR3. But here's the gaps between the leaders, Jacek Muka and Travis Engen. As they come through, this Audi might have a little bit of an advantage through this section. There's that Cannon car, number 34. Rob Sherwood. Here come the leaders.
I would think the Audi would have some serious oomph down this long Ullman straightaway.
Yeah, let's see if he can use it. What a sight to see that is.
Looks like it's definitely a wider car as well.
Look at these bumps, because these are very rigid cars that come under 17.
Teeth rattlers for sure, aren't they?
Looks like he's closed the gap a little bit.
A 4:17.7 to a 4:17.4. So again, Engen a couple of tenths quicker than Muka, and he has closed the gap to within a second. They were about a second and a half last time across start-finish line. Now it's within a second with 2 laps remaining.
One of our commenters, Eagle, says he likes that Audi. I'm editing him a little bit, but thank you, Eagle, for joining us. Let's see what they do into 7.
You know, I don't know anybody that doesn't like that Audi.
Yeah.
Even in its heyday of racing, and it was winning all the time. Everybody just, you had to respect the car, right?
Yeah.
And the team and everything they did. So much innovation came out of that program.
That's John Thompson leading us in the Group 5A S2 in that 1990 Lola. Being from Tennessee, I like that orange S2000. It's kind of Tennessee orange. Ooh, Travis got a little bit squirrely there.
He's pushing it, isn't he?
Yeah.
Well, he knows he's coming to the white flag. And he's a good run out of 16 here.
That's Thomas Lacosta in front of them in that 1978 Lola T492.
Muka down into Sunset. There's Payne.
Henry Payne the fifth. 1989 Lola T90.
Oh.
There's the
Muka
white flag.
got hung up a little bit there, clearing the lapper. The gap's still inside of a second, but it got a little bit bigger. 4:17.7 again to a 4:17.4.
Last lap, white flag is out for
This
these
is
two
it.
cars. You can see in that shot who was on the brakes later. And this is going to be a close one coming into Mission Foods turn 7.
It's going to be a horsepower and aero war down the Ullman straightaway on this last lap.
Let's see if Travis can outbrake him here. Travis in that Audi R8, the most winning Audi in history.
He is closed up on him, hasn't he?
And I'm not sure, just looking at Muka's car, if he can see him in those side mirrors. Let's see how they go into 10, because Muka's increased that gap just a little bit.
Sure did. Very strong through there. That might be all he needs at this point. If he can hang on to this through this back
But they've got lap
section.
traffic ahead of them.
Yep.
They might hit that right at 17 where you don't want to hit lap traffic. That Dolar, that's a good looking car.
Sure is. Here we go, onto the Ullman straightaway for the final time.
Bring us home like we're at the
Muka
12 hour.
and Engen battling with traffic in front as they head towards Sunset Bend. Cadillac powered machine in front of the Audi. Traffic trying to get out of the way. Muka dives inside, bit of a risky move, but the slower car gave him plenty of room. Engen follows through as they come to the line. It's going to be Muka taking the win over the Audi of Engen.
Nice job, Jacek Muka. And knowing Travis, Travis had a blast doing that too. So congratulations, Jacek Muka, Travis Engen. That was quite a sight to see.
That was some good racing for sure.
That was, and I appreciate that revolution there. He pointed out, so I'm going to, James Dennison, who was in that 2021 Revolution with PSSA, he pointed exactly where he wanted the drivers to pass him at 17, heads up, so hats off to James Dennison for that. And there's that Dallara. That's a mean looking car.
So it's Muka, Engen, Williams, Macchia, and Colley, your top 5. That's the overall. Taking a look at the 57 there, Sean Monet, his Radical.
I don't know if I saw my friend Gary Gray out there in the number 379. I hope he's okay.
I don't remember seeing him either.
But I did see a car on a rollback over there past turn 7. So I hope that wasn't Gary. Gary's one of my favorite people in the SVRA paddock. And look at this. There's that Sebeco. So they're on their cool down lap.
It's like Seth Henry, who had a win in the endurance race earlier today with his teammate Wyatt Foster in their Lamborghini. He's going to finish, let's see here, '13th.
Good run there by John Thompson.
There's a look at your results page, brought to you by Pirelli. All right, as you take a look at the rest of the field through 20th and Goebel Newsom, we're going to take a quick break here from Sebring. More racing action coming your way as the Speed Tour weekend at Sebring rolls on after this.
You've got a business to run, big and heavy products to ship, and customers who need them now. When you've got the right driver and the right equipment, you can bet on a spectacular result. Bennett understands complex logistics and puts the best team, the most time, and the latest technology into every customer relationship, so you can sit back, relax, and enjoy the race. Let us handle the rest.
Together, we can move anything.
Welcome back to the Sebring Speed Tour. You're seeing the podium celebration for our SVRA Groups 5A, 7, 11, and the Prototype Sprint Series Association presented by Hankook Tires. but SVRA Group 10 is on track on their out lap, pace lap for the last race of the weekend for Group 10. Group 10 is kind of our catch-all group. It's got the stock cars. We've got the Group 10 stock car class. Then we've got a bunch of Group 10 IGT, GT4, GT2 cars. And we had quite a race in that group yesterday. So it's X-Trans Am cars, X-Stock cars, IMSA GTO cars. Then we've got the...
5A and 11,
then we also have the stock car group. And front row Joe Nemechek has joined us here at Sebring in a 2014 Chevy Silverado. But starting in position 1, pole position, is Ryan Gemmel. So Joe Nemechek stayed true to front row Joe, but he's just not on the top of the front row. Ryan Gemmel has taken that from him. They're good friends, teammates in a 2009 Toyota Camry. Third, Shannon Ivey in that 2005 Monte Carlo that you see right there. That red bud, Monte Carlo. Then Kurt Vogt in that Ford Thunderbird in the Mark Martin livery, but who did you say the car was originally?
Originally, that was a Jimmy Spencer Smokin' Joe's Ford.
Jeff Rocco in the MGD, Rusty Wallace car. Mark Mercurio in a 2012 Toyota Camry. Glenn Stiers in stock car in the 2007 Toyota Camry. Frank Markham, who unfortunately said he wasn't going to be able to make this race, was in the Red Bull Ford Taurus of Chase Elliott, actually. He sent me a big text last night with some history on that, so we appreciate that. Carlos Gann in that Ricky Rudd 1987 Ford Thunderbird. I think that's both of our favorites. Yep. Scott Frazier in that Casey Kane Dodge Charger. And then Donnie Etherly in that 2006 Chevy Monte Carlo Black. I believe that's the Jack Daniels Clint Boyer car. This is going to be a split start, but they're coming down to take the green. And motorsports legend Ralph Shaheen is going to lead us to the green as they come into the bridge at 17.
Well, that is very nice of you to say, Ben. Thank you very much for the nice introduction and the warm welcome this entire weekend with you and our entire team here. Speed Tour events. So we get ready to go. Green flag waves and we're underway. A little NASCAR thunder for you down the front straightaway. And again, front row Joe is not going to allow to push too hard for that lead early on. He's going to wait and let his buddy go.
And not with his teammate, because he knows he'll be the one to have to fix it. And there is the other split start. DJ Jans out front with, it looks like, Charles Wicht next to him. A lot of these drivers here, you see, they're just warming up and doing some practice for the 12-hour in just a few weeks. And Wolsifer getting some smoke. Oh, I hope that's not the engine. That looks like it's something in the engine, because tire smoke would go away as Gemmel leads them into Mission Foods turn 7, followed by front row Joe, Shannon Ivey, and then Kurt Vogt. Kurt Vogt, the owner, president of Cobra Automotive, but also the president of the Shelby Club.
I think that Valvoline paint scheme is one of my favorites of the Mark Martin era cars that Mark ever drove.
Now, Wolsifer isn't smoking anymore, so I'm not sure what happened there. Maybe it was tire smoke, and I just don't know what I'm talking about, but I hope it was tire smoke, Mark. It was Gemmel battling. We saw this in the race yesterday too, didn't we?
Sure did, yeah. And then you got what, an ex-Dale Jr. Budweiser car back there, and Chevy. There goes that Mark Martin car, originally a Jimmy Spencer Smokin' Joe's car, the Travis Carter stables. That Smokin' Joe's program, you know, they ran Smokin' Joe's Top Fuel car, and they ran the Cup car, and they also ran motorcycles in AMA Super Sport and Superbike competition, and Miguel Duhamel actually won the Daytona 200 in Smokin' Joe's livery. So even though Jimmy didn't win any races with it, the program was a success.
That is Edward Wheatley in that Porsche 991.2. Now I want to talk about this car here, the Casey Kane car. That is Scott Frazier, our 2024 SVRA Driver of the Year, voted on by all the former SVRA Drivers of the Year. That's the biggest honor in SVRA, potentially the biggest honor in vintage racing. SVRA really doesn't have anything to do with the voting. It's all down to the past winners of the SVRA Driver of the Year, and quite an honor. I spoke to Scott today. He was showing us the trophy, and congratulations to Scott Frazier for winning that, and I think well deserved. There is Shannon Ivey in that Dale Jr. car, followed by the Mark Martin car of Kurt Vogt.
That would have been a DEI era junior car when he was teamed up with Steve Park and Michael Waltrip.
So you've got the Darren Brassfield Oldsmobile coming up on that shell zone of DJ Jans. Ike Keeler behind the wheel of that Darren Brassfield car.
I really love the look of the shell zone Mustang. It was a great looking car in the day, and it's a fantastic looking car today.
Yeah. Yeah, I really like those and the Whistlers.
Yeah.
But it looks like Front Row Joe's got something cooking there for Ryan Gemmel as we look at Wolsifer, the number 31 car, Rick Wolsifer in that 2014 Chevrolet Camaro. There's Scott Frazier. Now Scott Frazier's having a battle of his own with Carlos Gann, but the number 2 car of Edward Wheatley, he's here on the Michelin tires getting ready for the 12 Hours of Sebring. So he doesn't want to tear up the car, obviously, but he wants to get around and get some fast laps as Ryan Gemmel's trying to hold off Front Row Joe.
Joe pitches it to the inside, trying to make a move coming up on the front straightaway. See if he can get it done. He's still behind him as they cross the start-finish line, headed to turn number 1.
Down 465 says that vanilla truck is fast.
Sure is.
Gold Bandit is a classic, and Ricky Rudd. We've got some great comments coming on here. I love it. Keep them coming. If we get something wrong, feel free to yell at us in all caps.
We might yell back, though.
Yeah, we can yell back. Yeah, it's fine. That 1994 Chevrolet Camaro of Michael Kern. Beautiful car. But look at this, the gap is decreasing. Front Row Joe trying to intimidate a little bit.
He gets right up on him through here.
He does. Ryan Gemmel works at Joe Nemechek's shop.
Nemco?
They're really good friends, yeah. So, and they build these cars together. Uh-oh, here it is.
Here comes Joe to the inside. And we're going to have a new leader. Nice, clean pass. That pass was set up coming out of Mission Foods turn 7. He exited that corner just perfectly, had a tremendous amount of speed, and was able to work his way through the bends. Oh, our shell zone Mustang is off and back on. Overshot the corner there at Mission Foods turn 7.
It's fitting, though, that DJ Jans is in a Trans Am car because, in my opinion, he's one of the people that helped save Trans Am in like the early 2010s, 11s. So we really appreciate that. Came up with the Young Guns trophy, but did I see a for sale sign on the windshield?
Of the Nemechek truck?
Yeah. Looks like that car is for sale, ladies and gentlemen. So if everything goes correctly, you might be able to buy a race-winning truck from Joe Nemechek.
And my guess is Joe will wrap it any way you want it. I did some of the Truck Series events that first year. Boy, that was a whole different animal.
Yeah.
When NASCAR announced they were going to bring pickup trucks to NASCAR.
So were you there in the Mike Skinner era?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, he's
Skinner and Hornaday and all those guys. Oh, yeah.
Skinner, Hornaday, Angie Skinner. They're some of my favorite people in our paddocks.
Jack Sprague. Think of some of the names that were around those early days of the Truck Series. Butch Miller, who's here today. Butch Miller's here, legendary stock car racer, taking in the racing action, has friends competing.
And you said Darren Brassfield was here this weekend?
Yeah, Darren's been here.
There's his car right there.
Yep. Saw Darren and his wife earlier on Friday.
So Ike Keeler got out of that beautiful Cougar in the HTA race and then got into this 1990 Oldsmobile Cutlass rocket sports car. That's Stephen Thomas in that 2020 Porsche Cayman. I haven't seen that car yet. That's the John Kyle II 2020 Chevrolet Corvette.
There it is right there.
Michael Kern, 1994 Chevrolet Camaro. Oh gosh, DJ mixing it up.
It's an old Nemechek entry right there. Running Joe's famed 87. You know, if you're looking to go vintage car racing and come out and play with us, getting one of these vintage NASCAR machines is a cost-effective way to go. Parts are everywhere around Charlotte. You're not going to have any trouble finding whatever you need to get your car running the way you want. People are everywhere too, as far as information. You know, you pick the wrong vintage era machine of some type. It's hard sometimes to find knowledgeable people that can steer you in the right way, right?
Yeah, I'm an MG person, and there aren't too many people that can still tune SU carburetors and work on those cars anymore, but there's a handful. And not only that, but I was talking to Scott Frazier today. He likes the stock cars because they're really safe. You've got that big seat,
100%.
the huge roll cages, and if unfortunately if you do hit something like a tire wall, it's not that expensive to repair.
No. And you can pick just about any look that you want. They're almost all available these days.
Oh, we did have him zoom in right there. He heard us. There is a for sale sign. So thank you to that camera operator.
Does he have a second seat in that car?
He does. I saw that, yeah.
In the truck.
Looks like they're going to do some media rides.
We need a ride. I'd go for a ride with Joe, wouldn't you?
Oh, yeah. There's the Clint Boyer car of Donnie Etherly.
And that car had an issue yesterday. Gotten a little dust up on the track, met the wall. But it looks pretty good. It looks like they did a nice job getting it ready to go racing today.
Somebody said Skinner was a good racer, and the next comment, so was Swervin' Ernie Irvin.
Oh, yeah. Swervin' Irvin. Still see Ernie every now and then around Charlotte.
But this race up front is heating up. Let's see if Ryan Gemmell is a very calculated driver. Let's see if he can figure out a way around Joe Nemechek. There's Carlos Gann. Uh-oh, here it comes.
Yep, looking inside down the Ullman straightaway. Joe gives him plenty of room. They're going to swap the lead for now.
I think that was set up through drafting.
Ooh. Boy, look at that thing picking up the right front.
Man.
He had it all the way over on that
on
left
the
front
edge.
wheel. Don't think for a second they're not pushing these things hard. 2:10.4 for Joe Nemechek on that last lap. And a 2:10.0 for our new race leader. Oh, Joe slides the rear end around a little bit, coming off of turn number 1.
And turn 3.
Because that Rocket Sports holds. I remember doing one of those truck series events that first year at Saugus Speedway in Southern California. Little very flat quarter mile.
Oh, wow.
You want to talk about some rooting and gouging. And a whole long night of yellows.
Oh, I bet.
Boy, Joe that thing is really loosening up underneath him.
It sure is, yeah.
He's sliding the rear end and pushing the front.
And
look at that.
See the rear end? Is that a Watts link or like a trailing arm? What is that goes down?
Yeah, I'm the wrong technical guy to ask about that. I can talk your ear off on some of the history and personalities, but if I got to crawl up under there with a wrench, you're asking for trouble.
All right, now let's see if Joe can use the draft.
He's going to have 2 more laps to get it done.
There's Scott Frazier, 2024 SVRA Driver of the Year.
Haven't heard the official announcement yet, but word on the street of Charlotte is that Dodge is headed back to NASCAR.
I've heard that too.
So
yeah.
we might be seeing more Chargers, or I'm not sure what they're going to run body-wise, but a lot of talk that they might be coming back.
That's exciting.
Oh, it's always great to have a new manufacturer back. You know, they have such a legendary history. Dodge and Plymouth, Chrysler Corporation. Think back to the King, Richard Petty, his days.
Okay, look, he's setting it up like he did last time. Remember, he set it up at 7. Looks
And here
like
he
he's trying to do
comes.
that.
Inside.
But it looks like he's losing his tires, doesn't it?
Yeah, it sure does. But he's got to hold them off for a lap and a half. Maybe he figures he might have made that pass too soon.
Yeah, maybe.
He maybe should have stayed there and done that on the white flag lap.
Yeah. Uh-oh. Well, look at this. Here we go into 10, maybe. But ladies and gentlemen, if you're on the comment section, please, who's it going to be? Is it going to be Gemmel in the Camry, or is it going to be Front Row Joe in the white vanilla truck? Yeah, that's what I was saying, uh-oh. The Darren Brassfield car, I think blew a head gasket because I saw water dripping out of the exhaust coming down the front straight.
And speaking of new marks to a series, and you just talking about the Camry, I've been hearing this week and then we should be seeing Toyota body cars competing here in Trans Am in our Cube 3 Architecture TA2 category soon, correct?
Yeah, and TA with
And
Toyota
TA, right.
engines.
Yeah.
Uh-oh, here it is.
Here's that battle. Did Joe make it too soon? I think he did. So he's passed him in 2 different spots.
Yeah.
Let's see what he's got left up his sleeve.
So Mash the Stampede says, let's go, Joe.
All right, Nash, he's got to get it done on this lap. There goes the Ricky Rudd Motorcraft Ford. Joe doesn't seem to slide it as much this time. I think he's lost a little drive.
Yeah. Oh,
he's pulling off.
Oh, no.
He's lost all
That's
the
engine.
drive. Smoke out the back. This one is over as far as the battle for the lead. Unfortunately, Joe Nemechek's day is done.
That puts Shannon Ivey into 2nd place in that Dale Jr. car.
Junior will be happy about that. Think the price dropped on that truck?
Yeah, I think so. Alex Pratt in that 202 2023 Porsche 992.
I just saw the Shell Zone Mustang exit the racetrack as well. It's a shame.
I'm seeing why Joe and no Joe in the comment sections.
Yeah.
And Smoking Joe.
I'm sure Joe's saying the same thing.
Oh.
Two radically different eras here, but they keeping up pretty similar lap times.
But that's my favorite era of NASCAR, when the drivers got out and they're like, oh man, that guy cut me out turn 3, and you could barely understand him. You had Ward Burton, people like that. I just loved that.
Yeah. Ward was always fun to interview out of Virginia, him and his brother Jeff. That late 80s Thunderbird of Ricky Rudd. You know, Ricky was an old motocross racer before he got into NASCAR?
I didn't know that, yeah.
Yep, sure was. 2 radically different eras here, but they keeping up pretty similar lap times.
Uh-oh, the checkered flag is coming out. It is out.
And Gemmel's going to take the overall win here today.
I appreciate what Gemmel did there at the end. This is a sportsman thing to do. He could have passed that Camaro.
Yeah.
And then that would have ended the race for the Camaro.
Right. Let him have another lap.
Yeah, he's going to let the Camaro have another lap. He's just going to cool down anyway. So we appreciate that, Ryan Gemmel. It's a very gentlemanly thing to do, unless the guy in the Camaro's like, please let this race end.
Well, you know, you bring up an interesting point. If you are going to come run in vintage car competition, you have to rethink the game a little bit.
Yeah.
You know?
I'm seeing a lot of comments about NASCAR coming to Sebring. I'll tell you, the first time we brought the vintage stock cars, all of the NASCAR people came to watch. We saw them up there, the Sebring people. They were looking at it. NASCAR does own this track.
Are they talking about bringing a points-paying cup race to Sebring? Is that what they're...
Yeah, that would be pretty cool.
I would say no.
It'd be pretty cool, though.
I would say no.
Yeah.
You've got races at Daytona. You got races at Homestead. This market for NASCAR is flooded right now as far as them not needing another date here. This is certainly a racetrack where they could put on a good show. I could just imagine.
They could maybe do trucks or something.
You could do a truck or an Xfinity race here, yeah. I could just imagine seeing a whole horde of Cup cars under braking going into Mission Foods Turn 7. It would be spectacular, wouldn't it? And the Ullman straightaway is every bit as wide as Pocono.
Yeah.
So it would be thrilling from that standpoint.
Here are the results.
I would tell you, if they're going anywhere right now, they're going overseas. That's the next big move. Dipping into Mexico this year. Taking a look at our Pirelli results pages. All right, as we wrap up this one more race on the docket here today, right, Ben?
Yes. Yeah. Yep. Couldn't get my button to work.
I hate that button too.
And it is my favorite group, the 1, 3, 4, 5B, 8, and 12B. Coming up next after these messages from our very important sponsors and marketing partners.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
You've got a business to run, big and heavy products to ship, and customers who need them now. When you've got the right driver and the right equipment, you can bet on a spectacular result. Bennett understands complex logistics and puts the best team, the most time, and the latest technology into every customer relationship, so you can sit back, relax, and enjoy the race. Let us handle the rest.
Together, we can move anything.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
The Mission Foods Road Atlanta Speed Tour returns to Michelin Raceway, Road Atlanta, March 21st through the 23rd, featuring the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli, the Sportscar Vintage Racing Association, International GT, PSSA, FRP, and the Janetta Challenge. Saturday, you can take part in the Haggerty Cars and Caffeine Car Show with Parade Lab. You do not want to miss the Road Atlanta Speed Tour, March 21st to the 23rd. For tickets, simply go to speedtour.net.
And welcome back to our live coverage from here at Sebring International Raceway as we get set for what will be our final race within our broadcast window here today. Tell me a little bit about this, Ben. I was going to pick on you and say all of these classes are your favorite, but I know truly this one is your favorite.
Yeah, but I tell you, HTA, Historic Trans Am, is catching up, but I just love especially Group 1 and 3 cars. I'm a big British sports car fan, but this is Groups 1, 3, 4, 5B, 8, and 12B. So Group 1 is the very small bore production, like midgets, Spridgets, MGAs, Spitfires, but you can see a lot of our drivers have gone home this late. Then Group 3 is like 356s. Sometimes Lotus 7s are out there in Group 3. Triumph Spitfires, also categorized MGBs. Group 5B will be that Lotus 23B. Group 8 would be like the B sedan cars like the 2002s, the Alfa Romeos, the Datsun 510s, but also Porsche 911s. And then Group 12 is basically a Group 8 car that was made after 1973. So like
the
BMW
cars.
E30s, things like that, the Mazda Miatas. Yeah.
So, Ben, just to have a little fun at your expense here, of course, many of us growing up, our aspirational cars that we had posters of on our walls were Lamborghini Countaches or Ferrari Testarossas, that sort of thing. What was on your bedroom wall as a teenager?
I had the Magnum PI. What is that, a 328?
308.
Yeah, I had that.
So it wasn't a British car?
No, not until high school did I fall in love with the British cars. But I did have an Aston Martin DB4. I've always liked those. And the DB5, the James Bond car.
Yeah.
But I think he was in the booth with us for Historic Trans Am, but I think Lee Giannone is out there, the new CEO of Speed Tour in a 1972 Porsche 911. But I did get him in trouble yesterday because I didn't have the information, but his brother was racing the car yesterday. Remember we said he got a little squiggly there coming out of Cube 3 Architecture Turn 1. So that wasn't him, that was his brother. So I'm hoping somebody confirmed that Lee is in the car, but we're going to call it that way. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Well, the Giannone car, depending on who's driving it, is listed as starting in 5th, car number 12. Pirelli starting grid. There you see it just up ahead in red.
Now at our Mission Foods Road Atlanta Speed Tour in a month, we're going to have 20 plus of those Ginettas, like our pace car, in one group. And that is quite a fun group to watch.
Mm-hmm. It's a good-looking car.
Yeah. Ginettas back in the day were unstoppable cars, like in the 60s. Just great little sports racers, Group 8 cars, Group 5 cars. There's Lee Giannone. And you said it was a ducktail.
Ducktail, yes. The other one, the much bigger one, is the whale tail, which I'm more of a whale tail guy myself. But as you will find out, I'm a slats and fins and wings and splitter kind of guy.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's why you talk about the Countach.
Yeah.
I'm all about it, right?
But that's perfect because I don't
You're not.
I don't know a lot of like the purpose-built race cars or anything like that. My specialty is probably the 50s and 60s, early 70s sports cars, production cars.
Yeah.
Well, here they come to take the green, Ralph.
Yep. Final race of our broadcast window here this weekend on a season opening. Beautiful Sunday here, Sebring. About 80 degrees all afternoon long. Drivers have had to wait around for their opportunity to go racing, and we're about to give it to them as we come under the bridge for the final time, waiting the green. There it is. We're racing towards turn number 1, and the Giannone Porsche already picks up a spot or two. And just like yesterday, Travis Engen and that Lotus 23B goes right to the front.
Yeah. Followed by Gene in that Group 3 Lotus 7, but Lee into second place there, Lee Giannone. In that Porsche 911, love that BMW 2002, ahead of the Datsun 510s and the MX-5 Miatas. Datsun 510s have really shot up in price lately.
Oh, yeah.
as they come into Mission Foods turn 7. I believe that is Lee in that car. There's a Lotus 11 back there. Love that car. That's a Group 4 car. There it is. On those skinny wire wheels.
If I'm not mistaken, doesn't Adam Carolla own the John Morton 510?
Yeah, a bunch. And Paul Newman cars as well.
Yeah, he's got a bunch of Paul Newman cars. I know that.
Yeah. John Morton comes to a lot of vintage events.
Yes, he does.
Down 465 says that Lotus is lower than my knees.
Yeah.
And DW says it depends on which whale tail you're talking about.
As far as his favorite?
I don't know.
Or
you don't want to guess. He might be talking about something else.
You never know.
There's Travis Engen coming around the Bennett Bridge Hole section. You see the airplanes in the background because that is still an active runway.
Oh, yes, it is.
Let's see if Lee Giannone has anything for Travis Engen.
In fact, our partner Roger Warner flew in there earlier this afternoon.
3 different styles of Lotuses out here today in this group, and that's the lead one, Travis Engen. Lodi is what the producers are saying, the plural for Lotuses. Uh-oh.
So, is that one of your
That's the hood.
signs?
No, that's the hood of that BMW.
Oh, yeah, it is, isn't
You
it?
hit the ejector seat on that. I don't know. It looks like it broke. Looks like it was fiberglass because the hood pins are still there.
Yeah.
And the part, so it just looks like it just fatigued the fiberglass. But luckily it blew off of the track, so we won't have to go full course yellow. Lee Giannone didn't hit anybody. Mark Schaumer.
Yeah, you talk about the...
Or sorry, Alan Schaumer.
The 510s shooting up in price. You would think there would be a ton of those laying around, too.
Uh-oh, we got a replay here.
Watch the Beamer right at the front. There it goes. I didn't see it that clearly.
Just said adios.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Look at this, that Lotus 7 catching up there. Gene Goodall. Look at how that thing rotates. Unbelievable. But yeah, the 510s were plentiful, but just like Mini Coopers, everybody looked at them as disposable cars.
Yeah.
And they ended up just rotting in junkyards. So it's hard to find one that lived its life like in a desert and didn't rust out.
Yeah. 240Z, another one you'd be happy to find these days in good shape.
Yeah.
And first generation RX-7's starting to move a little bit.
That's a 1972 Porsche 911 of Lee Giannone. Yeah, what do you have, Ralph? What do you have in the garage?
Right now I have 2 kids in college.
Oh, I've got one in college.
So I don't have anything too much fun. I just unloaded my C7 Z51 Corvette a little while back to help push the kids through school. I've owned quite a few cool things for the road. C5 Corvette, the C7, Cadillac CTS V.
Those are great cars.
Oh, it was a blast. The first generation car. Had Porsche 911 Cabriolet. So just waiting for the kids to get through school, and then Daddy will start playing again.
Yeah, once your kids can start paying for their own therapy, you can start doing your own things. Yeah.
Well, and launching a TV network kind of ties up the cash flow a little bit
too. Yeah, it does that too, yeah. So I always say the Lotus 7s are almost open wheel cars.
It's open cockpit in more than just the top in a lot of ways. down
Yeah.
the side of the driver. Talk about feeling exposed, huh?
Oh, yeah. Look at how this car rotates and how smooth. You can see his hands. It's unbelievable. But that is in my opinion, that's my favorite car here. That car actually won today. We just started this new thing called the Spirit of SVRA Award, and that 1957 Lotus 11 of Timothy Scopes with a mechanic Brian McEachran behind that with a Coventry Climax engine and 32 spoke wheels. That is the Spirit of SVRA Award winner.
And boy, you got to know what you're doing before you start spinning wrenches on that thing, right?
Yeah. Yeah, Brian McEachran is kind of one of the most sought after Coventry Climax engine people in this side of the world.
Don't lean on the bodywork.
No. Yeah, that's about, maybe if you put 2 sheets of tin foil together, that's about that. Yeah, that's about that gauge. There's that number 99 of Craig Schaefer, 1969 510. Lee Giannone, and that number 12, Bach, Porsche 911.
That was a pretty car, wasn't it? Just classic lines, good looking car.
I've always loved the 2002s though.
Yep.
Especially the roundy taillights.
Mm-hmm.
There's our Spirit of SVRA Award winner, Timothy Scopes, the 1957 Lotus 11.
What a design.
That is form and function coming together.
Yep.
All the wheel arches just let the car come up and down.
Yep. Boy, when they pinned that one out for the first time, they must have had a whole bunch of questions if they were on the right direction there, huh?
I believe, you can correct me if I'm wrong in the comment section, but I believe an airplane engineer helped with the design of that. There's that Spitfire, the 18A. James Hermiston, Triumph Spitfire, 1964. Look at how big that Miata looks behind the Lotus 7.
It looks gigantic.
You don't often refer to a Miata as a big car.
Oh, no, that might be the only time in history that has been said. But it looks like a 72 Cadillac rolling behind that thing.
So we started the weekend looking out our window at a dumpster fire, and I thought, ooh, that might be a bad omen. But I think we have had a fantastic weekend, another fantastic weekend at the Sebring SpeedTour. Great to have you along. Have you had a fun?
I have had a great time. Like I said, everybody here with SpeedTour has been so welcoming. It's been just a thrill. And not just the people that work as the officials. Oh, boy.
Oh,
there goes your
he tried
sign.
to miss it. That's all right. Tried to miss it. You know, Juan Gonzalez will like that. I need to post that on social media.
That'll get him some more views.
We should supply him with some tacos.
Yes. But the competitors and the teams as well, throughout the paddock and the hotel lobbies, it's been just a great weekend.
Great shot there of the missing hood on Craig Schaefer's car. Wait, is that Craig Schaefer's car? No, he's in the BMW. Where is that? Sean Murphy's car. Sorry about that. Wait, Benny Bish's car. It's 99.
It's late in the day.
I know, and my medicine is worn out. That is Craig. Well, it says Craig Schaefer's 99. Looks like he flipped the 99 upside down. Yeah, that's Benny Bish, 1974 BMW 2002. I apologize for that, guys. Benny Bish, though, what a great name.
Do you have a favorite racing name?
We have a guy that races with us in a beautiful CSL, like the Batmobile BMW, named Thor Johnson.
Love it. That's a good one.
But probably Will Power.
Will Power's a good one. Always liked Beaver Dragon.
I haven't heard that one before.
Beaver Dragon was a...
Sounds like a comic book.
Yeah, he was a late model stock car racer out of Canada. He used to come down and run a bunch of the old stock car tours throughout the Northeast.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to see Lotus history. The Lotus 23 is going to come up on the Lotus 11. It'd be really cool to see those two in frame together, because you're going to be able to see just the kind of the iteration. So from a 1957 to a 1962, what, 5 years? Back then, they were making huge leaps year after year.
And they weren't doing it on a computer.
And it looks like we've just slowed way down now.
The learning curve was massive, wasn't it? And think about that. You're saying 67, right?
So the Lotus 23 is a 62 and a 57 Lotus 11. So 5 years.
Okay. So 62. Just a few years later, they stopped looking at the top side of the car, and Colin was now working on the bottom side of the car and figured out all the ground effects on the bottom side of the car.
And then Wings came in and changed everything.
Changed everything.
There's Schammer, past SVRA champion Alan Schammer, 1999 Mazda MX-5.
You see some of those vintage Formula One cars from the 80s that were making so much downforce underneath the car. They didn't even run front wings on them. Didn't need them. Any of the jets. I like it.
There's that Lotus 11. I think Travis passed him, because the white flag is out on Travis Engen.
The only hiccup in the day, or the weekend, I think, for Travis was finishing second in the Audi earlier today.
Yeah, behind the Cadillac of Jacek Muka.
Everything else has been spectacular all the way through.
I wonder if that changed the engine temperature in this car at all.
Losing the hood like that?
Yeah.
It's certainly a strong possibility.
Travis Engen, half a lap away from winning the last race of our broadcast. There's still an Enduro coming up, but we won't broadcast the Enduro. And then we've got the Optima search for the ultimate street car. And then that does it for the Sebring SpeedTour for SVRA. But we will be back here, same time, same channel, same location. Love starting the season at Sebring in Sebring, Florida.
Next up will be Michelin Road Atlanta.
At the Mission Foods Road Atlanta Speed Tour.
That's right. And that's where you said we'll see the full field of Genetis?
Yep.
Any other surprises for me when we get there?
Bill Elliott likes to stop by.
Yeah, he does.
Awesome Bill from Dawsonville.
Well, you're only about half an hour and 40 minutes away from Dawsonville, right? You ever been to the Dawsonville pool room?
I haven't, no.
Finally had a chance to stick my head in the door, and it...
Where they celebrate all the wins?
Yep, and it didn't disappoint. It was as expected.
Well, here he comes, Travis Engen, to bring us home.
This is an extremely technical track. To me, Road Atlanta is all about courage. There's so many places that'll take your breath away from inside the cockpit, no matter which category of car you're at, because you're driving that car at the limit. Coming to the checkered flag, Engen's going to win another one in the Lotus 23B.
I wish we would have made this race the J.R. Mitchell Memorial Race. J.R. Mitchell of GMT. He didn't like the prototypes, but he did love his Formula Juniors, his small bore British cars, even his Lotus 23Bs. So congratulations, Travis Engen, for winning this race, what I'm going to call the J.R. Mitchell Memorial Race. There's that 99 of Craig Schaefer, 1969 Datsun 510.
They just squat right, don't they? Just the way they just hunker down.
So Lee Giannone is going to come in second place And again, congratulations to Timothy Scopes and that Lotus 11 for winning our Sebring SpeedTour SVRA Vintage Spirit Award.
Last few cars coming up underneath the checkered flag here as we race our way to the conclusion of the day of our broadcast window.
Thank you, everybody, for joining us. Boy from New York, all of the regulars out there. Aich! We will be back in a month. Hope you can join us. Tell your friends. You guys were a little bit too nice to us in the comment section, but love having you out here. I feel like we're friends. You know, we spend a lot of weekends together. So thank you for joining us, and let us know what you'd like to see at Atlanta. There's two Lotuses.
Yeah.
Now Travis is probably doing the Enduro next, and I'm not sure if he's going to do it in the Lotus or in the Audi.
I'm just thinking about the driving experience sitting in that cockpit with your head completely above the windscreen and all of that compared to when he was in the Audi earlier.
And you're way down.
You're way down in there, claustrophobic with the doors down and everything. Sitting in a jet fighter.
Boy from New York says, thank you, Ben and Ralph. Great job in the booth. Well, thank you, Boy from New York.
Yeah, appreciate that.
He's
Boy
our
from
most
New York.
loyal watcher.
Well, he's my favorite right now since
Well,
he
that's good.
said we did a good job.
He's Boy from New York, but he lives in Canada. Doesn't make any sense.
Originally from New York, I'm guessing. There's a look at our Pirelli lineup, which should be our finishing order, right?
Yeah.
As I'm looking at the names here.
That's it.
That would be it. So well, it has been a tremendous weekend here at the Mission Foods Speed Tour event in Sebring, Florida. For a whole host of color analysts who've dropped by the booth, including DJ Clark and Tom Pank and the rest, and our good friend Ben Sissel. I'm Ralph Shaheen. Big thank you to our live race media broadcast crew for putting together our coverage this weekend. We sure hope you've enjoyed every lap, every turn around this 3.74 mile Sebring circuit. We will see you all from Road Atlanta coming up March 22nd and 23rd weekend. I'm Ralph Shaheen. So long, everybody.
Mission Foods Road Atlanta Speed Tour returns to Michelin Raceway, Road Atlanta, March 21st through the 23rd. Featuring the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli, the Sportscar Vintage Racing Association, International GT, PSSA, FRP, and the Janetta Challenge. Saturday, you can take part in the Haggerty Cars and Caffeine Car Show with Parade Lab. You do not want to miss the Road Atlanta Speed Tour, March 21st through the 23rd. For tickets, simply go to speedtour.net.
You've got a business to run, big and heavy products to ship, and customers who need them now. When you've got the right driver and the right equipment, you can bet on a spectacular result. Bennett understands complex logistics and puts the best team, the most time, and the latest technology into every customer relationship. So you can sit back, relax, and enjoy the race. Let us handle the rest.
Together, we can move anything.
We have water hiding right here, sir. Yes, we do. We want to make sure all of our podium participants are hydrated. That's a lot of racing out there for the weekend, so we've got some great cars here. In just a second, we'll bring them up here on the stage. We will be representing.
You've got a business to run, big and heavy products to ship, and customers who need them now. When you've got the right driver and the right equipment, you can bet on a spectacular result. Bennett understands complex logistics and puts the best team, the most time, and the latest technology into every customer relationship. So you can sit back, relax, and enjoy the race. Let us handle the rest.
Together, we can move anything.
Ultimate protection for your vehicle. Laser measured floor liners, no drill mud flaps, cargo liner, bump step, seat protector, and comfort.
What about my car?
Hawk Performance packs 100 years of friction dynamics into every product. Backed by Carlisle Brake and Friction, the world's premier innovator of industrial brake and friction components, Hawk leverages R&D tools and motorsports experience to deliver uncompromising performance on the street. There's no reason to settle for less. Choose pads that are race-proven and street legal. Find the Hawk Performance brake dealer near you at hawkperformance.com.
It brings all my fans, it brings the audience into the car with me.
Speed turn 140-mile-an-hour entry speeds.
The quickest and most efficient way for me to get information to my drivers is from using the V-Box HD2 system.
There's Forrest said.
One of the ways you overtake here at Sebring is really good in the braking zone, like this one right here.
Both go around. There's the green. We are back and at it. Watch this. Oh, look on, Miller, look on.
Rev up and get ready for race day with Mission Foods. The world's best racers and tastiest products come together to make every race delicious. Fully loaded tacos, fast wraps, piled high nachos. Whatever you crave, Mission will help you be race ready with easy to make recipes that will take your race day to the finish line. Keep your racing delicious and enjoy all the mouth-watering action. Brought to you by Mission Foods. Too fast, too tasty.
You've got a business to run, big and heavy products to ship, and customers who need them now. When you've got the right driver and the right equipment, you can bet on a spectacular result. Bennett understands complex logistics and puts the best team, the most time, and the latest technology into every customer relationship, so you can sit back, relax, and enjoy the race. Let us handle the rest.
Together, we can move anything.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Architecture is about everything. We change the environment. We are changing how people live in the environment today. So we basically put our fingerprint on the future of what the United States looks like. My overall business philosophy is that I'm engaged with my company from top to bottom, and I think the racing world and helping out the next generation and younger drivers is a passion of mine, and it's getting stronger and stronger every year. With that, that's why I want to be involved.